Through all my travels, I've realized an island is only as big as its heart. And in my time in Barbados, I've seen the heart of the island, even through the people, through the food, even through the rum. The way we travel has completely changed, but it's the best feeling to know that peace of mind is right within our reach. The guy who's my taxi driver, his name is Big Apple. He has true Bayesian spirit. He's welcomed me into this island and he's given me the most authentic experience. When it comes to Bayesian food, I am obsessed with breadfruit cuckoo.
This has no business tasting this good.
So I got to try breadfruit cuckoo for the first time on Peg Farm. I had a really good time going to check out the rum tours. If you are a fan of rum punch or just rum cocktails in general, you're going to have a really good time on that tour. And Barbados, if you do not know, has incredible water. They've got some amazing underwater shipwrecks. The turtles here are beautiful and they literally are so friendly. This island has big stories to tell and big moments for you to capture. So when you're ready to reimagine the way you explore, Barbados is open and so is its heart.
We are an island of 430 square kilometers and a country punching above its weight, with free healthcare and free education to a tertiary level for all its community. Our heritage is one of stability, fair elections, and good governance. With easy access via international air and seaports, excellent highways, high-speed telecommunications, modern healthcare facilities, and a low crime rate, this is the place to bring your family, the place to live, the place to be. We welcome you to stay in an island that offers an enviable quality of life. It is an environment with a highly qualified workforce and creative minds. With a well-regulated business setting, competitive corporate taxes, and an expanding treaty network, we are open for business. We are consistently breaking new barriers and exploring possibilities. We grow families, spread joy, and bring light for those who cannot see. Our landscape is vibrant and brimming with opportunities as we build green, blue, and orange economies, not just colors, but who we want to be. Come, join us. For investment opportunities, contact investbarbados.org.
Attention small and micro food processors. Are you looking to take your products to the next level? Look no further than the International Food Science Center. At the IFSC, we understand that your small business deserves big results. Our team of expert food scientists is dedicated to helping you perfect your recipes, enhance the nutritional value of your products, and ensure the highest quality standards for local and export markets.
As a micro-entrepreneur, you cannot afford a facility like this. The equipment, it is really astronomical cost. So as a small micro-entrepreneur, you need help. So products that were taking me days to produce, I can now produce in hours. I would make like 96 bottles and it would take me about 3 hours. I can now do 384 bottles, which is 32 cases in that same space of time. It helped me tremendously, yes, in scaling up. It's a very good idea. It's something that I will encourage any entrepreneur, come to the International Food Science Center and have your products done here.
Call us today at 536-0950 or visit our website to schedule a consultation.
Through all my travels, I've realized an island is only as big as its heart. And in my time in Barbados, I've seen the heart of the island, even through the people, through the food, even through the rum. The way we travel has completely changed, but it's the best feeling to know that peace of mind is right within our reach. The guy who's my taxi driver, his name is Big Apple. He has true Bayesian spirit. He's welcomed me into this island and he's given me the most authentic experience. When it comes to Bayesian food, I am obsessed with breadfruit cuckoo.
This has no business tasting this good.
So I got to try breadfruit cuckoo for the first time on Peg Farm. I had a really good time going to check out the rum tours. If you are a fan of rum punch or just rum cocktails in general, you're going to have a really good time on that tour. And Barbados, if you do not know, has incredible water. They've got some amazing underwater shipwrecks. The turtles here are beautiful and they look just so friendly. This island has big stories to tell and big moments for you to capture. So when you're ready to reimagine the way you explore, Barbados is open and so is its heart.
We are an island of 430 square kilometers and a country punching above its weight, with free healthcare and free education to a tertiary level for all its community. Our heritage is one of stability, fair elections, and good governance. With easy access via international air and seaports, excellent highways, high-speed telecommunications, modern healthcare facilities, and a low crime rate, this is the place to bring your family, the place to live, the place to be. We welcome you to stay in an island that offers an enviable quality of life. It is an environment with a highly qualified workforce and creative minds. With a well-regulated business setting, competitive corporate taxes, and an expanding treaty network, we are open for business. We are consistently breaking new barriers and exploring possibilities. We grow families, spread joy, and bring light for those who cannot see. Our landscape is vibrant and brimming with opportunities as we build green, blue, and orange economies, not just colors, but who we want to be. Come, join us. For investment opportunities, contact investbarbados.org.
Attention, small and micro food processors. Are you looking to take your products to the next level? Look no further than the International Food Science Center. At the IFSC, we understand that your small business deserves big results. Our team of expert food scientists is dedicated to helping you perfect your recipes, enhance the nutritional value of your products, and ensure the highest quality standards for local and export markets.
As a micro entrepreneur, you cannot afford a facility like this. The equipment, it is really an astronomical cost. So as a small micro entrepreneur, you need help. So products that were taking me days to produce, I can now produce in hours. I would make like 96 bottles and it would take me about 3 hours. I can now do 384 bottles, which is 32 cases in that same space of time. It helped me tremendously, yes, in scaling up. It's a very good idea. It's something that I will encourage any entrepreneur, come to the International Food Science Center and have your products done here.
Call us today at 536-0950 or visit our website to schedule a consultation.
It is what we love.
Through all my travels, I've realized an island is only as big as its heart. And in my time in Barbados, I've seen the heart of the island, even through the people, through the food, even through the rum. The way we travel has completely changed, but it's the best feeling to know that peace of mind is right within our reach. The guy who's my taxi driver, his name is Big Apple. He has true Bayesian spirit. He's welcomed me into this island and he's given me the most authentic experience. When it comes to Bayesian food, I am obsessed with breadfruit cuckoo.
This has no business tasting this good.
So I got to try breadfruit cuckoo for the first time on Peg Farm. I had a really good time going to check out the rum tours. If you are a fan of rum punch or just rum cocktails in general, you're going to have a really good time on that tour. And Barbados, if you do not know, has incredible water. They've got some amazing underwater shipwrecks. The turtles here are beautiful and they literally are so friendly. This island has big stories to tell and big moments for you to capture. So when you're ready to reimagine the way you explore, Barbados is open and so is its heart.
We are an island of 430 square kilometers and a country punching above its weight, with free healthcare and free education to a tertiary level for all its community. Our heritage is one of stability, fair elections, and good governance. With easy access via international air and seaports, excellent highways, high-speed telecommunications, modern healthcare facilities, and a low crime rate, this is the place to bring your family, the place to live, the place to be. We welcome you to stay in an island that offers an enviable quality of life. It is an environment with a highly qualified workforce and creative minds. With a well-regulated business setting, competitive corporate taxes, and an expanding treaty network, we are open for business. We are consistently breaking new barriers and exploring possibilities. We grow families, spread joy, and bring light for those who cannot see. Our landscape is vibrant and brimming with opportunities as we build green, blue, and orange economies, not just colors, but who we want to be. Come, join us. For investment opportunities, contact investbarbados.org.
Attention, small and micro food processors. Are you looking to take your products to the next level? Look no further than the International Food Science Center. At the IFSC, we understand that your small business deserves big results. Our team of expert food scientists is dedicated to helping you perfect your recipes, enhance the nutritional value of your products, and ensure the highest quality standards for local and export markets.
As a micro-entrepreneur, you cannot afford a facility like this. The equipment, it is really an astronomical cost. So as a small micro-entrepreneur, you need help. So products that were taking me days to produce, I can now produce in hours. I would make like 96 bottles and it would take me about 3 hours. I can now do 384 bottles, which is 32 cases in that same space of time. It helped me tremendously, yes, in scaling up. It's a very good idea. It's something that I will encourage any entrepreneur, come to the International Food Science Center and have your products done here.
Call us today at 536-0950 or visit our website to schedule a consultation.
I'm
We are an island of 430 square kilometers and a country punching above its weight, with free healthcare and free education to a tertiary level for all its community. Our heritage is one of stability, fair elections, and good governance. With easy access via international air and seaports, excellent highways, high-speed telecommunications, modern healthcare facilities, and a low crime rate, this is the place to bring your family, the place to live, the place to be. We welcome you to stay in an island that offers an enviable quality of life. It is an environment with a highly qualified workforce and creative minds. With a well-regulated business setting, competitive corporate taxes, and an expanding treaty network, we are open for business. We are consistently breaking new barriers and exploring possibilities. We grow families, spread joy, and bring light for those who cannot see. Our landscape is vibrant and brimming with opportunities as we build green, blue, and orange economies, not just colors, but who we want to be. Come, join us. For investment opportunities, contact investbarbados.org.
Attention small and micro food processors. Are you looking to take your products to the next level? Look no further than the International Food Science Center. At the IFSC, we understand that your small business deserves big results. Our team of expert food scientists is dedicated to helping you perfect your recipes, enhance the nutritional value of your products, and ensure the highest quality standards for local and export markets.
Let's do one too, my
As a
check.
micro
One, two.
entrepreneur,
Yes.
you cannot afford a facility like this. The equipment, it is really an astronomical cost. So as a small micro entrepreneur, you need help. So products that were taking me days to produce, I can now produce in hours. I would make like 96 bottles and it would take me about 3 hours. I can now do 384 bottles, which is 32 cases in that same space of time. It helped me tremendously, yes, in scaling up. It's a very good idea. It's something that I will encourage any entrepreneur, come to the International Food Science Center and have your products done here.
Call us today at 536-0950 or visit our website to schedule a consultation.
Each and every year I can't wait till you come round. If you're looking
Through all my travels, I've realized an island is only as big as its heart. And in my time in Barbados, I've seen the heart of the island, even through the people, through the food, even through the rum. The way we travel has completely changed, but it's the best feeling to know that peace of mind is right within our reach. The guy who's my taxi driver, his name is Big Apple. He has true Bayesian spirit. He's welcomed me into this island and he's given me the most authentic experience. When it comes to Bayesian food, I am obsessed with breadfruit cuckoo.
This has no business tasting this good.
So I got to try breadfruit cuckoo for the first time on Peg Farm. I had a really good time going to check out the rum tours. If you are a fan of rum punch or just rum cocktails in general, you're gonna have a really good time on that tour. And Barbados, if you do not know, has incredible water. They've got some amazing underwater shipwrecks. The turtles here are beautiful and they literally are so friendly. This island has big stories to tell and big moments for you to capture. So when you're ready to reimagine the way you explore, Barbados is open and so is its heart.
You know, we went to visit this ship. 8,000 containers in this ship. And it's one of the small ones. 8,000 containers. Can you imagine all what has to happen for a ship to be able to carry all that and take it where it is needed, where is the demand, and connect the supply and the demand of international trade. Very impressive to see these cargo ships and the operations that needs to happen and the operators of these machines where they have so much experience and so much dedication for international trade to happen.
We are an island of 430 square kilometers and a country punching above its weight, with free healthcare and free education to a tertiary level for all its community. Our heritage is one of stability, fair elections, and good governance. With easy access via international air and seaports, excellent highways, high-speed telecommunications, modern healthcare facilities, and a low crime rate, this is the place to bring your family, the place to live, the place to be. We welcome you to stay in an island that offers an enviable quality of life. It is an environment with a highly qualified workforce and creative minds. With a well-regulated business setting, competitive corporate taxes, and an expanding treaty network, we are open for business. We are consistently breaking new barriers and exploring possibilities. We grow families, spread joy, and bring light for those who cannot see. Our landscape is vibrant and brimming with opportunities as we build green, blue, and orange economies, not just colors, but who we want to be. Come, join us. For investment opportunities, contact investbarbados.org.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We ask that you please take your seats. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We ask that you kindly begin taking your seats. Thank you.
Global value chains start here with maritime transport. Because if maritime transport was not efficient and transaction costs were too high, so you could not have global value chains. So that's why we are here, to understand how it works, how the new technologies and digitalization can make it happen, not only here, but in the small countries, in the small islands that need so much new logistics to be able to insert themselves in the global value chains. That's why we came here first, because we are in our way to Barbados, where we will have the global value chains and logistic forum that UNCTAD is putting together with the government of Barbados to understand how it works, what needs to be done, and how we include more countries in the benefits of international trade.
Attention, small and micro food processors. Are you looking to take your products to the next level? Look no further than the International Food Science Center. At the IFSC, we understand that your small business deserves big results.
Dear guests, Barbados Conference Services Limited warmly welcomes you to the Lloyd Erskine Sandiford Center. Before the start of your function, please take a note of a few housekeeping matters and safety procedures. Washrooms for ladies, gentlemen, and the differently abled are on both floors on the eastern, central, and western areas of the center. Our signage will clearly indicate the washrooms closest to this room. In the unlikely event of an emergency, at least you will be required to immediately vacate the building by way of the nearest exit, all of which are clearly marked. If you are exiting from the upper floor, the stairs, not the elevators, must be used. In all emergency evacuations, the official assembly area is the main car park on the eastern side of the building, where you are asked to remain for your safety, and so we may account for everyone until the all clear is given. We wish you a most enjoyable time with us.
That's day 1, 2, mic check 1, 2.
The Global Supply Chain Forum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you please put your phones on silent ahead of the beginning of today's proceedings. Please place your phones on silent. Good morning once again, everyone. I feel as though this is a room that could use a burst of just energy. So let me say, welcome to Barbados for those of you who are visiting the island. And good morning, everyone. By just a round of applause, let's just get the energy going in the room, everybody. Yeah! Very nice. Thank you. At this time, we are awaiting the arrival of the officials, and we are just doing so at the moment, and we will get the proceedings underway. Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please stand for the arrival of Her Excellency Rebecca Greenspan, Secretary General of UNCTAD. Her Excellency Amina J. Mohammed, United Nations Deputy Secretary General, and Her Excellency the Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Her Excellency Rebecca Greenspan, Her Excellency Amina J. Mohammed, and Her Excellency the Honorable Mia Amar Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the national anthem of Barbados. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Good morning to you once again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Belle Holder, your Master of Ceremony this morning. I take this opportunity to say good morning and welcome once again to the Global Supply Chain Forum 2024. Yeah, you can cheer for that. An official good morning to Her Excellency, the Honorable Mia Amar Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados. Her Excellency Amina J. Mohammed, United Nations Deputy Secretary General. Her Excellency Rebecca Greenspan, Secretary General of UNCTAD. Honorable Ministers, Heads of Agencies, Ambassadors, High Commissioners, dignitaries, members of the private sector, specially invited guests, visitors to Barbados, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It is my distinct pleasure to have the opportunity to welcome you to this most auspicious occasion. Welcome once again to the inaugural Global Supply Chain Forum organized by UN Trade and Development and the Government of Barbados. It is no mistake that you are in this room today, and you are charged with the responsibility of doing the work that's necessary to make positive change. Ladies and gentlemen, I will go straight to our first speaker. Please welcome Her Excellency Rebecca Greenspan, UNCTAD's Secretary General. Please give her a warm welcome.
Your Excellency, Mia Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados, and our most gracious host, thank you so much. In fact, you know, this event started with a conversation with the Prime Minister of Barbados after our ministerial conference, where she asked for two things. She asked for UNCTAD to be much more engaged with the small island development states. And now, because of that, we have the first strategy ever with seats that UNCTAD has put together. And we were in the middle of the pandemic then, we forget. And so we were talking about the huge challenges that the cities and the islands faced because of logistics. So the idea of a forum came about, and that's why we are having this first forum, but not the last, because what we want to do, what we intend to do, is to have this as the first, but as really a tradition for us for the future. And here we already will announce today where the next forum will be. So be with us and be fit to have that announcement very soon. I want also to thank Amina Mohammed, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, a dear friend, for being here. Amina, it means a lot. Thank you so much. And we have the delegates and the authorities from many countries. You have come from far away, so really thank you for being with us. Excellencies, it's really an honor for us. And also our colleagues from the UN that are here with us, thank you so much for coming, for being here, and for making this event even more important with your presence. And ambassadors, authorities, distinguished delegates, excellencies, dear friends. Really, it is my great honor and pleasure to be here in this first ever UN Global Supply Chain Forum, an event of special pertinence to the world we face today. Recent years have exposed the alarming fragility of what we once took for granted. In this case, the steady flow of goods and materials across continents through intricate webs of infrastructure and logistics. The COVID-19 pandemic, whose dire economic impact nobody here in Barbados needs reminding, laid bare these vulnerabilities. Lockdowns, severe vital production lines, empty shipping containers piled up in the wrong places, and maritime costs skyrocketed, turbocharging inflation around the globe, but very especially in small island developing states. According to our research, higher maritime costs have 5 times the impact on inflation in cities than in the rest of the world. 5 times, 500%. Then came the war in Ukraine, which for 5 months sealed the Great Black Sea grain corridor, bringing food prices to heights never recorded in modern history. Until in July 2022, the UN and Turkey brokered the Black Sea Initiative and for a year reopened that corridor, bringing the FAO food price index down by 23% and returning back some calm to food markets. And as if that were not enough, then came the terrible crisis in the Middle East and the attacks in the Red Sea, which forced many ships going from Asia to Europe and back to go down the old road around the Cape of Good Hope. And then, lastly, on the other side of the world, a drought in the Panama Canal brought traffic down in that great other interoceanic corridor, stranding ships once more or forcing them southwards to the Magellan Strait, down there where South America almost meets Antarctica. In combination, according to our research, by February this year, traffic in the Red Sea and the Panama Canal was cut by half. I have just visited the Panama Canal, precisely to see with my own eyes what was happening. And they are really doing a great job in trying to take away the restriction and face the challenge. But you can see how climate change is really affecting the main roads of the world. And yesterday, Prime Minister, you were telling me that the Atlantic is the most affected because precisely the Panama Canal and the Suez Canal are to connect the one side with the other of the oceans. And these disruptions also meant that ships spend more days at sea, emitting 70% more greenhouse gases. But more fundamentally, they meant that our interconnected world became less reliable and far less certain. So, Your Excellencies, a greater, more fair, more sustainable, more inclusive story of globalization must start in the supply chains that we build to tell it. We believe it is possible. 3 key words stand out here today at the start of this forum: inclusivity, sustainability, and resilience. On inclusivity, the global supply chains we want to build must be one where SMEs stand a fighting chance to share the benefits of trade in a way that is fair for all, in particular for women-owned businesses and youth entrepreneurs. In this sense, the health of our chains must be measured not only by how long they are globally, but also by how deep they are locally. We must ask, where do our supply chains start? Do they start at the copper mine or the oil field or the cotton farm to then take the high road to port and then to sea? Or do our chains start at the local schoolyard where children receive healthy meals from locally produced ingredients? Do they start with the skilled artisan whose products find buyers worldwide? Do they empower women to take their rightful place in the global economy? This is the essence of inclusive supply chains that build communities from the ground up, ensuring structural transformation and fighting back against commodity dependence. But inclusivity also means ensuring that all countries, regardless of their size or economic status, have a voice in shaping global supply chains. Do our current trade agreements prioritize the interest of powerful nations over the needs of developing countries? Are we doing enough to support small island development states and landlocked countries in accessing global markets? And perhaps more importantly, are we building supply chains that foster collaboration and share prosperity, or are we simply perpetuating a system of winners and losers? And this is even more important today, Prime Minister, because today we see a rise in protectionism. We hear again industrial policy come into bear. We see also big countries integrating vertically that can really impact supply chains and the possibility of the decentralization of international economics. So all these questions that we will discuss here are key for the healthy development of our nations. On sustainability, the global supply chains we want to build must be ones where ports go paperless, where ships are use sustainable fuels based on common IMO standards, and we have here the head of IMO with us, where trade is digital with the help, perhaps, I hope, of the UN Trade and Development and our program, ASICUDA, something that we are doing in Barbados, and where supply chains are green from the start. Shipping represents 3% of all global greenhouse gas emissions, a number we ought to bring down through a decisive transition to sustainable maritime fuels, a task in which we are working hand in hand with the IMO. But even as we work on the pollution that happens through logistics, we must also talk about what is polluted at the source. It's time for a frank conversation about what goods get made in the first place, and more than that, how. We must reward companies that invest in clean production processes and hold accountable those who do not, while ensuring the framework of just transitions enshrined in the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. We can only truly transform how goods move by changing what goods we make and value and how we make them. And here we have also the head of UNIDO with us, that is an organization completely committed to this endeavor. Lastly, on resilience, the global supply chains we want to build must be strong, flexible, and adaptable, so that when a drought strikes a great canal, when a new conflict reroutes shipping routes, or when a new pandemic forces us to rethink production and consumption, our goods don't become collateral damage. Our people don't suffer needlessly, and countries don't lose their development gains. This means diversifying suppliers and production hubs, promoting regional trade, and developing infrastructures that open markets within countries themselves. But all that needs financing, needs resources, needs investment. And one of the things precisely that we have been saying and going to the Summit of the Future in September, called by the Secretary General, is that we need a new dynamic in investment and trade that have been weak after the pandemic in the developing countries. We need the resources that will allow the fair transition. We need the investment coming from the private sector at scale so we can diversify and be part of the gains of the new economy and the digital economy. And this forum provides concrete tools and technical assistance in applying inclusiveness, sustainability, and resilience in supply chains, promoting sustainable and resilient measures in maritime and regional corridors, and fostering rural-urban transport connections, climate-smart transport and trade facilitation solutions. So, distinguished delegates, it is no coincidence that this inaugural forum is convened here in Barbados, in the heart of the Caribbean. This region, as we know, is a microcosm of the challenges and opportunities facing global supply chains today. The week after this event, we will have CITES4, and that will take place in Antigua and Barbuda, further solidifying the Caribbean's leadership role in shaping a more inclusive and sustainable future. We hope this Global Supply Chain Forum, daughter of the Bridgetown Covenant we signed here in Barbados with Prime Minister Motley in 2021 in our last ministerial conference, will become the first of many. It certainly could not come at a more pertinent one. But we must also recognize that the solutions we seek will not be found solely within this grand hall. They lie in the ingenuity of the small business owners seeking to reduce waste, in the innovation of the engineer designing a greener cargo ship, in the knowledge of the farmer adapting crops to a changing climate. Let this forum amplify those voices. Let us create a platform for sharing best practices, for matching those seeking solutions with those who can provide them. With 982 guests from 127 countries, with representatives of 12 international agencies and 12 ministers and CEOs from industries and all around the globe, we have to be part of that are part of our global supply chain. We have never had such a great opportunity to do so. I want to take then this opportunity to thank all of you once more for being here today, Your Excellencies. I am under no illusion about the challenges ahead. Transforming global supply chains is an undertaking of immense complexity, but the cost of doing nothing is far greater. We owe it to our people, to our planet, and to future generations to act with urgency, with purpose, and with unwavering conviction. Let us rise to this challenge together. I really thank you all for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rebecca Greenspan, the Secretary General of UN Trade and Development. Please give her another round of applause. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the podium the UN Deputy Secretary General, Amina Mohammed.
Thank you. Oh yes, I need my eyes. Thank you, Hadiza. Your Excellency Prime Minister Mia Mottley, our Secretary General Rebecca Greenspan, Excellencies, distinguished delegates and guests, it's a real pleasure to join you here today, and I'd like to thank the government and the people of Barbados for their incredibly warm and generous hospitality. Not the first time I've witnessed it, but it's fantastic to do it to such a great crowd that is coming to the island for a really important discussion. I'd like to thank also Rebecca. Rebecca, this is a great program. I went through it and I was wishing that I was in every one of those sessions and having a hard job to choose which one. This is really a rich program, and it has got together here today, I think, the brain trust of this constituency to really debate for us how globalization can work better for everyone. It's important at this stage. We have witnessed so many challenges and the unequal response to people of the world, and so this is an opportunity to try to set it right. We know that today global trade is fraught with challenges. We have just heard that. More importantly, the uncertainties. And this is all threatening decades of progress and our attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. Last year, trade volume fell more than 1%. Compare that to the average growth rate of 2.5% since 2010. Meanwhile, we're witnessing a staggering surge in trade restrictions, with approximately 3,000 measures imposed, and that is almost 3 times the level since 2019. We're seeing geopolitical tensions that are fragmenting global trade. Since the war in Ukraine began, trade between rival blocs has lagged, growing up to 6% slower than trade between blocs themselves. And if these trends continue unabated, decades of economic convergence and shared prosperity could rapidly unravel with dire consequences for people and especially those in the most vulnerable of countries. In this context, global supply chains emerge as a new source of vulnerability. As Rebecca has said earlier, the COVID-19 pandemic was the first wake-up call, exposing the fragility of our intricate networks and the cascading effects of disruptions. More recently, we've witnessed conflict and climate change devastate critical trade routes. Turmoil in Ukraine and Yemen has disrupted vital shipping lanes. The climate crisis has also brought unprecedented drought to the Panama Canal and has forced authorities to restrict maritime traffic, impacting trade. These ripple effects on these disruptions have staggering, significant delays, increased costs, and economic uncertainty, especially for the populations of our women and our young people, who are the backbone of small and medium enterprises. In the face of these challenges, a strong and coordinated multilateral response is paramount. First, we must resist the temptation of pursuing isolationist policies, as we witnessed during the pandemic. Instead, we must embrace multilateralism, recognizing that our fates are intertwined and that no nation can thrive in isolation, even more so as we face the advent of new technologies. This Global Supply Chain Forum is a testament to our collective determination to address these challenges head-on. It's a platform for dialogue, collaboration, collective action, sharing knowledge, bringing together stakeholders from every corner of the globe to confront challenges and explore solutions. Second, one of the key themes of this forum is the regional response to supply chain disruptions. The impact of these disruptions can vary significantly across regions. We must tailor our strategies and responses to mitigate the effects of these disruptions and foster resilience. Policy measures to prioritize diversification, improve our logistics, and strengthen collaboration can help address challenges and ensure sustainable development growth for every region. Third, we must address the unique challenges that are faced by small island developing states. Their geographical isolation, dispersed populations, and reliance on external markets render them particularly vulnerable to supply chain disruptions. For example, 17 SIDS are among the 30 economies least connected to liner shipping. Although rising container shipping costs increase consumer prices worldwide, the impact on SIDS is 5 times greater than the global average. This forum presents an opportunity to address these challenges and develop pragmatic approaches to sustainable development and resilient transport for SIDS. Excellencies, friends and colleagues, solidarity and cooperation have defined UNCTAD's 6-decade journey. Let's embrace that spirit today. The forum marks a pivotal moment as we chart a new path forward, one that is inclusive, sustainable, and resilient in the face of change. The discussions and outcomes of this meeting will accelerate our progress towards sustainable development goals, but it will also impact and inform the Summit of the Future, where we discuss root causes of peace and conflict, the new era of technology, and most importantly, how we find an international financial architecture that really does respond to the needs of the other half of the world. But it will also shape UNCTAD's agenda. Let's make the most of this chance. Let us use this forum to help forge a brighter future, a future where no nation is left behind, a future where global trade remains a powerful force for economic growth, prosperity, and sustainable development. And let me end by saying it's a real pleasure to be on stage today with Prime Minister Mia Mottley and Rebecca Greenspan, and just to say to the men, today you are endangered species, women are leading.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Ms. Amina J. Mohammed. The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, was held in Barbados in 2021, making this gem of the Caribbean Sea the first small island developing state to do so. It was a proud moment for Barbadians. Barbados' Prime Minister, Mia Mottley, graced international, She graced international stages with the weight of the region's small island developing states and the might of the Small Island Development Collective. Fast forward to today, 2024, amid international conflicts, rising shipping costs, the Red Sea crisis, and Barbados has made history once again by now hosting the first Global Supply Chain Forum here at the Lloyd Erskine Sandiford Center. Ladies and gentlemen, it is fitting now that we hear directly from UNCTAD President Mia Mottley, Prime Minister of Barbados.
Thank you very much, Belle, and ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank these two ladies for being here this morning and allowing us the opportunity to have this most important discussion. But I also want to thank the Director General of UNIDO, Mr. Muller, who has joined us, indeed the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, Mr. Dominguez, the Executive Director of UN Global Compact, and the Acting President of the Caribbean Development Bank, the representative, the General Manager for the Caribbean region from the Inter-American Development Bank, and indeed the Chairman of the China Council for the Promotion of International Trade, Mr. Hong Bin, who has also joined us, along with a number of other ministers and representatives of the diplomatic corps, delegates all. You may ask yourself, why Barbados and why this topic? The truth is that we came together in 2021, as you heard, as the smallest nation ever to host an organization that was set up to make a difference in the lives of developing countries particularly in the area of trade. The fact that this is happening here in our small island state should not go unnoticed. And I want to thank you, Rebecca, your staff, and indeed the Barbados team for bringing together, I think you told me, about 900 persons who have come as delegates in this trade, development, and transport sector focus, along with others from the private sector, UN agencies, and civil society, to begin to have a discussion on one of the most fundamental crises facing us as a nation today: unpredictable, ruptured, and distorted global supply chains. The response to this forum has been overwhelming, and I know that as we leave here on Friday, many of you will be going on to our sister nation of Antigua and Barbuda within the Caribbean community, who will have the honor of hosting SIDS 4. For those of you who do not know, this building exists because of SIDS 1. 30 years ago this year, the first Small Island Developing States Forum was held in Barbados, and out of that came the Barbados Program of Action, and it resulted in the then government ensuring that we needed somewhere for people to meet. And there was legacy from that meeting, just as there is legacy today from UNCTAD 15 being hosted in 2021. The reality is that we need to have a greater understanding of what small states face going forward. I ask you why here? Because you hear me say all the time that people don't see or hear people or nations sufficiently. And by hosting this session and by accepting the responsibility for being president of UNCTAD at this time, especially as it celebrates its 60th anniversary, is literally because we need you to appreciate and understand our story and our perspective as a small island developing state. Very often, we are asked to participate in international fora without an appreciation that our capacity in participating does not lead to any distortion of those matters of concern of public affairs or public policy. I give the example all of the time of our percentage of global trade in goods and services that have no capacity to distort global trade, because in goods it is 0.000%, and in services it is 0.001%. But yet the rules were applied 30-something years ago to us as one, as if we had nothing else to suffer from, only then to see the diminution and collapse in some instances of our agricultural and manufacturing sectors because of the one-size-fits-all rule and a failure of the international community to be able to allow us to have special and differential treatment that would be appropriate to our circumstances. I want to remind us that when we met at UNCTAD 15, we met in the middle of the pandemic. It is almost easy to forget that as we meet here today. And at that point, we saw literally the best and the worst of humanity. We saw the outpouring of support by some to provide countries like ourselves with access to vaccines and medical products. But we also saw essential supply chains shorten and divert away from those of us who were already the most unconnected, the islands, the least developed countries, the poorest communities. We knew then that one of the transformative outcomes of our country's presidency of UNCTAD would be to engender a discussion on how better to make supply chains work for growth and development. If you ever wondered what the wild, wild west looked like, then you should have come to a small island state in the middle of the pandemic, because there was nothing called rules, there was nothing called fairness, there was the domination of the mighty over those who could barely seek to survive. Rebecca, I therefore want to thank you on behalf of the people, not just of Barbados, not just of the Caribbean community, but of all small island developing states, for keeping your promise to return here and focus on this matter of global supply chain disruptions and the impact that it is having on the cost of cargo, transportation, and overall cost of living for our people, particularly the most vulnerable of our people. And I want to thank you for also ensuring that under your tenure, this organization that is celebrating, as I said, its 60th year, has taken the time to see, study, and appreciate the realities of small island developing states, given what I just said about our experience at the beginning of the establishment of the World Trade Organization. To have this chain here, Global Supply Chain Forum here, is fortuitous in this 60th year, and we thank you for it. You know, they used to say that life began at 40, but I think that all of us agree now with medical improvements that life should at least begin at 60, if not 70. And the forum would be nothing without you, the partners who are here today. And we thank you, therefore, for coming. One of the things that we carry from UNCTAD 15 was the theme, from inequality and vulnerability to prosperity for all. And this forum, therefore, embodies all that we put together with the Bridgetown Covenant, not the initiative, the Bridgetown Covenant, and indeed the spirit of Speightstown and the SIDS Declaration, which collectively set out the main global challenges impacting the UN membership and the transformations that are necessary to reduce inequality, build resilience, and indeed, Amina, attain the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, which is really just our natural development platform. These three outcomes demonstrated the power of multilateralism, the ability of states to overcome differences, and through a common sense of purpose to achieve meaningful outcomes. We've seen a renewed focus in UNCTAD on the interests, therefore, of these small island developing states, and this strategy that you've launched with a related trust fund will bring meaningful benefits to our people. That said, over the past 3 years, the world has continued apace, and it has continued apace with a focus and an instability that makes the pursuit of prosperity for all a difficult challenge for the rest of us. The reality is, we've heard it from all of you, that even as the effects of the pandemic subsided, what did we have? Other crises emerging that, if not contained, would collectively threaten and still do the very foundations of multilateralism. We know that the state of world affairs, therefore, is significantly more volatile than it was in 2021 when you were last here. And this has had a direct impact, as both of you have indicated this morning, on maritime, on shipping. Whether we like it or not, 80% of the world's trade takes place through shipping. 80%. And when you start to frame the pandemic as the backdrop, where supply chains were disrupted at the point of manufacturing and not transport, and then you add to it what has happened between the Suez Canal and the Panama Canal, one reflecting, in fact, a microcosm of what we're seeing in the world, one reflecting consequences from war, man-made, and one reflecting consequences from nature, but propelled by man. The reality is, traditional shipping routes have now become war zones, and this is driving up the cost for carriers, for importers, and for consumers worldwide. The geopolitical tensions and conflicts are causing major disruptions to the maritime industry and the movement of cargo. And a number of the major carriers are now forced to travel longer, as we've heard, in order to reach their destination. Indeed, I believe it was Maersk that said recently that these disruptions are causing them to face increased energy consumption as high as 40% in some vessels, and in some other vessels as high as 70% in order to get to their destinations because of the new routes that they now have to travel. So who suffers? Who suffers? It's ordinary people. And it's our people who continue to suffer, largely because, according to UNCTAD, we will recognize that small island developing states as a group pays more than any other country group for transport. And I want to repeat it for my own citizens, because sometimes we take so much for granted. Small island developing states pay more than any country grouping for the transport and insurance of maritime imports. The reality is that during the COVID period, transport and insurance costs rose by 76% when compared with the period before the pandemic. And the data suggests that the recent supply chain crisis led to consumer price increases in small island developing states yet again that far outstrip those in other developing countries and across the rest of the world. Additionally, over the last 10 years, liner connectivity for small island developing states has become scarcer. It has fallen by 10% as compared to the world average, which has fallen, I think, by about 8%. In other words, we are the first to lose market share. We're the last to be seen, and we are the ones who now carry the brunt of the global how shall I put it to be polite? The global obsession with the pursuit of a lifestyle that runs contrary to everything that is necessary to save the planet and our civilization. In Barbados, we continue to appreciate what this means, because in 2021, we had a number of events influenced by nature and climate. The volcanic eruption in St. Vincent and the Grenadines led to our port being shut down for 7 days and our airport being shut down for 9 days, even though Barbados is a coral stone island with no volcano. Within less than 2 months, we had a freak storm for 90 minutes that had 46,000 lightning strikes. And if you were not living here and part of it, you find it difficult to contemplate what I mean, because it was like a continuous strobe light in the night for 90 minutes. And 2 weeks after that, we had our first hurricane in 66 years, leading also to significant damage through the loss of houses and other critical infrastructure. Last year, 38 of our buildings closed for environmental problems, and the experts are telling us that much of this relates to the consequences of the fine volcanic dust that literally entered all of the mechanical and engineering systems that we have in the country, and some of which became difficult to clean. I paint this picture for you because you have to better understand why we are driven to the Bridgetown Initiative and our determination to be able to reform the global financial architecture and to create a fair opportunity and a new deal for developing countries, whether they are vulnerable middle-income countries or vulnerable small island developing states. The ability, therefore, for us to be able to have inclusive, sustainable, and resilient supply chains matter, because we already have significant competing demands for what we must spend our resources on. At the same time, our citizens want to know why the price of certain food has gone up, why the price of certain goods has gone up, what is going on. And the outcry of the populations the world over is the same. It is therefore important that we come together in forums such as these to be able to understand significantly how we can make a meaningful difference to moving from the clearly outmoded objective of the most efficient supply chain to the most resilient supply chain, given all that is happening globally. We want, in addition, to recognize that if the funding is barely available for us to adapt to the new realities of climate, then we will become compromised in our ability to be able to put together the funding for us to improve the supply chain capacity within the region, because the Caribbean, as a series of islands predominantly, needs sea bridges and air bridges. But very often, the investment doesn't make sense because the size of our populations do not allow people to get the return on investment that they otherwise need. But it is still a critical public good, because without the air and sea bridges, we are literally locked off from the promise and potential of true development. I say these things once again to remind you that people make judgments without necessarily recognizing that sometimes you need a leveling hand. And that leveling hand has to be in the area of both finance as well as policy space in order to be able to make the difference for us just to have a genuine opportunity to be able to participate. With respect to new areas of economic activity, we believe that we still have a role to play. Barbados has had a tax regime with respect to international shipping, and the reality is that the global minimum tax has meant that we've had to make significant changes to our corporation tax reform. In fact, the legislation only passed Parliament last week, and we have done so playing our own role in ensuring that we set a corporate tax that not only is applicable to our own set of industry and those who domicile here, but that we do so recognizing that the top-up tax that is going to be applied by the North Atlantic countries predominantly will in fact start from this year. The truth is that while we did that, we felt that we needed to ring-fence international shipping and the regime that we have for it, largely because we need to have in-depth consultations, which in fact will start very shortly now that we have passed the rest of the other legislation. And in the interim, we've kept the effective tax, which is close to 1%, but recognizing that we need to have a new regime and a new deal for international shipping. Barbados has, and we will do so between now and the 30th of June, Barbados has traditionally been a hub. We were the hub for the wrong reasons for more than 3 centuries. But we believe in a world today where we must find resilient supply chains and where hurricanes come across this region with the ease with which you can brush on a canvas, a paintbrush, that we have to have alternative opportunities. And to that extent, it is the government's policy to be able to ensure that we beef up all of our logistics capacity and to be able to expand the Bridgetown port over the course of the next decade in order to give the countries of this hemisphere other opportunities in the event of the destruction that can be wrought within less than 24 hours of the infrastructure of our island states. We know that traditionally many go north, Jamaica and Bahamas and Miami, but that is sometimes the epicenter of the hurricane track, as we have come to learn, regrettably. It is for that reason, therefore, that we understand that those of us who live in the south of the Caribbean have a responsibility, if only to be able to ensure security and stability of supply from food and critical supplies, that we have the capacity within our port infrastructure to be able to be an alternative at a minute's notice. That means, therefore, having the investment in resilience that you, Rebecca, have been speaking about, and that will allow us to work with other partners, be it Panama and others, to ensure that this region is not cut off from the multiple modes of production which more and more are to the east of the Americas. I look forward, therefore, my friends, to us working and ensuring that we can plan out these things. And today, we start a process where you, over the next few days, will have a number of discussions with respect to the things that ought to matter. The geography and trade and maritime logistics. As I said, we were a hub for the wrong reasons. We can be a hub for the right reasons. Climate adaptation, disaster risk reduction, and port management. We don't think often of how infrastructure will be affected in hurricanes and floods, but as I just pointed out to you, when we had the ash fall, both of our ports, airport and seaport, were victims in a major way as a result. Food insecurity and freight logistics. A hungry man is an angry man. And political stability and social stability depends on us ensuring that people can eat and at affordable costs and healthy food rather than believing that only a few have a right to live in this world. And that is not to ignore the necessity for domestic food production, but the reality is that small populations invariably mean higher unit costs, and therefore small populations need to expand their base of production through exports in order to be able to reduce the cost of food for their populations locally. That is what Barbados is seeking to do now with the establishment of agro-processing as a key economic sector, not only relying on domestic production, but production within the immediate southern and eastern Caribbean, and indeed coastal Latin America, from Venezuela to Brazil to Colombia. Leveraging pooled procurement and innovative technologies for supply chains. I have to thank the people of Africa. Were it not for the Africa Medical Supplies Platform, where would we be? Many of us as small island developing states during the pandemic were completely ignored. And the Africa Medical Supplies Platform taught us the power of pooled procurement on a digital platform, such that an island with 38,000 people like St. Kitts could access therapeutics, vaccines, and equipment at the same price that a country like Nigeria with over 250 million people could access. We look forward to being able to use these platforms to fight the big issue of our region, which is effectively water. We talk about hurricanes and floods, but we forget that the real day-to-day way in which we hit the ground confronting the climate crisis is in fact with water scarcity. And you regrettably only need to look around my otherwise beautiful island to see how brown it is and to understand the implications of what we're facing. Last year, in the first 6 months of the year, Barbados had 50% of the rainfall of the 30-year average. So you begin to understand, and we were already before that the 15th most water-scarce country in the world. You will discuss this week building sustainable, resilient, and cost-efficient logistics, as I said, to be able to deal with these vaccines and other therapeutics in Latin America and the Caribbean. My country is pursuing a policy to be able to have us up our level of production within the pharmaceutical industry. We have had a pharmaceutical company here since 1888, but it has been involved in fill and finish at the very time that we have in Latin America and the Caribbean an inability to access some of the most advanced pharmaceuticals that are necessary to save our people from basic conditions, from cancer, diabetes, heart condition, all of the various things. Regrettably, we have not developed the production capacity, nor indeed the logistic supply for these medicines, and our people therefore are deprived of them. I look forward to see how we can improve that, and we have already occasioned a paper that we are working with the WTO on to see how we can have a South-South alliance for pharmaceutical production with an opt-in approach that does not in any way offend the rules of the World Trade Organization, because we must create opportunities for our people if we are going to allow them to be able to live their best lives without having to suffer purely because they were born in the wrong part of the world. We will also be interested, as I said, with the intention for us to have port expansion in efficient and competitive port management, regional connectivity, and indeed, how do we promote responsible business conduct for decent work in supply chains. I look forward to the Director General of the International Labour Organization joining us tomorrow for the balance of this forum, and you should know that my country is committed as a country who knows what it is to have labor see the worst of humanity for centuries, to be able to allow labor to see the best of humanity when we have now control of our own destiny. Against that backdrop, we passed earlier this year in our Parliament a Labor Clauses Act that ties the issuance of incentives and concessions to decent work, because if we allow people to believe that they can make profits on the backs of the exploitation of people, we are no different from those who sought to exploit them 2, 3, 4 centuries ago. My friends, I am heartened that you are here, and I ask simply that you help me remind all of our citizens that it is meetings like this that will help to allow them to understand how we can control the price of a tin of corned beef going up in ways that makes it unaffordable for them to feed their children, or how we can afford to be able to ensure that we get the supply chain that allows the company that is employing them to continue to employ them, because we have delivered the products that they need in time for them to do their job and to export it back. These things are vital. And if you live in a small island, you know that there are many things that you do not produce. And therefore, without a functioning global trading system that is fair, and without a recognition that the logistics will impact that trading system, and without an understanding that it cannot be on the basis of volume alone or might alone, that there has to be a willingness to take the scales off of our eyes and to see and appreciate the reality of many of us. It's not just in the Caribbean. There are small island states in the Indian Ocean. There are small island states in the Pacific. And regrettably, we ask for this engagement at the very time that regrettably we are on the front line of the climate crisis. We are on the front line of a debt crisis. We are on the front line of a geopolitical crisis. Now, if you were a fearful person, you would run and hide. But we don't have that luxury. We have to confront our realities, and we have to make the best that we can with them. I believe that this forum this week will expand the policy options that governments can have, that companies can look to, and that we can all together collectively do in order to make sure that the very basic objective of making lives livable and affordable, not just for those who have a lot or who want a lot, but for all people, because it is not ours to determine who should have and who shouldn't, but it is ours to ensure that there is fairness and equity available to every single human being on this earth. It sounds idealistic, but I prefer to sound idealistic rather than the harbingers of war who continue to pursue it in defense of greed and profit that one day will mean that the world as we know it will not exist, because that crude and covetous behavior will lead ultimately to the decimation of the planet and to the destruction of people. I know there's a better way. I hope that you too appreciate it, and that collectively we can plot our way step by step, forum by forum, to that better way for the people whom we represent. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Mia Amor Motley, and if I'd kindly ask all three ladies to please stand for an official photograph. Thank you, ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Amor Motley, Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, and Rebecca Greenspan, UNCTAD Secretary General. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated, and I will make you aware that there is coffee available as we continue with the parallel sessions. We're actually going to take a 10-minute break and continue here at 10:30 exactly. We're going to hear directly from Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Honorable Kerry Simmons, at exactly 10:30 a.m. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Testing one. Testing one, two.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can please take your seats. If you have any friends on the outside, you can please ask them to return to the session so we can begin. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If you can please take your seats. If you have any colleagues on the outside, or I'll please ask our ushers to have our attendees return to the Frangipani room so we can begin the next session, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be restarting in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will be restarting in 2 minutes. seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've had the opportunity to have a quick break. And we need to restart the next session. There's a lot to get to, as you know, in terms of this important work. So we're just asking everyone to get settled as soon as possible so that we can begin the next session. Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to begin the next session. If you please take your seats. And now we continue with the next plenary. But first, we'll be setting the scene. So we're going to hear directly now from Barbados' Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Honorable Carrie Simmons. Please give him a warm welcome to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, Minister Carrie Simmons.
So much, Belle. Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by offering you the warmest possible of Barbadian greetings. Welcome to Barbados. We tend to respond when we welcome people to the island. I hope you're enjoying yourselves so far and having a wonderful time. I want to jump swiftly into this very brief presentation, and I want to thank you, Secretary General, and your team for the wonderful spirit of collaboration, exceptionally good cooperation. I was heartened. I had the privilege of chairing Barbados's aspect of this convocation. And I must tell you, your team was a pleasure to work with. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the subject matter which brings us here today and which will keep us here for the rest of this week is a very important area of discussion. It touches, as I think we all can understand, the very important matter of supply chains, but it is a matter which is suitable for a wide and varied audience. It whets the appetite of the professors at the university who obviously like to subject it to some degree of academic interrogation. It is of exceptional importance to those people who are highly placed in business and in commerce. And of course, it is of deep interest, personal interest to the housewife who has 4 kids and must find a way to feed them. It is perhaps a trite observation to say that supply chains are really the sine qua non of a product's life cycle. From the time we are looking for our raw materials, we start to think in terms of the inputs into the commodity we are producing. We start to think in terms of the supply chain, right through the manufacturing process, and on, of course, to the logistics involved in transportation and getting that finished product to the consumer. I think you would have picked up from this speech made by our Prime Minister that for us in the Caribbean, especially in Barbados, this matter transcends just economic theory. For many hundreds of years, we were, because of our geographical location, our ancestors lived the reality of supply chains. And many of our ancestors would themselves have been human cargo. And Barbados, this little island, which kisses the Caribbean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean at the same time, was that transshipment point which ensured that that cargo could move on from Africa to Barbados, to North America, or to Europe. And so therefore, there is a deep-seated interest that we have in these matters which transcends the purely economic. But the fact of the matter is that there is also the reality that it is not just simply good enough to say that there is a supply chain. The quality of the supply chain can never be measured simply by its existence. It has to be tested in terms of its efficiency, in terms of its adequacy, and quite frankly, also in terms of its resilience. And that is what we hope that this convocation will be able to do during the course of the next few days, to test the resilience and the adequacy and the efficiency of the global supply chain. I want to say to you that it is our view in Barbados, and you would have heard it from our Prime Minister just now, that those criteria which I just outlined are now under severe challenge. And we pointed to strains in the global production network which would have begun to impact us in the Caribbean since the year 2020, just as we entered into the pandemic. And much has been said about the importance to balance capacity of supply to meet global demand, and the failure of our failure to be able to do that led to, on a variety of items, not the least of which were pharmaceuticals, led to a very slow rate of recovery. But for us in this region, that circumstance was compounded. Those difficulties were compounded by virtue of the fact that the pandemic triggered containment measures, which impact us in this region in a very peculiar way, because the containment measures impacted services at a local, regional, and international level, which feature very prominently in the economic profile of all of us in the Caribbean. I'm talking about tourism and travel services. I'm talking, for example, about our hospitality and recreation and entertainment services. That is where we are globally competitive. And when international travel ground to a halt, you will have found that we were disproportionately impacted because of the fact that in every one of the tourism and travel-dependent economies of the Caribbean, there was a double-digit decline in our GDP over the course of the COVID waves, and COVID would have had a second and a third wave. Again, you would have heard about the closure of firms in China and the closure of ports in Europe, for example. And again, the disproportionate way in which we were impacted must be given some degree of consideration, because our challenges were not just an inability to get scarce commodities, but our challenges were also the cost of the freight container within which to place those commodities. And in Barbados, the cost of some of those containers escalated by as much as 500 to 600%. And that is before you have placed anything into the container. Which is why our Prime Minister makes the point that it is a matter that resonates right down to the household. As she closed her speech, she made reference to the fact that we have to find a way of making a simple tin of corned beef or a tin of tuna accessible for those people who have to feed a family. It is against that grim backdrop that we would have reached out to Secretary General and to UNCTAD, and I think that we can all agree now that it was perhaps an exhibition of what might be deemed moral and strategic leadership in order to refocus the attention of the world to these very severe problems which we were confronting and which we have struggled to overcome. I think that the tremendous and enthusiastic response of all of you traveling from so many other countries around the world and representing so many international agencies and organizations suggests that there was perhaps a little bit of wisdom in the endeavor to try to refocus the attention of the globe on this issue. So we welcome you, we invite your views, we urge you to be as candid as possible as you share your experiences, be as candid as possible as you share your perspectives, but I am sanguine in the knowledge that perhaps that which has been missing has been the voice and the perspective of the small island developing states. In all of these discussions we have had from time immemorial on global supply chains, I think we may have overlooked the peculiar impact that they have on small island developing states. Our reality is not the reality of the North Atlantic and the industrialized countries of the North Atlantic. Our lived experience is not the lived experience of the countries of the industrialized world. And while we have a responsibility to confront some of the challenges which continue to make life difficult for us, for example, we own no shipping lines. We have a responsibility to try to treat to that, and perhaps this convocation will throw out ideas on that. We do not own any global scale insurance companies or reinsurance companies. Global financial institutions are not emanating from this developing South. But the reality is that what we do have is some element of control over a few things. One example is that in this region, our ministers of agriculture have banded together to create a 25 by 25 policy. It is to reduce food imports and food importation bill by 25% by the year 2025. And we do this by reaching out to neighboring Guyana and neighboring Suriname and to Belize in the north, which are really the breadbaskets of the Caribbean region, and to harness the food production of those areas in a way that makes it easier for them to be accessed by the householders in Barbados and in Dominica and in St. Lucia and those of us in the Eastern Caribbean. It is an idea whose time has come, and we confidently believe and expect that there are some things that are attendant to that are within our capacity, making the sanitary and phytosanitary issues work for us mutually and collectively, making in the absence of a regional shipping line, there's nothing that stops us from creating, for example, a ferry service that moves from island to island so as to assist us in moving product. It is important for us to get those administrative and those legal things right, and it is not beyond us to do that. Part of what this convocation is intended to do is to throw up ideas, as I said, to test experiences and hear of best practices. Our concerns here in the Caribbean are very similar to those in the Pacific. Our concerns here in the Caribbean are not far removed from small states in Africa. And it is very important for us to have this kind of conversation so that we can pool our ideas collectively and come up, hopefully, with some useful solutions that take us forward. We offer you, therefore, a multidisciplinary platform, which is going to be built up of a wide cross-section of stakeholders and a variety of opportunities, whether it be from the perspective of insurance, from the perspective of ministers of government, and there are some of them who are here and who will be participating in a panel later, ministers of international transport, that is, from the perspectives of those persons who are involved in finance, and there are a variety of institutions of a financial nature here. A wide cross-section of perspectives are offered. And I urge you to be as candid and forthright as you possibly can be in sharing your ideas, because these can only redound to the betterment of our global business community and the global consuming public. Ladies and gentlemen, with those few words, I welcome you to Barbados again, and thank you so much.
Gentlemen, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade here in Barbados, the Honorable Kerry Simmons. Next, we will hear from the Secretary General of UNCTAD in terms of setting the scene. Please welcome her back to the stage, Her Excellency Rebecca Greenspan.
Thank you very much. I will be very brief, but thank you very much, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Barbados, Kerry Simons, for giving us that wide perspective and all the things that are happening here in the Caribbean and what are the implications for the rest of the world. We are all wanting to hear the panel. So let me again say how an honor and a pleasure is for me to be here to set the scene. Earlier during the opening ceremony with Her Excellency Prime Minister Mia Mottley and the UN Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed, I highlighted the fragility of our global supply chains and the development impact of that fragility, whose absence we used to take for granted. These challenges are not just logistical, it was said, or economic. They are complex, they are multifaceted and interconnected, spanning legal, geopolitical, and environmental spheres. The pandemic, we know, did not just disrupt supply chains, it exposed the weaknesses in our global health system, the distribution of vaccines, labor markets, the cross-border trade regulations. We will have sessions that will look at this precisely, the new barriers to trade, not only tariff barriers, but non-tariff barriers. And we will also see how geopolitics has affected the main maritime corridors in the world, affecting, obviously, trade itself. So regulation is needed, we know, to help guide all what is happening in trade, to guide the energy transition. But the problem we face right now is not that we don't have regulation, is that we have fragmented regulation. We have a lot of norms and standards that compete with each other, meaning that only the rich companies in the rich world will be strong enough and have strong enough legal departments to navigate them. We call this the spaghetti ball, yes, because many of these norms and standards have not been agreed in a multilateral setting. And so in some way, we need a rational and a regulation that will be efficient in what it has to achieve, but everybody putting norms and standards doesn't help what we need to do and doesn't help small and medium-sized enterprises in these small countries or medium-sized countries. So we need to look at this and in a trade multilateral way, as the WTO used to say, trade can be part of the solution, but we should make trade happen in a multilateral, agreed rules of the game setting. So in short, the more we zoom in into each of these challenges, the more multifaceted they become. So we are gathered here today to find solutions, and these solutions must be to the level of the challenges we face. You know, I usually say that in complex times, only complexity can save us. That is why we are very lucky to count on so many tough leaders, policymakers, CEOs, ministers, heads of agencies here with us this morning. The solutions are here in this room. I am not able to greet each of you by name, though I would have loved to, so allow me just to thank you for being here. We have many heads of state. I gave the numbers in my initial remarks. We have, heads of agencies and organizations, ministers, high-level officials, CEOs from companies representing all links of the supply chain. So from shipping to insurance, from port authorities to digital disruptors. We have universities, we have researchers, and we have 207 speakers, a geographically diverse group that is gender balanced, so that's good to see. We were not very gender balanced in the inauguration, I think. With all this combined talent and wisdom, the challenge is not one of substance, but of coordination. The challenge lies in harmonizing our efforts, in weaving together the various threads of expertise and insight into a tapestry of action. It lies in ensuring that our collective knowledge is not just a collection of ideas, but a symphony of coordinated solutions. This is precisely why this UN Global Supply Chain Forum is so crucial. It provides a neutral, inclusive platform where stakeholders from across the globe can come together to address the complex challenges of our global supply chains. It allows us to leverage the convening power and expertise of the United Nations to foster collaboration, build consensus, and drive action. We are open ears to know from you what we at the UN and at the UN Trade and Development can do to better facilitate this work. In closing, we have with us today the expertise, the diverse perspective, and the collective will to forge a more inclusive and resilient future for the global supply chain. Let us seize this unprecedented opportunity and forge a new era of cooperation and innovation in global supply chains. Let us leave a legacy of a more connected, prosperous, and sustainable world for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rebecca Greenspan, ladies and gentlemen. And for our next panel, I'd like to call to the stage the Assistant Secretary General and Executive Director of UN Global Impact, Ms. Sanda Ojiambo, Deputy Secretary General, World Customs Organization, the WCO, Mr. Ricardo Trevino Chapa. I'll also like to call to the stage the Director General, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, Mr. Gerd Müller. Also joining them on stage, the Secretary General, International Maritime Organization, the IMO, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez. And ladies and gentlemen, this session will be moderated by the United Nations Resident Coordinator. The moderator is Didier Chukba.
Good morning everyone. Minister Kerry Simmons, Secretary General of UNCTAD, Rebecca Greenspan, Excellencies, participants, very glad to be with you to get started with this first panel of the day to contribute to setting the scene. We've heard that for vulnerable countries like SEEDS, who are net importers of food and energy, supply chain are a critical lifeline. And for this panel, we also want to take into consideration that trade is not just a means for economic growth, but it's also fundamental for health outcome, public service deliveries, climate and economic resilience, and social cohesion, because in the end, it's a means to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And for us, as wide UN family, it's important that all parts, as Rebecca mentioned, of the UN system work together in a coherent and coordinated approach to support the countries to accelerate the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. So for this first panel, we have 4 heads of UN entities who will discuss those topics. I'm very happy to introduce first Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, who is Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, the IMO. He has held various positions at the IMO, and prior to that, he was also representative of his own country, Panama, at the IMO. He'll give us perspectives on the role of maritime trade and logistics in the context of decarbonization. On his left, Mr. Gerd Müller, who is the Director General of UNIDO, in United Nations Industrial Development Organization. He carries a wealth of experience, including Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development in Germany. He'll provide us some insights on the nexus of industrialization, human rights, and green growth. Ms. Sandhya Ojiambo, Executive Director, CEO of the United Nations Global Compact. She has wide experience on working on corporate social responsibility with the private sector and social impact in Kenya, and she will elaborate on how to foster greater private sector development. And Mr. Ricardo Trevino Chapa, Deputy Secretary General of the World Customs Organization, WCO. He has also been, for example, General Administrator of Customs in Mexico, and he'll talk about the role of customs and, most importantly, how to strengthen customs administration as a means to trade facilitation. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have 2 rounds of questions. We'll kindly ask you to answer in about 3 to 5 minutes. And, oh, the duration has been reduced to half an hour now. Okay, fine, we'll take this into consideration. Thank you for that. So, I would like to start discussing or hearing from you, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez. Since 2022, the global economy has been hit by several crises, which have depressed growth in a number of sectors, and of course, especially maritime trade and shipping. Geopolitical shifts remain volatile and appear to be increasing in numbers and frequency, which, given the sluggish global aggregate demand, remains a concern for many industries. So can you tell us about, in your views, what are the challenges that you are envisaging in the current context, and what are the implications for supply chain stability and growth, and what are the biggest concerns for the industry over the next 2-3 years, please?
Thank you very much, and real pleasure being here in Barbados. Thanks to the government for the hospitality, as well as Secretary General of UNCTAD for allowing me to be part of this event. Two real challenges that we're facing right now. The first one, you mentioned it, is geopolitics, and of course is creating fragmentation. What is happening in the Red Sea in particularly is impacting shipping. You heard this morning how, even though we have made a lot of progress at the organization to become greener, of course the industry is being forced to increase greenhouse gas emissions in order to safely continue to supply to the world. So by sailing around the Cape of Good Hope, we emit 3 times more of what we was expecting in using the Red Sea. The impact that has in shipping, in particular on seafarers, the safety of seafarers is paramount. Let me continue to reiterate that. We already have a detrimental situation with the True Confidence, a Barbados flag ship with 3 losses of life. And of course, the additional time that it takes for seafarers to be on board. This, of course, creates a diverse approach when it comes to establishing the regulations that will continue to enhance trade and to keep shipping in line to be more sustainable. The second big challenge, of course, is decarbonization. We've made the first decision at IMO last year, which is a pathway towards decarbonizing the industry by around 2050. But of course, even though we're in the process of developing the technical and economic measures that are going to support this transition, we still rely on the early movers, not just from industry players, but also from member states that can actually take the initial actions, that investment that we all require, that contribution to developing countries so the north to south can continue to develop in the way that the United Nations perceives in relation to the 2030 agenda. Now, these challenges will remain for the next couple of years. What we're focusing on is on the positives, the fact that we have a pathway to decarbonization. We're working with other sectors, particularly the energy sectors, for them to develop and supply at a price that will not create a negative impact on states, in particularly smaller and developing states, as well as the new technologies that are going to take us to this decarbonization. And by continuing to reiterate with all the member states at IMO that this is a global sector and requires global industries, global regulations, we continue to bring onto the table all the players in order to actually achieve the goals that we have established. And IMO has had experience in being resilient. The shipping industry continues to be resilient is one of the key words for this event. And the fact that even throughout the challenges of the COVID pandemic, shipping continue to supply the essential goods to everyone around the world, I think we're actually in a good place to maintain that resilience and then tackle the challenges that we have ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Arsenio. Right on time. I'll move on to Mr. Gerd Müller, Director General of UNIDO. I'd like to say that industrialization for many is still seen as the panacea for sustainable development. The challenge, however, is about ensuring that green supply, ethical supply chains align with human rights and environmental standards. This also includes ensuring that business practices are compatible with limiting the global warming to 1.5 degrees, as agreed in the Paris Agreement. So, Mr. Müller, can you tell us what are the expectations of industrialization for economic growth, given that they have come a long way over the few decades with an increasing pressure for business to respect human rights and environmental protections? You can tell us what are the issues involved in building sustainable supply chains, especially for seeds, and what are the solutions that are necessary for developing countries to which UNIDO can contribute?
Thank you so much, especially thank you, Rebecca, for this great meeting and conference. Nothing will change without the rethink of globalization. That is the message. And let me underline the speech's fundamental main messages of President Motley. This conference must send a signal, a clear signal of international solidarity and support for the SIDS, the Caribbean states, and the Global South. That is the first and most important what this conference must send. It is clear to all of us, these states are hit hardest by global crisis. That is, the pandemic is still not over. The climate change, the global impact of wars, and we have to know we all live in a global village. Everything depends on everything. And these SIDS, the small countries, they are hit hardest without bearing any responsibility for this. And that is really. And on the other side, I'm the Director General of UNIDO. Our headquarters is located in Vienna. The industrialized countries, where are the industrialized countries? They are investing trillions to support their own economies in US, in Europe, for example. Not billions, trillions. And on the other side, G7 and G20 are cutting their support for developing countries. That is the reality today. G20 countries are responsible for 80% of CO2 emissions worldwide. They can, there is the solutions. They need to take responsibility. So Prime Minister Motley and Secretary General have called for a restructuring of the global financing system. I explicitly support this. That is so much important. The countries, they need even debt relief. And also the support Prime Minister Motley mentioned is to mandate the private sector to finance the consequences of climate crisis. Shipping industry, who are the owners of these shipping companies? Yes, let's ask about this. The major oil companies, that is the truth. The major oil companies and the owners of these ships have made a profit of $4 trillion during the crisis the last 2 years. 4 trillion, not billion, trillion of dollars. These energy companies, the shipping companies, they earned a lot of profit. And where is their contribution to finance the impacts? That we should discuss here. And the UN, UNIDO, I'm the Director General of the Industrial Development Organization. We are your partner. That is my message concretely. 34 SIDS countries are member states of UNIDO. The Antigua and Barbados program has a strong focus on UNIDO core areas, including climate action, food security, economic development, sustainable energy. And we have to talk about the opportunities of blue economy here. So we are your partner, and I'm very proud to open at this afternoon to sign an agreement with Prime Minister Motley to strengthen the cooperation of UNIDO and other UN organizations here with you, Barbados, but even with the SIDS countries. We signed an agreement for a new SIDS hub to strengthen cooperation with you, the small islands country. Something concrete for your future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. I'm glad you mentioned blue economy. I would encourage to deepen these topics a bit later. I would like to turn to Ms. Sanda Ojambo. She's the Executive Director of the United Nations Global Compact. We know that without a well-financed and supported private sector, supply chain will become fragmented and inefficient, and this has potential to threaten the ease of trade and overall economic growth, and hence impact the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. So, Sanda, can you tell us how do we bring the private sector on board to make investments that reduce risks and improve resilience of supply chain, especially in those current times of major external shocks?
Yes, it's on now. Well, thank you very much, Didier. And let me first start by just congratulating Rebecca and UN Trade and Development for really, taking the initiative to host and convene this conference, but most importantly, as Prime Minister Motley said, convening it here. Because it just really enforces the centrality of small island developing states and the Caribbean and their importance in global trade. So, great strategic choice, not only of the topic as well as the location. But Didier, to your question, about the role of the private sector, the speakers in the first panel spoke about it. I mean, the private sector has been remarkably impacted by what we've seen in terms of the fragmentation and is literally, I would like to say, the destruction or the challenges that have been posed in the global supply chains. This has been felt by multinationals, by small and medium enterprises, and certainly all across. Let me just highlight one thing. You've talked about the 3 Cs or the triple crises, Didier. You talked about climate, conflict, COVID. I want to add a 4th C, which is the cost of capital, which has essentially really impacted also what trade, development, and certainly private sector engagement has been over this time. What do we need to do to bring the private sector on board? I think that was your direct question to me. There's a couple of things. I think first of all is just to acknowledge that multilateralism and the agenda of the UN is not separate from the private sector agenda. Where businesses have felt the biggest pinch has been in the fragility of the multilateral system. No multinational will be able to continue its business in a way that is sustainable without a strong and functioning multilateral system. So the cause around looking at protectionism, the cause and making sure we don't resort to isolationist ways of doing politics and therefore business truly do impact the private sector. For me, that's the first. I think the second piece is just to really look not only at what's happening around supply chains, but what's also happening around regulation and compliance in Europe and the US. Because, the other C's notwithstanding, the really dynamic and fast-moving regulation in the US and Europe is certainly going to provide an opportunity, I feel, to lock out a lot of small and medium enterprises from doing business that they need to do and be productive engagers in supply chains. But I think at the heart of it, and reflecting on what the speakers said at the beginning of the opening session, is to really understand what is the enabling environment that the private sector needs, All private sector leaders that we work with are just calling simply for a level playing field. So I think we need to look at regulation, we need to look at regulatory coherence globally and see how that can enable more private sector engagement. We need to look at the cost of capital, and then we really need to look at the question of sustainability and resilience for the private sector. Some great topics being discussed here today and in the subsequent days in terms of supply chain resilience, and I think that collective package, a level playing field, regulatory coherence, clearance, addressing the cost of capital, building in sustainability and resilience, what would be key to engaging the private sector? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sandra. Sustainable and resilient private sector, clearly. I'd like to move on to Mr. Ricardo Trevino Chapa, Deputy Secretary General of the World Customs Organization. We know that well-run, efficient customs administration remain at the heart of effective supply chains and can transform both domestic and international trade. Yet for many countries, particularly seeds or small states, customs continue to be challenged by or inadequate capacities or limited enforcement capabilities. So in that context, Mr. Trevino Chapa, can you explain a little bit more about the role of customs in easing supply chain flows and facilitating trade? And why is this particularly challenging for developing countries, especially seeds? And what does the WCO can do to support them in that context? And I'm sure you have a lot of solutions.
Thank you, Didier, and good morning to everyone. I must start by echoing my colleagues here in thanking the government of Barbados for hosting this beautiful event, and also thanking and congratulating UNCTAD and the Secretary General Rebecca Greenspan for this initiative. And thank you for allowing the World Customs Organization to share our vision as well in this event. There were several questions, and we have little time, but I'll try to wrap up the whole view in a few minutes. The World Customs Organization, while we are not a UN agency, we do work very closely with the UN agencies related to trade and security. And we are basically the only international organization 100% focused on customs matters. We developed standards, we build capacity. We have 186 members, which basically represent 99% of trade. And how can customs and the WCO help ease the flow of supply chains? Well, customs are in a unique strategic position of controlling goods. Therefore, this makes us the agency, the government agency that really can contribute to strengthening security and easing the flow of supply chains and developing and contributing to socioeconomic global growth. Now, how we can directly impact in supply chains, I think we need to understand as well a little bit the nature of the supply chains, and I think we've been already listening to this in the previous session and in this session. But let's see the current situation of supply chains, in which traditionally for decades, for years, we've seen an exponential growth of supply chains, but their main objective was to reduce costs, to be efficient, and this has resulted in a fragmented world and increase non-transparent, opaque growth of supply chains, which now is a challenge because with the current situation of geopolitical challenges and after the COVID pandemic and the new technological challenges, supply chains are now reaching and seeking to be resilient as well, and sometimes being cost efficient and being resilient not necessarily aligned to each other. So how can customs contribute to these goals and objectives of supply chains? And it is important in every case to raise awareness for the trade community, for customs authorities to understand that supply chains are the backbone of social economic development. So we need to really contribute to ease the flow of supply chain. How do we do this? We do this through simplification and harmonization of our procedures, tools such as the revised Kyoto Convention, the single window, the safe framework of standards. These tools are customs tools that are meant to secure supply chains and if implemented correctly, should harmonize the global procedures. So not only we develop these standards, but we also build capacity and deliver technical assistance to customs administrations when we do so.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to back to you, Mr. Dominguez, with a follow-up question, especially related to decarbonization. Can you tell us a bit what are the challenges for the maritime industry to achieve decarbonization, which is a major topic nowadays, but also the economic or social opportunities for this industry?
I'll try a very short answer here. It is a challenge. It's a costly transition, but that's why the organization and all the stakeholders has made the decision to introduce, and we're currently developing economic measures to support this transition. Because it's easy to focus on the negative part of shipping, but the reality is we continue to forget that we continue to be the more sustainable and green mode of mass transportation. And when we introduce measure the organizations, they are mandatory, not voluntary. But we also need to make sure that we don't create negative effects. And that's what we're working in partnership with UNCTAD, who's carrying out the impact assessment of this, with special emphasis on small island developing states and least developed countries. Because we don't want to create that negative effect worldwide. We're seeing it right now, just with geopolitical tensions in the Red Sea. And that's the focus of the work of the organization. There are certain areas where, of course, we don't develop the new fuels, the alternative fuels. But we're partnered with the energy sector as well, and with the member states, with the countries as a whole, in order to do that. But it's the land of opportunities that comes with all this transition. We can see it in Barbados, that has already a strategy to move away from fossil fuels by 2030, that is focusing on renewable fuels. And we know that developing countries in particular has the raw materials, and then is the new infrastructure, and is the human factor as well, the new people that will be required for this new way of trade. And this is what the organization is also focusing through a whole lot of new projects that we are developing, partnered with the private sector as well as with the UN, and is to also highlight with all the challenges that there is for decarbonization, we all know which they are, but also the amount of opportunities. And this is where the organization will continue to focus and play emphasis, particularly in developing countries.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Arsenio. Mr. Miller, in the same vein, in this area of energy transition, can you tell us what in your view is key to achieve the SDGs and industrial development overall from that angle, and what role do supply chains can play in this energy transition area?
For me, it is important, the message, globalization, global supply chains needs global standards. And we should not only talk about CO2 emissions, we must even talk, beside the ecological standards, we must talk about the social standards. Where does global supply chains start? Let me be concrete. Bananas, for example. Banana production here at Barbados or Mexico starts at the plantations. Coffee, cotton. And what is the reality there for the workers? The reality is they work for about 15, maybe 20 cents an hour. Minimum wages. They cannot live with this. And that we have to change. At least minimum salary wages for workers at the plantations at the beginning of supply stands is so important. And the second point is this morning an experience in my hotel. Water, the water, drinking water is from France. Yogurt, global supply chains, where does the yogurt comes? Mango yogurt. Here, this wonderful mango production country, yogurt come from Greece. And the towel at your bathroom, where's the towel produced? In Turkey. That are global supply chains. So we must change this in the SIDS countries, in the small island countries, in the developing countries. They need investments in local added value that must be possible to finance processing industry, in the textile industry, in the fruit companies, make from this wonderful mango here, mango juice, make Barbados not to an importer, to an exporter. And that means we must stop exploitation. Prime Minister Motley mentioned this. Think about 200 years ago, and what is today the situation for workers? What is today the situation for workers, for example, in the mining sector? Just 10 days ago, I visited the largest copper mine in Chile. What is the situation there? Without green minerals, there's no green transition possible. And the situation there is even worse, worse, worse. So let's start with minimum standards in ecological and social standards. Globalization needs global standards for global goods. That is my clear message from this conference.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
UNIDO is your partner with this. Of course, that is our main core.
Excellent, understood. Ms. Sanda Ojambo, questions regarding the competitiveness of the private sector, in line especially of what was said around energy transition. Given the increasing pressures of the business environment, but also the requirement to shift to a more ethical and environmental friendly business, what would be your advice and solutions to private sector entities, and how would the Global Compact help to basically manage these transitions towards greater competitiveness and more ethical and more corporate social responsibility?
Well, thank you, Didier. I mean, there's a number of questions in there, but a couple of things. I mean, I think, one, I don't think there's a singular piece of advice I would give the private sector. I think the advice I have brings together the private sector, government, and policymakers. I think we now need to look at what a coherent and enabling environment really is for business. No economy, no country is evolving without very strong private sector engagement, and I think that's the case, around the world. I happen to be here not only for the conference, but certainly tomorrow we'll be launching our presence here in the Eastern Caribbean, and I'm really excited about that opportunity to see how we can bring businesses together to do a couple of things. One is to build the resilience that my dear colleagues have spoken about on environmental, social, and governance issues, which are very important. But secondly is to continue to leverage the convening power of the UN to bring business in discussion with policymakers and government around what really good and sustainable business means. I think my colleague Gerd has really spoken to this. And just last week, for example, I was at the Africa CEO Forum in Kigali. And I think, President Kagame put it very plainly. He said, we cannot continue to be a world, in reference to the developing world, where children are digging rocks out of the ground that go into a supply chain or value chain to create products that we all use that come back to be purchased at astronomical prices. And that is just really how vivid that picture looks like. So, and in there's private sector at every single angle, but there's a real opportunity to redefine how we're doing business and really bring in that E, the S, and the G that is so important, but also make sure that businesses are truly contributing to the sustainable development goals. We must not lose track of that, because business does not exist in isolation, and certainly business will not succeed in the long term when society is failing. So it's truly the opportunity for business to act responsibly, but also I say that call needs to be that business can work and thrive in an enabling environment.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sanda. And finally, Mr. Trevino Chapa, I have a questions regarding regional approaches and regional integration. And aside from regional custom unions, what are other regional integration mechanisms or solutions that can help to strengthen customs in developing countries, for example, in a region like the Caribbean with seats?
Thank you. Thank you again, Didier. And it's a very good question. And as I mentioned, within our 186 members, we have, of course, several developing countries. We have several small island economies also as members, landlocked economies. So we know there are different realities in the world, and we try to customize some of our tools, but we follow some principles, and the principles are strong cooperation. We cooperate in three, or we foster cooperation in three main pillars. One is customs to customs cooperation, exchange of information, exchange of data. So we leverage on technology and we leverage on data for this cooperation. We have a customs enforcement network which facilitates this exchange of information and data. We also promote cooperation at the level with other border agencies, also in order to find synergies and to find ways of collaborating in a more efficient way by exchanging information. Border agencies, not only customs, collect a lot of data, a lot of information, and again, we promote leveraging on that data to be efficient. And thirdly, we also promote cooperation with the private sector. The private sector, most of the cases, are the main source, and in many cases, the owners of this information and this data that customs and border agencies need to be efficient and ease the flow of supply chains. Through building trust and collaborating with private sector, we try to achieve this efficiency in supply chains, again, through the use of data. We also, in this cooperation, not only leverage with technology and the use of data, but we also, of course, promote and raise awareness on protecting our environment. As part of our mandate as well, we have developed the Green Customs initiative, which is basically containing three main aspects. One, to promote customs being green themselves, adopting environmentally friendly measures within their own administrations. Second is to promote the greening of supply chains by measuring risk, assessing risk, and then taking certain measures for environmentally friendly products and those that put in risk our environment. So there are specific measures that we are promoting on that side. And thirdly, by innovation, which means thinking a little bit out of the box, promoting, for instance, circular economy and other aspects that can help our planet and be much more friendly to the environment. So at the end, we promote cooperation through the use of technology and by also being, of course, aware of our obligations on protecting our own planet.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before closing, any of you would have a final word of wisdom, recommendation to the delegates here for the next 3 days? Anything to share?
Be inclusive, because the more that we actually share with each other, the more that we're going to find the solutions. Don't focus on the problems only. Just look forward the problems and into the solutions.
Great, thank you. Anything?
Yes, my UNIDO's motto is progress by solutions. We know all the problems, the challenges, we talk about this, but we do have, even in this time, we do have the technologies and the knowledge. What is missing? Missing is the political will for global solidarity.
Thank you. Anything? Sandra?
Perhaps one thing that we haven't spoken about enough, I think, is the financial architecture. Prime Minister Motti has spoken a lot about that. We need to take a really strong look at credit rating agencies and the impact that they have on business, business trade and development, certainly in this part of the world, developing world. Those who really need access to build resilience in their supply chains actually can't access the finance to be able to do that. I think that's absolutely important. We won't grow unless we can de-risk business and supply chains in ways that are sustainable.
Thank you, Sandra.
Thank you. I would just close by saying that cooperation, international cooperation among all the actors, stakeholders, is essential. to achieve the goals that we have set ourselves, not only as an organization, but as human race, and in protecting our planet, and in developing and promoting equality. And just closing by saying that while borders might divide, customs will always connect. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Great word to close. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our 4 panelists. And thank you.
Thank you so much to our
Thank you very much for the
panelists.
insights you shared today. Wishing you a great continuation. Bye-bye.
Thank you to our panelists, Didier Chouba, the moderator, Mr. Arsenio Dominguez, Gerard Muller, Ricardo Trevino Chapa, and Ms. Sanda Ojiambo. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for the next session, we had the opportunity to look at a global perspective. And now, of course, we turn our attention to our neighbors in the region, those fellow small island developing states who have similar challenges to Barbados and other small island developing states. We're going to get the regional perspective. I'm calling to the stage, therefore, Mr. Winston Moore, Vice Principal, the University of the West Indies. Vice Principal of the University of the West Indies, Winston Moore. Also joining this panel, CARICOM Private Sector Organization being represented by Mr. Jeffrey Hall. Mr. Jeffrey Hall. Also joining the next session is Secretary General for Central American Economic Integration, Francisco A. Lima Mena. And this session will be moderated by the Chief Trade and Investment Division of the IDB, Jamie Granados. Jamie Granados. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we now turn our attention to a regional perspective. This panel features Mr. Winston Moore, Vice Principal, the University of the West Indies, Mr. Jeffrey Hall, CARICOM Private Sector Organization, the CPSO, Mr. Francisco A. Lima Mena, Secretary General, Secretariat for Central American Economic Integration, and the session will be moderated by Jamie Granados, Chief Trade and Investment Division of the IDB. Mr. Granados, I ask that you turn your attention to the timer, which is to the right. All right. Thank you, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, the government of Barbados, for hosting us. Thank you, UNCTAD, for the invitation to moderate this panel. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Jaime Granados from the Inter-American Development Bank. I'm going to moderate this panel on the regional dimensions of the global supply chains. A pleasure to be here with Mr. Lima, Mr. Hall, and Mr. Moore. They have already been introduced, so I'm going right to the subject matter that brought us here. By now, we have already heard enough about the challenges that we have before us and the crisis we have. We know by now that it all started probably around 2009 with a big financial crisis, but the problems exacerbated in terms of disrupting of the global value chains after the COVID pandemics. We heard about the geopolitical tensions, we heard about the climate change crisis, the energy crisis, the container crisis, the food inflation problems, etc. So we have, the stage has been set up for us quite nicely. Now we are going to focus on the regional dimensions of all this. We have to, have it very clear that most of the challenges here are before the private sector. They are the ones who are struggling with the new environment. They are the ones that are, thinking about how to cope with resilience, how to cope with robustness of global value chains. and how to provide the goods and services in a timely and competitive fashion worldwide. So while it's a private sector-driven challenge here, there are also public policy dimensions, global and regional. Many of them have already been mentioned here in terms of regulation, in terms of ports, in terms of sustainability, in terms of inclusion, etc. And there's been mentioning also of strategic sectors and new industrial policies, etc., mostly in developed countries, but they also have repercussions in the global south, in our countries, Latin America and the Caribbean, in our smaller countries, smaller islands, etc. Let me tell you a story, a brief story. I like airplanes. I like huge airplanes, 777, the A380, etc. So I belong to this Facebook group which highlights big airplanes in Latin American airports. When they land, somebody brings pictures and comments about these airplanes, etc. I like that stuff. So in 2020, right after the worst part of the pandemics, there was this situation in which this person started noticing a very strange pattern of landings of huge airplanes, 777, Boeing 747, even Antonov's 125, these big, big machines. They're fascinating. And they had this very strange pattern, very unusual for the destination country, Costa Rica. It started in Vietnam or Indonesia, going to India, and then Cabo Verde in Western Africa, Venezuela, and then landing in Costa Rica. 2 or 3 times a week, all this pattern taking place. Of course, immediately there were conspiracy theories about what is going on over here, what kind of cargo is taking place over there, is there a security or a regional problem here, what is the situation? Some guy at some point deciphered the entire problem. No, wait a second. This is Intel, the microchip company that is bringing back all the equipment that in 2014 it had taken from Costa Rica, where it was doing assembly, testing, and packaging, all the way closer to China, in Indonesia, and in Vietnam. In 2020, they decided to bring that back and to open up the operation again in Costa Rica. A classical situation of nearshoring, right? And in the midst of this crisis, it only made sense, they didn't close the operations over there, no. They reopened over here in this side of the world by, re-engaging in the production of microchips in the Western Hemisphere again. So there was no conspiracy theory over here. Why do I bring this? Because we have spoken a lot about the challenges and we haven't focused on the opportunities. I only heard one of our previous panelists here focusing on the opportunities. Yes, there is supply chain disruptions. We've heard about them. They are critical. We have to address them. But we need to talk also about the opportunities. And we believe that there are huge opportunities at the regional level as well. We've seen, for instance, how the digital industries grew up during the pandemics, and Latin America and the Caribbean are strong in that regard. There's a lot of power. There's a lot of gray matter. There's a lot of young potential over there that we need to tap on, right? So I bring this case of Intel in Costa Rica because when Panama and Costa Rica opened up the land border crossing among them, the first company that came very happy to see this project and that benefit greatly from this project was precisely Intel. Why? Because they import the containers with the inputs, the wafers that they use in the microchips via Panama in huge Panamax ships that cannot dock in Costa Rican ports. They have to dock in Panamanian ports. So they download the containers and go by land all the way to San Jose, some 600 kilometers, and they have to go through a land border crossing, which used to be a complete problem because it takes days and days to clear, the border. But after the modernization of the land border crossings, which we from the IDB financed, and it was part of the Central American trade facilitation strategy of 2014, the logistic cost of going through the land border crossing From now onwards, instead of being 7, 8 hours, it's a matter of 45 minutes. So Intel was very happy because the logistic costs were a very important component of their strategy, and that's why they were doing business in Costa Rica, and that's why it's becoming, again, an interesting hotspot to have investments in this part of the country, of the world, in terms of microchips. So there are opportunities over here, and we are going to talk about those opportunities in this panel. We're going to ask questions about what are the regional public goods that are needed, what is the collective action required in order to promote sustainable value chains that generate jobs, high quality jobs, that generate positive spillovers over the economies of our countries. So those are the focuses of our questions. And I'm going to start with Francisco here in my left. Francisco, would you please describe what are how do you see it from the Central American point of view? What is being done? What are the challenges? But again, what are the solutions? Not only for goods, but also for services. Thank you.
Thank you, and very good morning to every one of you. And my honor to be here with all of you. Challenges. Probably I'll try to make it simple. And certainly Central America, 500,000 square kilometer territory in the world, 54 million inhabitants, consumers, I might say. So we faced the similar challenges every single country in the world faced when we had the COVID disruption. We cannot afford the luxury of waiting to become more adaptable to those changes the world is pushing us toward. And certainly the biggest challenge, I think, is remaining competitive. If we do not remain competitive in a globalized world, opportunities will go somewhere else. And the biggest one, and this is the one that I would like to underscore, is the infrastructure challenge. All those terms we speak about, speed to market, nearshoring, I always say that this will add competitiveness to the region if there's proper infrastructure. And that is part of the biggest challenge in Central America, becoming very competitive. Products transit through the Central American region at a speed of 17 kilometers per hour. And the cost of moving 1 ton per kilometer is close to 12 cents. So competitiveness cannot be achieved with those markers. What are we doing? And the opportunities we'd like to share with you. First of all, Central America approved last December its Infrastructure and Mobility Plan 2035. This is a sole and unique way of Central Americans seeing what's needed in terms of infrastructure from here to 2035, and I might go as far as saying 2015. And this certainly is a regional good that we're trying to foster. The infrastructure does not only focus on infrastructure, but it focuses on the multi-modality way of moving goods within the region and outside the region. It's good that we're very close to very big markets. We have free trade agreements with major markets of consumers. But if you don't have the competitiveness in trying to move those goods quickly and adapt to the global consumer market, I think we're losing there. The other thing is, under the trade facilitation umbrella, we're also going digital. And what I mean by this is basically all that we're doing in terms of digitalization of the different processes needed for the import and export activity. We're doing this by the regional platform called the Digital Platform of Central America. It encompasses 72 processes, and it's currently running. And the estimate of influencing our gross domestic product is close to 1.8% per year, which is very important. I think we're also working in terms of strengthening our trade facilitation perspective. We've moved to the second strategy within the region, and this has proven to be very important. Why? First, a way of a region looking at trade facilitation. So we're working with trade facilitation with a regional perspective. And secondly, we're looking at the region working together in integrated border posts. This is a component also included in our trade facilitation schemes. Currently, the deep integration process, which is a process ongoing by the Guatemala and Honduras and shortly El Salvador, by working in close cooperation with border posts, integrated border posts, this has increased trade between Guatemala and Honduras to close to 32% of increase in goods. So basically, we have to focus that. Most importantly, I think we have to understand where our strengths are. And Central America has increased close to 40, well, it's currently exporting 40,000 million US dollars per year in terms of services. We export double the amount of services that we're importing. So it's quite important also to recognize your strengths in moving the regional process. And I'd like to end here by saying the importance of working regionally, the regionally concept of facing globalization by small countries like the Central Americans. So we clearly see our challenges ahead, but we're clearly not just spectators of what's coming, and that's basically what we're doing currently in Central America.
Thank you very much, Francisco. Very interesting to see that trade facilitation, investment facilitation, promotion of services, etc., are key in Central America. Good to hear that. Jeffrey, please tell us about your experience from the private sector and from the port perspective that you have. Please.
I promise to talk about solutions. But before I do that, I just wanted to give you a little bit of context as a business person on my experience. And so the business that I'm in now started life as a banana growing cooperative in Jamaica. Until this day, we operate the largest banana farms in the English-speaking Caribbean. But that's our smallest business today. By revenues, our largest single business is manufacturing in Europe, in the Netherlands, where we buy fresh produce from all over the world and make juice. But in between, to your point, Francisco, we've also made significant investments in the call center business, in the hotel business, in financial services. And what I want to talk to you about today is we also are in food manufacturing and consumer goods manufacturing. But the ship in the picture behind you, they took off the brand. So I'm going to tell you the brand. It's Geese Line. It's one of our businesses as well. And we also operate one of the leading port terminals in the Caribbean in Kingston, Kingston Wharves, which is a multi-purpose gateway terminal. So we bring goods in to Kingston Wharves. We bring a car ship with, say, 2,000 cars from Asia, and then redistribute them to 27 countries across the Caribbean. We bring in grain, consumer goods, etc. That business, Geese Line, essentially brings consumer goods from Europe, including vehicles, and does essentially a milk run down the Caribbean islands en route to Colombia, where we get bananas, and then go from Colombia to the Dominican Republic, get some more bananas, and head on back to Flushing in the Netherlands, and then go to the UK, and then repeat. So there's 5 of these ships that are doing that all day long. My view is as follows. And by the way, I think that the panelists that came on before us addressed almost every aspect of the things that I get up in the morning and worry about. The fact is that ships globally, for all sorts of reasons that we can talk about, are getting bigger and they're getting slower. And they're getting slower because of the reasons that were mentioned earlier about the trade routes being challenged by the Red Sea and by Panama, and they're getting slower because of emission standards. And I'm using slower broadly defined. They're requiring different fuels that require significant investments. And the relevance to small island economies is that the bigger the ships, the more likely they are to just pass by. Now, the good news is that there's no real correlation between the size of the country and the potential size of the port. You can have a small country and a big port that can attract a big ship. Now, CARICOM, which is our region, has an architecture that is designed to facilitate the movement within CARICOM from point to point of goods produced in CARICOM, goods that change HS codes in CARICOM, with a strong emphasis on protecting primary production. That architecture is not going to attract big ships, because big ships want to move a higher volume of goods than is produced within the domestic populations. And therefore, we're going to have to ask ourselves, how do we get into the business of logistics? And that's a very different trade architecture. And that's the opportunity that I think it's worth discussing.
Thank you very much. Definitely, that's one of the main challenges, how to attract, more competitive transportation, shipping into our regions, how to do it sustainably, mostly, and efficiently. Thank you, Jeffrey. Now let's turn to Professor Winston Moore. Professor, welcome again. And we would like to know, the academic perspective of this. What are your views on the regional challenges that we pose before all these dynamics of global supply chains?
Thank you very much for that. I think we've had a really good discussion this morning in relation to all of the issues. But I want to zero in this morning in relation to the issues facing small island development states. We spoke about small island development states to some extent this morning, but we haven't really discussed in a lot of detail, and hopefully my comments would give you a little bit of a perspective on this. There are a couple of issues that small states face in relation to global supply chains. The first issue is this issue of vulnerability. Vulnerability is a fundamental characteristic of small island states. And one of the things that the Prime Minister spoke about this morning is the exposure to economic shocks and exposure to shocks generally. So if there's a shock to a major developed country, that impacts on small island development states in Africa, the Caribbean, and the Pacific. We also face issues in relation to human resources. So there's a lack of variety in relation to the availability of human resources and also natural resources as well. So I know we tend to speak about developing countries as having access to a large amount of natural resources, but that is not the case in small island developing states. The natural resource that we're using to transition to a renewable to an economy focused largely on renewable energy is the sun. There isn't a river that we can draw on. We have started to look at wind, but the sun is the main resource that we've been looking at to transition to a renewable energy-based economy. And then the other issue that small island development states face is the issue in relation to small size of the domestic market. So if you look at Barbados, Barbados is like a $6 billion, I should translate to US dollars. That's like $3 to $4 billion in terms of the size of the economy. And we're considered a large small island development state. For most countries, $3-4 billion is not a lot of money. That is a maybe there's a town or maybe a city. It's not really considered a large economy, but Barbados is considered a large, small island developing state. So trying to develop a business in a small island developing state, you have a very small domestic market to work with. Now, this is where supply chains come into place. What supply chains or what global supply chains can mean for countries like Barbados or regions like the Caribbean is that it reduces the dependence on that small domestic market. So rather than focusing on a $3 to $4 billion US economy, you can now consider the world as your oyster. And our tourism product is a good example of this. We don't market just to the Caribbean, we market to the entire globe. So Barbados now has that reputation as being a global tourism hub. The same thing with our goods and services. We are marketing our goods and services now to the entire globe. And Arthur Lewis, the famous Caribbean economist, once said, we don't really need a large proportion of the global economy, we just need maybe like half of a percentage point. And half of a percentage point of maybe the US economy would provide thousands of jobs for Barbadians. And that's the model that we focus on in smaller developing states. Just having a percentage point of these large economies. Then the other thing that global supply chains do is that they provide us with access to human resources. And the Caribbean is a good example of this. When you have resources flowing to and from, it allows you to access resources not just from Barbados, but you have access to resources, human resources from Jamaica, you can access human resources from Guyana. So the benefit of having supply chains and a good supply chain network is that you can now increase the availability of human resources in your economy. And the same thing in relation to natural resources. So Barbados is very dependent on fossil fuels, but our fossil fuels come from other Caribbean islands. And other Caribbean islands, because of the supply chains, it provides us the opportunity to have access to those natural resources. The other thing that I want to build out here is from a business perspective, and that's the notion of clusters. If you look at what has been happening in the Caribbean, you've been seeing a consolidation of businesses within the Caribbean. And the reason for that is, again, because of the small domestic size, but also because of the growing availability of links between countries within the Caribbean. So now you have the development of business clusters. So within the beverage industry, within rum, you now have the development of these clusters developing. And what you're seeing is that because of the increased connectivity between countries in the Caribbean, it's reducing your vulnerability. And even more so than that, it's actually increasing your resilience to economic shocks. So the benefit of connectivity is that it reduces vulnerability and also increases resilience to economic shocks. So from a regional perspective, that's the benefit. Now, I also want to focus as well too on the potential benefits. I've written a couple papers on the benefits for the Caribbean in relation to exports of green and blue goods. The Caribbean as a whole has a comparative advantage in a number of green goods and a number of blue economy goods as well. But you're only going to be able to exploit those blue-green goods if you have a good connectivity network. So even though we have a comparative advantage, we're still very much dependent on the connectivity that we have within the region to exploit these green and blue advantages that we might have. So I'm going to end here for now.
Thank you very much, Professor Moore. Yes, we find it very interesting. The blue economy is absolutely essential. In fact, we are supporting with some of our non-reimbursable technical cooperation programs some of those dimensions that you mentioned. Tomorrow we're going to focus on food security, but I want to pick up on one of the issues that you mentioned several times, human resources, talent development. And I'm going to start with another questions. We have 4 minutes, so 1 minute per person here. And Professor Moore, I will start with you regarding human resources. On our way to this nice facility, I saw 2 medical schools, 2 universities here providing training for professionals in the Caribbean that can be, this model can be replicated not only in the global health environment, but also in many other digital services, professional services, BPO, KPO, LPO, etc. The potential is huge. As an academic and as a provider of this, educational services, how do you see this from a regional perspective?
One of the areas as well that I needed to mention in terms of my notes. So one of the things that the University of West Indies is doing is that we're developing programs, short courses to assist in relation to these global supply chains. The most recent program we've developed is a Bachelor's of Business Administration in Aviation Management. And what we're hoping to do is train a cadre of individuals that can provide the management of the regional aviation industry, which is a really important part of supply chains within the Caribbean. We're also going to be branching out to look at the maritime industry as well and train persons within that area. This is an area that we haven't really exploited. You don't see a lot of Caribbean people being ship captains and being first officers, and this is something that we want to address through our training in the future.
Thank you very much, Professor Moore. Now I turn to Jeffrey Hall again regarding ports. I want to ask you about the regulatory framework at the regional level. What should be done in order to increase the ability of the Caribbean countries to enhance the efficiency of maritime services?
This is a topic that's probably longer than a minute, but what I will say is two things. Thing number one is large ports require large capital, and the capital required is probably more significant than a typical small island developing state can harness. And so there needs to be thought given to how to attract global capital to create global terminals in the Caribbean, including regional international capital. The second point that I would make is that if the architecture of CARICOM allows goods not just to be originated in CARICOM and then move from one state to the other, but allows for goods from outside CARICOM to more easily move within CARICOM, then we'll create more trade volume between countries, and on that ecosystem, more trade can arise.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the respecting the time. And I see collective action problems there and collective action solutions also over there. Francisco, I want to ask you about the services economy in Central America and how can we enhance, job opportunities in Central American countries by ways of regional approaches, please.
Thank you. Most definitely. And as I said in my previous intervention, we are a net exporting service provider. So how do we see ourselves in this area? I think that in value-added chains worldwide, we don't want to focus only on the trade of goods. I think it's the involvement of services for the trade of goods. So basically what I'm trying to say here is probably we can participate or have participated in export of goods and are incorporated in several value chains in the service provided industry. We surpassed the benchmark of 40,000 million US dollars last year. So definitely we see services as a major input for the economy of Central America, and that's where we need to focus ourselves in.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists. I guess that at this time we need to understand clearly all this reconfiguration of global value chains implies huge opportunities at the regional level because many of these chains want to be shortened, need to be shortened for sustainability reasons, for consumer preferences, reasons, etc. And that's why our regions here, Central America, the Caribbean, South America, and many others worldwide have good opportunities. They need to tap on them, they need to focus on the opportunities, and that's why organizations such as ourselves, the IDB, many others that are here present, are here to help you with. Thank you very much to the participants and to you for the attention. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you to our moderator, Jamie Granados, the Chief Trade and Investment Division of the IDB. Also want to say thank you so much to each of our panelists, Francisco A. Lima Mena, the Secretary General, the Secretariat for Central American Economic Integration, to Jeffrey Hall, CARICOM Private Sector Organization, CPSO, and also to Mr. Winston Moore, Vice Principal, the University of the West Indies. Please give them all a round of applause. And our last session ahead of this afternoon's lunch break, we're going to focus in now on finance and international cooperation. I think we all know that in order to make things happen, once we have the cooperation and like-minded individuals get into a room to discuss what needs to be done, it also helps to have the right financing. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the next panel will include Mr. Anton Edmonds, General Manager of the Caribbean Region Inter-American Bank, the IDB. Please join us on stage, Mr. Anton Edmonds, General Manager of the Caribbean Region Inter-American Bank. He will be joined by Ren Hongbin, China Council for the Promotion of International Trade. Also joining this panel is Ms. Therese Turner-Jones, Vice President, Operations Acting of the Caribbean Development Bank. Ms. Therese Turner-Jones, Vice President, Operations Acting, Caribbean Development Bank. And also joining this panel, Mr. Carlos Felipe Jaramillo, Regional Vice President for Latin America and the Caribbean, World Bank Group. And this session will be moderated by Ms. Shamika Siramani, Director of the Division of Technology and Logistics for UNCTAD. Ladies and gentlemen, your panel focusing on finance and international cooperation. Ms. Siramani, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. So can I say that this is the last session, and as usual, it's the most important one. So let me start saying that. Now, we have had many conversations this morning about the many faceted supply chain challenges, and we heard the need to make supply chains inclusive, sustainable, and resilient, and this was the way our SG started the conversation, and then it kind of permeated through the whole. And we heard the global perspectives, we heard the regional perspectives, and as you all kind of realize, the financing, investment, the private sector involvement came as the solutions. That's where the solutions are. And we heard that the need for increased investment for adding value, and that's what our head of the UNIDO mentioned. And we talked about the need for investment in infrastructure, digitalization, and the head of UN Global Compact talked about the cost of capital as a main deterrent of supply chain functioning. And so I have here the financiers, the private sector here, and you have the solutions. So we want to hear from you, what works, what doesn't work, what are the solutions, what do you do in this region in financing and cooperation aspects. So let me start with you, Carlos, but maybe I will, since we don't have much time, I will ask one question from all of you. Anyway, I'll repeat it to you if you want. And then we will have a conversation, some follow-up issues. So from your own perspective, what type of support by development partners, especially like the World Bank, and also from your experience, is required for developing countries to ensure resilient and sustainable supply chains? So, Carlos, if I can start with you, you are the Regional Vice President for Latin America and the Caribbean at the World Bank Group, and you are in this region, you have enormous amount of experience in financing, and give us what works and what doesn't work.
Can I borrow that one? Yes. Thank you very much. So on this
topic. I just want to start being very brief and maybe just two messages on this, what you just asked, what financing and what really works and doesn't work. So global value chains, I think it was beautifully said by my predecessor, one of the speakers in the previous panels from the University of West Indies, that the global value chains that have developed as a mechanism over the last 20, 30 years have been a fantastic opportunity for many countries to provide opportunities, goods, services that they wouldn't have otherwise had access to. So trade in global value chains have been, I just want to overemphasize, it was also said this morning by Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed. She was very clear when she said, look, billions have benefited from this burst of trade over the last 30 or so years. Of course, it hasn't been perfect, and lots of things can be improved, but we are now at a juncture where we're getting increasingly worried. And we heard many reasons why, and the one that I'm most worried about personally is what's going on with the onslaught of non-tariff barriers, subsidies, and other actions that are getting in the way of particularly the less developed countries continuing to have good access into these global value chains. So that's my big concern. My second message on this is that, and I'll say it very broadly, I think the best way that we can collaborate is by creating alliances. We need to counter this general sense that trade needs to be carefully managed, that protection is better, that subsidies to specific companies or specific goods in developed countries is the way to go, that trade needs to be segmented, because that will limit the possibilities of small and medium companies to export and to participate in trade. I'm particularly concerned about women-led companies, youth entrepreneurs, and populations that have been traditionally excluded. We need to create an alliance. We work very, very closely here in Latin America and the Caribbean with the Inter-American Development Bank, with the CAF, with the Caribbean Development Bank, trying to create an alliance to help the countries argue their case and maintaining this access. I think this is really kind of life or death for these countries, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much for raising this very important point of the emerging protectionism and how the alliances should be created to I guess, to go against that trend. This is a very important point. So let me move to the Caribbean Development Bank now. Ms. Turner-Jones, and thank you so much for being with us. And so let me ask the same questions. What type of support by development partners like yourselves that is needed for developing countries to ensure resilient and sustainable supply chains? What works and what doesn't work?
Very much. Yeah, can you hear me? And thanks this audience for sticking with the program and still being attentive. This is the most important panel here, so forget what the others have said. No, to be frank, and by the way, it's World Trade Week. I didn't realize that until I saw a comment from the US representative on trade this week, where she basically said the same thing Mia Motley said about some of the challenges around supply chains. And if I didn't realize it was a US trade representative making those comments, I would, like some others suggested this morning, go back in the bed this morning, because I think these challenges are mighty huge. But I think we need to start maybe where Felipe left off, which is to say collaboration with partners matters because these are big issues. But because these are big issues, it doesn't mean that we can't solve them. And I would also like to say that part of solving these problems and the role of the CDB, for example, is to present a strategic vision for this region that takes us outside of the region for those solutions. We've heard about labor shortages. The labor shortages, I put to Winston Moore, can't be solved within the region. The skills we need are not in the region. What our countries need, perhaps, is to look at what are those migration policies that could help us solve some of the skill shortages that we have in the region to deal with some of these issues. In terms of trade, I'm with Jeffrey Hall. Small countries can have big ports. Small countries like Singapore, like the Maldives, have managed to integrate very successfully into the global supply chain. So I think what this region needs and what SIDS need to think about is how to leverage these partnerships, and they're up here on the stage right now. How do I work with the IDB? How do I work with the World Bank? How do I work with other partners, CAF, others that are here to provide the finance that is not available in the region, to bring that finance in to get the infrastructure work done, whether it's cheaper electricity through renewable energy, whether it's better water supply by tackling this huge issue that Mia Motley mentioned this morning, or whether it's having those ports that work. We all know what bad logistics look like. You get to an airport, you can't figure the way out, it takes you a long time in the line, you get outside, you cannot pay for a taxi with your phone. Most of us, and even people in this region, are accustomed now to being able to do everything digitally on our phones. But we arrive in countries where, because of the lack of digital infrastructure and the lack of digital transformation, it's impossible to do it. The efficiencies we're talking about can be leapfrogged if we get on the digital transformation train and get on it quickly. I'd like to take a leaf out of what the Central Americans have done. That digital platform for all of Central America can easily be replicated in the Caribbean if we decided to work together to do it. I worked for another institution where for a long time we tried to get one form for those goods coming from Guyana, going all the way to the Bahamas on one form. We still can't do that. I think we have to start practically and work on those issues that we can really solve. And that comes through our policies, that comes through our mindset, that comes through getting things done, asking the development partners who are providing the finance to do the things that you need done. Better airports, better ports, digital transformation, better training of staff. One other thing I'd like to mention is that in the space of advocacy, CDB, IDB, World Bank, all these multilaterals we're working with, we're here to be your voice on this global stage where these issues are too big for you to handle. I think PM Motley positioned it correctly this morning. Rebecca Greenspan emphasized it importantly, and Amina Mohammed weighed in on these issues. This can't be solved by just looking internally. It can't be solved by CARICOM. It has to be solved at a global level, and our institutions are here to help you do that. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Therese. I think now we are getting really into the solution areas. Thank you so much. And let me now move to Ren Hongbin, the chairman of the China Council for the Promotion of International Trade, CCPIT, our partner in this endeavor. And Mr. Ren Hongbin, what type of support by development partners is required for developing countries to ensure resilient and sustainable supply chains? What do they need most?
Okay, dear friends, good afternoon, I should say. It's my pleasure to join you in the beautiful Barbados and to talk about the very important topic. Actually, the global supply chain is of paramount importance for the world economy, trade, and even for the whole mankind. And I perceive the global supply chain as the blood vessel system of the economy. So only if the blood will be circulating without any obstacles smoothly, and the world economy could be healthy and sustainable. So I think what we are talking about is so important, and also I commend the UNCTAD and the Barbados government for holding this very important forum, which is timely and necessary and urgent. Why is so important as actually last November, China hosted the first China International Supply Chain Expo, so which was also unique with the theme of the expo on the national level. It was extremely successful, and actually we presented there 5 whole industrial chain with up, middle, and downstream links of the industrial chain there. So actually, that platform actually functioned not only on the expo, but I think it's a very important place for the people to talk about the security and stability of the global supply chain. So actually, in the first expo, besides Chinese companies' participation, the US companies, European companies, Japanese companies took the largest area of the exhibition. So I should say there, global supply chain is so important, even though some people talking about the decoupling, even severing of the supply chains, which is in reality impossible. Actually, in this platform, in this expo, we have seen the Chinese, American, European, and Japanese companies, even other companies from other parts of the world, they are intertwined together. So actually, Chinese companies, as the head of the chain, brought suppliers from other countries. The US, for example, Tesla, they have built their gigafactory on electric car in Shanghai. Actually, 95% of their products, components, were produced in China. Localization, 95%. And the first tier local suppliers are more than 400. And actually, this is the example. The global supply chain is so interconnected. So artificially severing actually can be disrupting the global economic system. But of course, it's a backlash to themselves, to everybody. So that is one thing I think that why this supply chain forum is so important, because I think the two platforms, Expo and Forum, are in accordance with each other. Actually, last year when Ms. Greenspan paid a visit in China, we talked about the two things together. Actually, we have made a consensus to mutually support. And we will support them, and they will support us. Actually, I think this we will make the platform for the world. So we welcome the companies or all present here to participate in the second edition in Beijing in November this year. That's one thing. I think, second, I just want to emphasize that if we're talking about the global supply chain, especially in the small island state, and we should place the development at the core of the international agenda. Because even though the developing countries have climbed up their supply chain in the international way, but still they remain in the lower and the middle links of the industrial chain there. Actually, we need to engage more developing countries, actually even LDCs, in the integration of global supply chain there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and also thank you so much for bringing the private sector perspective. Sometimes the alliances between private sector is the way forward when the geopolitical situations are quite tense. So these are good points, and also our forum and also Expo, they created spaces for sharing and good practices, and also lessons, what not to do. So thank you so much. So now let me move to the Inter-American Development Bank. Anton, you're the General Manager of the Caribbean region of the IDB, and so you're very familiar with the financing needs. So what do you hear from developing countries? What do they ask from the IDB to ensure resilient and sustainable supply chains in their own countries?
Good afternoon, everyone. So let me start off with a little story. I flew in yesterday with a friend of mine who is in the shipping industry, in the shipping business, whose company is in this space. And we reflected on the fact that it's been maybe early in my career that we were at a similar activity, talking about the supply chain, talking about inefficiency, talking about a wide range of issues. And I realized that as far as I had thought I'd gone in my career, we're still back with the same singular issue as it relates to our countries in the Caribbean. And that's a problem. Now, solutions. If we are to believe, we heard Prime Minister Motley today, and if we are to believe that developing countries are serious about making the investments necessary to ensure that there's a supply chain, a strong, efficient supply chain in place, there are good options ahead. If we believe, I think as we know, that our populations are no longer satisfied not seeing the investment in the infrastructure and seeing the investment in the efficiency that they need, and as a result, they react by voting governments out of office more sort of rapidly than probably in the past, we have some opportunities ahead for us. I believe that one of the things that we probably should consider doing as institutions here, and we've all talked about collaboration, but I think one of the things that we probably need to really and truly focus on is us collectively working with governments on the infrastructure side and the investment in that. I think there's a fair amount of noise, and I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, I have my colleagues from the IDB here, so I'm going to go with the argument that, of course, I want everybody to borrow money from the IDB. Of course, I want nobody to borrow money from the World Bank or from the CDB, or to borrow money bilaterally, but it's unrealistic. It is absolutely unrealistic. None of us have the resources available or necessary to make that investment. So what that does mean is we do have to get our acts together as financial institutions in this space. It does mean that we should be collectively working on the infrastructure, the investment plans that the countries are looking at. I'm not going to lie to you. We're working at the IDB on working with countries exactly on that as it relates to infrastructure related to the supply chain. But we should be big enough to open that analysis to the World Bank, to the CDB, to bilateral partners of countries, so at the end of the day, we're playing from the same book. At the end of the day, we're not confusing governments with different products and competing initiatives. That is one sort of singular way that we as financial institutions could conceivably do a better job and be more aligned with the needs of the countries. Number two, the financing of it, as I mentioned, at the end of the day, whether you borrow from the IDB or you borrow from the CDB or from the World Bank, if it is a structured engagement that we're all involved in, and if we understand that it's going to be a 10-year or 15-year plan for a country to be where it needs to be, that's in the hard infrastructure, but that's also in digitalization of services and everything else, there's enough space for all of us to not just eat, but to gorge ourselves at the table. So I think there's an element of level setting that we as international institutions need to do, and to be honest with you, that our country members themselves need to ask us to do, so that at the end of the day, we're working more collaboratively. I want to focus a little bit on the plans or what we work on. This is not just a Caribbean thing, but of course, at the end of the day, there's always an election cycle. And one of the things, the unfortunate realities in emerging in all countries, is that the best laid plans can sometimes get stopped by an election and by a new grouping of parties coming in. And I think from a knowledge standpoint, we as development institutions, we all have knowledge components. We do analysis and studies and everything else. We need to share that information with all actors within society. This is not just a singular deal with a government. We need to work with the government to get other stakeholders involved so the value proposition can be acceptable to those who are coming in, heaven forbid, I don't want to, a government leaves. So if we're able to invest in a plan which all stakeholders in a country, be it the incumbent or others, are buying into, then there's the likelihood of that plan surviving an election cycle, and then you see the continuation and the movement that we would like to see as it relates to a resilient supply chain. I think one component here is we really and truly do need to get the private sector more involved. You know, people talk about trade and government trade figures, but governments don't trade. Governments facilitate trade. It's the private sector who trades. And I think one of the key elements that we have to do as part of making sure that this supply chain is resilient and we invest in it is we need to make sure that there is more space for other private sector actors. So that means SMEs. So while we're talking about investing in infrastructure, we do have to invest in the enabling environment that allows businesses to grow, to thrive, to use those ports, to use Asakuda and all of the custom systems that we're looking to put in place. Because we cannot implement systems that are not going to be utilized and are not going to be fully utilized, because at the end of the day, they end up being unsustainable. So there's a foundational element beyond the supply chain that we have to look at in terms of the private sector engagement. And I want to close with one thing. We all need to be careful as financiers of infrastructure projects not to throw money at the issue. If at the end of the day it is based on bad policy. And I think that we're all seeing from our leadership this sense of our governors, same countries that borrow from us, but others as well, wanting to see more in terms of impact, more in terms of deliverables, but most importantly, at the end of the day, there is going to be this recognition or this coming to whatever moment where we all recognize that the intention is not just to lend money to build infrastructure or to build a system. The intention is to make sure that the policy framework that it is going to be built upon are just as robust, and at the end of the day, they can survive. Okay. So there is the financing part of the equation, but clearly on the other side of the equation, there is the need for us as institutions and as bilateral partners of countries as well to bring all of this knowledge to the table so that governments are making the right investments, the long-term investments, and future-proofing these investments as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think many of you talked about the digitalization, how it is important to digitalize the custom systems or the single window systems. Let me bring some lessons that we have learned in the UN Trade and Development, UNCTAD. You know, we have our largest technical cooperation program is called Asakuda, and we are in 102 countries as customs automation. One of the things that we see is when you do customs automation, you immediately see the increase in revenues. So it's as a return to that investment, and the return to investment can be massive. SG, you always talk about the Angola story. We automated the entire customs system in Angola in 2017, and by 2018, 2019, their customs revenues went up by 47%. And this is huge. Revenue increased by that percentage I have never heard. So they managed to fund the program with the increase of revenues. But I also want to say we are in a panel of discussing financing, but I also want to mention, yes, we need investment, but a lot can be done if there is a political will. A lot can be done when the countries have prioritized where they want to go and then direct the investment in that direction. And sometimes this investment is not that massive. But I want to go back to Philippe, you, and talk about the SMEs. How do you envision fostering greater financial inclusion to support SMEs within the regional supply chains? And we heard this morning, too, from the Prime Minister, there are a lot of SMEs in the supply chain business in this region. And how do we make sure that they are supported? Because I think as the ministers and others also mentioned, especially in small island, the developing countries, The markets are small, so there are small domestic markets, there's no scale, but the SMEs are thriving. They want to export, they want to add value. So how does the World Bank help them?
So, I mean, I could speak for a long time about this, but I have very little time.
Only 2 minutes, unfortunately.
Exactly. So let me be summarize it in a nutshell, in 2 messages. So point number 1 is I think SMEs are extremely vulnerable today to what's going on in the policies of rich countries. By subsidizing, by closing off their borders, this number of non-trade tariff barriers that have gone up from, 300 to over 5,000 today, is limiting the opportunities of SMEs to be able to take advantage of trade. I'm very concerned about this, some of these measures like the EU deforestation regulation, that now small coffee farmers, small cocoa farmers have to be able to sell to Europe. They will need to have some sort of certification that the plantation they've had for the last 20 or 30 years did not deforest. And there's no certification about that. There's, it's a huge cost to these small farmers, poor farmers to do that. So a lot of this is an onslaught of costs and concerns. That's on the negative side, and the risks that I see, that we see, that we feel are constraining the opportunities. On the positive side, it's about programs that help SMEs, that are focused on SMEs. We have quite a few programs that are focusing on how to help them invest, upgrade their technologies so they can access these markets. There's the one I'm most proud about that we approved sometime last year. It's for over $1 billion with Banco do Brasil in Brazil. And it's about companies, small and medium companies that want to upgrade their technology, decarbonize, diminish their carbon footprint so that they can get certified, they can access export markets, they can also even access the carbon markets and get some additional revenues through that. So it's about that kind of financial support that goes directly to those SMEs and those companies. We have quite a few around the world. We have some big ones in Kenya, we have in Turkey, and in many of the SIDS, we're also focusing on that. I think we need to do that in order to give them the tools to enter these markets that are difficult, but at the same time, I really don't want to get my eye off the big picture, that we can't help them if we are also not advocating globally to eliminate all these new restrictions on trade.
That's a very, very important point. Thank you so much, Felipe. So, Therese, can I then go to you about the CDB and what financial mechanisms that you have at CDB to support supply chains, and especially the small, medium enterprises to engage in the supply chains?
Small, medium enterprises, I'm really proud of the initiative we launched last fall with ITC called She Trades, which is focused on women-owned businesses. We also have a small window to support the creative industry sector by building their capacity and helping them go through the stages of not just content creation, but also IP creation, because I think that's really important, that creatives sometimes not understand the value of their content and don't know how to monetize their creativity, but also to provide financing, grants, capacity building for the sector, which I think is really, really important, along with some of the other things that Felipe mentioned. I think this is the focus of CDB.
Well, thank you so much for that, and thank you so much also to highlighting the She Trade. How do you help women entrepreneurs? Because supply chains is not where we see a lot of women being engaged, and it's very important to push their aspirations. So, Mr. Hongbin, you talked a lot about the green development as an important area where we can support developing countries. So I'd like to hear from you what China has done in this regard, because China has had a tremendous impact on greening supply chains.
Okay, thank you. So this morning we talked about a lot about the challenge Ms. Greenspan also talked, I think it's very important to find the solution. And I think this forum is a very important step from the rhetoric to action. And also, as well as the World Supply Chain Expo last year we did. Yeah. So very important. Yeah. So I just want to share maybe two very important fact that, 10 years ago, Chinese President Xi Jinping put forward the Belt and Road Initiative. And over the past decade, the initiative has brought around $1 trillion investment. And with execution 3,000 projects and created 500,000 job places for the countries around the route. I think it's one of very important action to assist the developing countries and the LDCs in advancing their integration into the global supply chain. Of course, we will continue to enhance the cooperation within the initiative of BRI, as well as the Global Development Initiative, Global Civilization Initiative, and the Global Security Initiative, in order to make efforts together to form the common community with shared future for the mankind. And the second, I just want to share, China for the past decade contributed around 30% to the world economic growth. And China has also the largest manufacturing base, and it also has the super large, I should say, the market with more than 400 million people in middle income class. So I think it's a huge market and a manufacturing basis to supply the intermediate goods and also important components for the world to assemble, to finalize their products. And I think it's very important for the Africa to help them with their industrialization of the intermediate goods. And of course, China will stick further to the opening up. So we always say the door of opening up will be wider and wider. So actually, we will expand the market access and fostering the market-oriented, law-based, and world-class business environment. So I think all the environment is new opportunities, new chances for the world companies, including SMEs, to engage into the global supply chain there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anton, you have the last word and 2 minutes to do that. So tell us the solutions and cooperative initiatives that IDB is undertaking to move supply chains forward. I know that this will take, this is like will take like 5 weeks to explain, but unfortunately you have only 2 minutes.
So I just realized there was a sign over there that says time's up, and it still says time's up. But so look, I think like most of the institutions, I mean, we have a suite of services. We have an IDB lab, which is an entity that does equity for small businesses. We have the sovereign side, which works with the governments, and we have IDB Invest, which works with larger entities. I think one of the key things, especially when, and I want to really focus a little bit on SMEs here, is that one of the things in my view from the development sort of bank perspective is the rolling out of initiatives that maybe have a 1, 2, 3, most 5-year life cycle. And I think that's very short-sighted by us. I think we need to take a longer look when we're looking at investing in SMEs. We really need to not only have the ability to help them help them access finance. That does mean for some of us lending through local banks who will then on-lend into that space. But the key element here is the following, is that if we look at SMEs as being these short-term engagements in terms of resourcing, in terms of training, in terms of looking at the use of digital tools, the inputs, and everything else, we're going to basically end up failing a lot of these businesses precisely because we're not holding their hands long enough. The other part of the equation is that I think we need to be honest when we failed. And that's one of the elements that I find quite interesting. I walk around my office, which was Teresa's office prior, and this is not true, but but you could always find studies sitting on a shelf somewhere of something that was done. And at the end of the day, the question is, well, and we're trying to do this again, 5 years later, without admitting that we made a mistake. So I think there's enough capacity in this region, enough brain power committed to this space that we can sit down together, we can map out a plan, map out a strategy, pool our resources, pool our best and brightest, and at the end of the day, take a long-term view, a long-term vision as to what it means for SMEs to grow and to thrive. And one core component of this as well is also to help governments themselves get the services out to the populations that need them. The last thing that somebody, an entrepreneur or a small, medium-sized entity wants to do is leave where they are in a rural area and come down to the capital and wait a couple of hours to basically get a business license at one of these things. And I think maybe one of the things that we can do, we've done it at the IDV, but that we collectively can do is help governments get services into the space. So at the end of the day, more people are plugged into the options and the opportunities that exist for them within their own countries that they may not be aware of. Thank you.
Thank you so much. See, I knew you could answer all that complex questions in a few minutes, so that was very good. So just want to let you know, this is the beginning of a conversation of what are the solutions, what are the tools we have in our own hands, and what works, what doesn't work, what are the best practices, lessons, and you will hear in 60 sessions from starting now, we will be talking about solutions, and we will be talking about solutions to the issues that were raised by our Secretary General, the Prime Minister, and the Deputy Secretary General this morning. How do we make sure the small enterprises survive? How do we make sure the small islands, the small economies survive in this sort of setup? How do we make sure, as Jeffrey said, if you're a small country, you should be able to do a big port. I mean, that makes sense to me. Yes, we may not have the domestic demand, we may not have the scale, but we can create the scale and domestic demand if we have a massive port. Can we go and pitch for the massive port in a small country? So these are the questions that we will be raising the next few days. So please, go with gusto, and we are just beginning our conversation. And thank you so much for the amazing panelists.
Thank you so much to our moderator, Shamika Samani, the Director of Division on Technology and Logistics for UNCTAD. Thank you so very much for moderating that session, which included Carlos Felipe Jaramillo, the Regional Vice President for Latin America and the Caribbean of the World Bank Group, and also Therese Turner-Jones, Vice President, Operations Acting, Caribbean Development Bank, and Mr. Ren Hongbin, China Council for the Promotion of International Trade, and Mr. Anton Edmonds, General Manager of the Caribbean Region, Inter-American Development Bank. Thank you very much. I'll remind you, ladies and gentlemen, as well, to invitation to attend the reception at the official residence of the Prime Minister is happening at 6 p.m. this evening. So immediately this evening, when the sessions are finished here, we will go to Elara Court, which happens to be right next door, the official residence of the Prime Minister, for a special reception. And that, of course, will include some wonderful entertainment and still an opportunity to interact with your colleagues. I now invite to the podium Ms. Rebecca Greenspan to make a special announcement. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We have a special announcement from Ms. Rebecca Greenspan.
Hello, everybody, again. And we have a very special announcement to make, and also a big thanks to give. First of all, I want to give really a special thanks to Saudi Arabia, the Mawani Port Authority of Saudi Arabia, and the Inter-American Development Bank, because they have been great supporters of this forum, and that's why we have been able to be here with all of you. But also, I want to announce that the next forum will happen in Saudi Arabia. That and that really, thanks to the support of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and its Mawani Port Authority, we are now confident that this blockbuster of a Netflix series that is the Global Supply Chain Forum will, without a doubt, be renewed for a second season in 2026. So I want to invite really the Vice President of the Mawani Port Authority, Mr. Abdullah Al-Munif, to come here with me to receive a big applause from all of you, please. And if you want,
good afternoon, everyone. First of all, our special thanks to the government of Barbados and the people of Barbados for their warm welcome. It's a pleasure and honor to be here and to be with all the experts in this forum. For us, of course, we have a great partnership with the UNCTAD team. Thank you, Rebecca, for you and your team. We did amazing things together. Because, as you know, Saudi Arabia is going actually into a major transformation. And part of that actually is looking at the maritime and logistics sector, where we actually initiated a lot of initiatives, part of the national transport and logistics strategy that was released by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman. And part of that actually is to focus as well on the maritime and the ports. So we did a lot of things, especially in partnership with the private sector, where we focused on the infrastructure development for our ports and also on the logistic. And also we attracted international players like Maersk, MSC, CMA, CGM to establish the regional logistic parks in Saudi Arabia. So for hosting the 2026, this is a big honor. We look forward to welcome you, to see you there in your second country. Saudi Arabia is open, and we'll make the best of it when you come there. Thank you very much.
Excellency.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we can get all of today's speakers to join the Secretary General and Abdullah on the stage, please, so we can get a photo of all of today's speakers, which includes the speakers we haven't heard from us yet. If we can get all of the panelists that have already delivered, including panelists who are prepared for this afternoon, to join them down front. If we can get all of today's speakers, even the speakers from this afternoon who have not delivered their sessions as yet, we just need you all to congregate here down front with the assistance of the photographers, and our team will help to position all of our speakers. All of the day one speakers, so all of the day one speakers, all of those who've already delivered in the panel, I may also be delivering this afternoon, but haven't had the chance to do so as yet. So if you have a session this afternoon, you haven't spoken as yet, we still need you in this photo as well, please. So all of our day one speakers. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to break for lunch at this time. I'll remind everybody in terms of your planning that at 6 p.m. there will be an official reception at the official residence of the Prime Minister, which is right next. Ladies and gentlemen, all of the speakers who just took that photo, if you can just wait, we understand that Prime Minister Mia Mottley is coming to join the photo. Charles Cooper, and Minister Carrie Simmons. Please be on standby. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to you. We will continue now with our sessions for the Global Supply Chain Forum. The objective of this next high-level dialogue is to engage in a constructive and forward-looking dialogue to address the unique transport and logistical challenges, fostering collaboration and formulating practical, actionable solutions to boost efficiency, sustainability, and resilience. I'd like to call to the stage, please, the Deputy Secretary for the Ministry of Public Works, Meteorological Services, and Transport in Fiji, Mr. George Tavo. Please come to the stage. I'd also like to welcome the Minister of Transport, Energy, Communication, and Innovation, Tuvalu, Mr. Simon Kofi. Please help me welcome Marshall Islands Minister of Transportation, Communication, and Information Technology, Mr. Hilton Kendall. Next from Seychelles, Anthony Derjacques, the Minister for Transport. Guyana's Minister of Public Works, Mr. Juan Edgel. From the Bahamas, the Minister of Energy and Transport, Ms. JoBeth Lillian Colby Davis. Heading over now to Curacao, please help me welcome Minister of Transport and Urban Planning, Mr. Charles Cooper. And we saw him earlier today. Let's ask him to come back to the stage now. Barbados' Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, the Honorable Carrie Simmons. We had the opportunity off stage to welcome him back home. Ladies and gentlemen, moderating this session is Barbados' Ambassador Matthew Wilson, Permanent Representative to the UN, World Trade Organization, and other international organizations in Geneva. Your moderator, Mr. Matthew Wilson. The floor is yours.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I hope that you've had a good lunch and that you're all energized for this incredible discussion that we will have with this equally incredible panel. Now, I know it's tradition that we usually give applause at the end of a panel. But I want to give applause at the beginning of this panel because we have a number of ministers here. Aha! Now we have forgotten our representative from Martinique. And this makes me really happy because I'm an international gender champion in Geneva, and I'm not supposed to sit on panels where there's no women. So I was really concerned I was losing my credentials. So thank you so much for being here. Huh? Thank you. So like I said, I want all of you to give a round of applause to this panel because we have ministers here today who have come a long, long, long way to get here to be with us. We have ministers from Fiji, Tuvalu, Marshall Islands, for example, who have literally taken over 30 hours to get here, traveling a distance of around 13,928 kilometers, which is the equivalent of driving around Barbados 140 times. So ministers, thank you for being here, and a round of applause. So as Belle said, my name is Matthew Wilson. I'm the ambassador of Barbados in Geneva, the ambassador to the United Nations and to the World Trade Organization. And it really is an honor to moderate this incredible panel that will look at the challenges and the opportunities that small island developing countries face. And I anticipate that we're going to have an incredible amount of similarities because whether you are in the Caribbean or you're in the Indian Ocean or in the Pacific Ocean, because we have the same characteristics, we will have many of the same challenges. But I also hope that we will also be able to share some of the scalable and replicable solutions. And the main outcome of today's meeting is going to be a SIDS Ministers of Transport ministerial statement, which has been worked on and endorsed by SIDS all over the world, and it will feed into the UN SIDS-4 conference next week in Antigua. So first, I would like to give the floor to my minister, my boss, Minister Carrie Simmons, the Senior Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, to say a few words as he needs to leave us briefly for some official duties, and then he will return at the end. So Minister, my question for you is this. Drawing from Barbados's unique experience as a small island state, what are some of the specific challenges that Barbados has faced in transport and logistics, particularly in light of the recent crises and the disruptions? And how have these challenges, and you spoke about it earlier, it actually impacted the day-to-day lives of citizens? Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Matthew. And let me begin as chairman of the Barbados side of the planning of this meeting by apologizing to all of you for the terrible gender imbalance on this panel. that certainly escaped my eye as well. Coming straight to the question at hand, I want to say that the disruption, and perhaps it was triggered primarily at first instance by COVID, was very severe. And I indicated a few minutes ago, or a few hours ago when I spoke, that for the travel-dependent countries of CARICOM, all of our gross domestic product percentages would have fallen by double digits during the period of time of the pandemic. So that, for example, in Barbados' case, we would have experienced a double-digit decline somewhere in the vicinity of 15%, and I can't remember off the top of my head all of the other CARICOM states, but for most of us it would have been between 14% decline and 21% decline of GDP during the course of the pandemic. That is a substantial degree of disruption. For the commodity side of trade, it was, again, a difficulty for us because I think the major problem that we would have felt in Barbados was a very sharp escalation in the cost of living. That is a twofold problem. One, our traditional suppliers would have been unable to source product from those places where traditionally they had done business. I think it has been an eye-opening experience because almost without exception, there is now an effort to build greater resilience in your supply chain by finding alternative places from where you can source product, which was a problem that we did not necessarily embrace prior to the pandemic experience. I think making that situation more difficult for us was the exceptionally high increase in the cost of container freight containers. Those containers were stranded either in Europe or in China, depending on where the shutdown took place. But we had containers on one side of the world and goods on the other side of the world. And to access the necessary containers to do the freighting came at great price. In some cases, in Barbados' case, 500 to 600% more than what the ordinary cost would have been. And that, of course, has a substantial knock-on effect for all of our consumers here. Now, I think, Matthew, part of your question was how then did we try to adjust to deal with some of these things? And this is where I think the government's policy was to try to intervene in the marketplace. And let me just say to you that it is not just commodities trade that we were impacted by. We are a fossil fuel-driven economy which is trying to make its transition towards renewable energy. So that for the vast majority of our homes, offices, business places, etc., we still rely on the fossil fuel importation. And that too sustained price increases that were dramatic. And they were compounded, of course, by some of the difficulties that took place and are taking place in the Ukraine and so on. So that the cost of energy was a major issue for us. We intervened at the pump by way of placing a cap on the price of diesel and on the price of gasoline imported into the country, and government absorbed the difference. For a country in an IMF program, that is a difficult thing to do. But believe you me, if we did not do that thing, it would have been, I suspect, the cause of tremendous unrest. And I believe it is true to say that several other governments, perhaps to a lesser extent, did a similar thing in the Eastern Caribbean. We also intervened in terms of the households, where we would have, again, placed a cap on the cost of energy that up to a certain percentage of use in every household. And in a similar way, we would have then had to find a way of working with our private sector so as to try to find a balance between the increasing costs that they are facing in terms of bringing goods into the island, and of course the need for them then to place their own markups and when they sell to consumers. We did have a successful, I believe it was a successful compact between our private sector and government and our labor movement, where it was accepted that a basket of goods, which we all agreed on, some essential commodities, some things, some of which would have been personal hygiene commodities, some of which would have been the essential proteins, some of which would have been other, the more nutritious stuff that you have to eat, vegetables, fruits, etc. But that the agreement was that there would be a limit on the markup which was given by our private sector. so that even though from company to company, business place to business place, the markup will vary, there was an across-the-board understanding that, for argument's sake, if you were going to sell chicken, there was going to be no markup higher than 10%. And that worked in Barbados for about a year. And again, I want to use this opportunity to thank the people from the private sector in Barbados, because it was that spirit of cooperation, all of us working together, that I think saved this country from what would have been almost certain instability as a result of the sharp price increases which we had to treat to in the context of the disruption in global supply. I trust that that answers your question.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I know that you have to leave. We wish you good luck with your signing ceremony with UNIDO, and we look forward to welcoming you back at the end. Okay. But now I'm really very, very pleased to give the floor to Mr. Jeffrey Hall, who you would have heard speaking earlier, of the CARICOM Private Sector Organization, to in a way frame the discussions that we're going to have today from the private sector perspective, and to look at the challenges and opportunities that exist in the supply chains, including in the region, for the private sector. So, Mr. Hall, please come up to the lectern.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Wilson and ministers present. Today, I'm representing the CARICOM Private Sector Organization, or CPSO. And the CPSO, for those who may not know, is a new institution. It was established in 2020 by a bold decision of the heads of government of CARICOM to bring the voice of regional business into the policy arena and, in fact, onto the playing field as we work towards the full achievement of our Caribbean regional integration. So the first order of business for me today is to thank you for the opportunity to be here and to present some Caribbean private sector ideas. The second order of business today is for me to declare interest. Today, I represent the diverse interests of the CPSO, but my perspective is to some extent influenced by my own role in Caribbean business. The businesses that I lead have significant interests in services, but we also produce and trade tangible goods, with important businesses in property and infrastructure development, farming, consumer goods manufacturing, right here in CARICOM. But our businesses that I think matter to this discussion are our port and shipping operations. We operate Kingston Wharves, a multi-purpose terminal, a gateway port with direct links between Asia, Europe, North and South America, and about 27 countries in the region, and Geest Line, with the image present, a shipping line that connects 2 ports in Europe with 10 ports in the Caribbean. And of course, we do warehouses and cargo consolidation. So with that, I want to use the remainder of my time to briefly lay out a series of premises. They're intended to be fact-based statements, not controversial. The theory is if you accept the premises, that we might align on a conclusion. And that would, of course, be in the hands of the policymakers who will speak. So the first premise number 1, is that to survive as small states, we have to trade. I don't think that anybody here thinks that our states can simply pass a law to command that semiconductor technology of the future be produced here, or that we can slap a massive duty, a prohibitive duty on foreign cars to ensure that they're made here. We know we have to trade. To be clear, and this was mentioned earlier by our colleague from Central America, I can imagine a very successful small state that only sells services, but I cannot imagine a successful small state that doesn't buy goods. The second premise. The second premise is that ships, maritime transportation, will go to where the volume is. So barring war or sanctions or some kind of hyper-regulation, ships will go where the volume is and make themselves available to move it. So put simply, in general, there are enough ships to go around. And if there aren't, we're given time horizon, people will build them. So premise number 2 notes that oftentimes we in small island states conflate a shipping problem with what is in fact a cargo problem. This conundrum is nowhere near as complex as that of the chicken and the egg. In this business, the cargo volume must come first, then comes the shipping. So the view of the CPSO, of the private sector, is that shipping capacity is available to the small states of the Caribbean, but the required cargo volume isn't. Premise number 3. It's a little bit less demoralizing. Small states need to know that there need not be a correlation between the size of the land or the size of the population and the size of the volume that goes through a port. Panama, Jamaica, Singapore, Dubai, Bahamas, these are all small countries, relatively small countries, with relatively large global ports. So in those cases, the volume of cargo that goes through the ports is 10 times the amount required to service the domestic populations. Their job is to receive cargo from lots of places and send it back out to where it needs to go. And guess what? The need for hubs like these is not going away. In fact, the drive for bigger ships requiring deeper drafts, bigger cranes, more invested terminals, the shift towards emission standards, requiring new fuel options, slower steaming, all give a temptation to bypass the milk run of deviations to smaller ports. All make it more likely that new variations on the hubs, new hubs, will come to exist and will urgently to exist in regions with a proliferation of small states like this one. Premise number 4, 2 more to go. So there's no correlation between the size of the country necessarily and the size of the port, but there is a definite, unambiguous, and significant correlation between the size of the port and the ease of doing business. The ability to move goods in and out easily without unnecessary taxation and with harmonious regulation will determine the size of the port. Now, CARICOM and the CSME were clearly designed to allow goods to move within the region if they were made within the region, as determined by a change in HS code. So those goods can move freely from one point to another in the region. So we're off to a good start. The problem, though, is that 9 times more container volumes come to us from outside the region than from within it. And unfortunately, the SIDS of CARICOM do not have a policy design that will easily allow goods that emanate from outside the region to be deconsolidated, warehoused, tweaked, restyled, combined with other local inputs maybe, repackaged, relabeled, and reconsolidated to move about within the region and beyond. And the absence of these rules means that we're denying ourselves the opportunity, which is much, much, much bigger than the one we have created. It is the opportunity to grow a shipping and logistics ecosystem of cargo volumes that is linked to nearshore logistics and to value-added activities for finished and intermediate goods that can compete and serve our region and beyond. So we're talking about free zones and special economic zones, and those can play an important bridging role. But ultimately, shipping volumes around the Caribbean will grow and beget a wider ecosystem of shipping volumes and maritime activity and investment if the import duty into CARICOM does not have to be paid and repaid on the same good. The 5th premise. This is the last one. So there's no correlation between the size of the port and the size of the state. But there is a correlation between the size of the port and the size of the capital needed to pull it off. A big port requires big money and highly incentivized big money, and big money that chases throughput and productivity. And oftentimes, this big money is bigger and more skilled and more specialized and more connected and networked than that which a small state can easily afford. So there's an opportunity to attract private capital. That's missing in many of our states. Private capital can help to do the business of developing logistics hubs. And small states like ours have to figure out how to get comfortable with these players, how to deal with them, understand their motivations and their constraints. And this is the secret. This is what Jamaica and Bahamas and Panama and the Dominican Republic and other states are doing. So these are the premises from which I think we can draw some constructive solutions as a team. In short, we have to create hubs where goods can arrive in volume and then move around easily from there, and in so doing, create and drive the volume that becomes the basis for an integrated transportation system, one that can in turn facilitate production and value-added activity. But we've got to harvest new policy frameworks and global capital to do it. In my view, what I've said for goods is also a natural starting point, I think, for thinking about passengers. They're not easy questions. I don't want to make light of it. They're difficult trade-offs. But we in the private sector and the CPSO think the project on which we've all embarked today is definitely worth the effort. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Hall, for really injecting the private sector perspective and a really important dose of reality. And if I take some of the key things from what you said, trade is a non-negotiable for small states. Ships follow the volume. It's a cargo problem, not a shipping capacity problem. What matters is not the size of the country, it is the attractiveness of the port that makes it draw traders. Ease of business is fundamental. Predictability and transparency matters. Regional trade and reconsolidation is underexploited. Capital and financing is key to build ports that people will come to, but access to private capital is challenging. So thank you very much, Mr. Hall. So now I'm going to turn back to the ministers, and I'm going to come to you first, Minister Charles Cooper, Minister of Transport and Urban Planning of Curaçao. It's a real pleasure to welcome you here. And as an aside, Barbados looks forward to working with you as chair of the WTO accession of Curaçao to the World Trade Organization. So we look forward to working with you on that process, Minister. So the floor is yours, the same question that I asked to Minister Simmons. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. It's an honor for me to represent Curaçao today at this Global Supply Chain Forum organized by UN Conference on Trade and Development and also the government of Barbados. We came with a great group of people from Curaçao. They are there. So 7 people. So that is the importance that we put on this type of venues. Basically, we as a SIT also had been impacted by the disruption of the supply chain in various examples. The one which Minister Simon said, that is one, the COVID, of course, we all have suffered from that. But also Curaçao have suffered from the sanctions from the United States on Venezuela. because maybe 80% of all our foods, let's say the fruits and vegetables, we import from Venezuela. So at the moment they imposed those sanctions on Venezuela, it was a disruption. And then we had to look for alternative of via Colombia, or that was more expensive, of course. And then we established a route via Santo Domingo by ship, which nowadays it's booming. So there was also an opportunity for that sanction imposed, that we got another route of getting the goods, at least the fruits and the vegetables for our fellow countrymen. The one impacted from Ukraine and also the Suez Canal, so we also got the butterfly effect of that in Curacao, and indeed it drives the prices. But the one of COVID, I want to say that it had impacted, the prices went high, but we have to be also thankful we are, as Curacao, part of the kingdom of the Netherlands. We are one of the 4 countries in the kingdom of Netherlands. And that helped because then Netherlands have helped us with a credit line for paying the salaries for more than 1 year of everyone on Curacao. So it was a loan that we have to pay within maybe the next 30 years, but still we have to be thankful that at the time of the crisis, they responded as brothers in the kingdom. So that is that have to be said. Also, we came to the conclusion that we have to do something in our port, the way we trade, the way our port is being handled and managed. It is too outdated. We have to digitalize the whole system because at the moment, the way they're doing it is causing a lot of demurrage at the moment. Demurrage, and the demurrage will be passed to the consumer. So it will increase the price at the end for the consumer. So that is something that we are looking into it for digitalizing it and make all the trade easier. So all the bottlenecks of the system is being analyzed at the moment in our port. Also, we are stimulating the local production and consumption. We are more giving incentive for people to go in agriculture, the hydroponics, the new ways of doing agriculture, also livestock and fishery. Actually, last week we just signed an MOU with a company who which have to come, will want to come explore fish farming in Curacao. So that is also, we signed an MOU that we will hear more about in the coming months and years. Also, the behavior change is important. I think it's for all of us. Actually, we are importing more than we actually need, you know, and you see it also when you travel. You think you need, 3 pairs of shoes, and you only need maybe 1 or 2. The same is with importing. I think we all are importing more than we actually use, and that is something that we are telling the people in Curacao, we say less is more. So less is more. Import the thing you really need. So that is also one thing. But that is locally. But then let's go to the part of regional. Regional also, we think that together we can do great together. So, and this venue is one that can be propeller for this type of changes because most of the time we think like, you know, island-wise. And I think we have to start thinking together as a great country, and we're part of the great country, and then from then we make strategies to target the supply chain challenges and eliminate them step by step. And there is things that you can do. For example, sourcing from stable region. Why we're going to import things all over from China, and we all are doing it separately. Why we're not one doing it, come with it in the region, and then from there in a warehouse, maybe Curaçao have a lot of places, a big free zone. Why we cannot use our free zone for, you know, for having a great stock for the whole Caribbean. So those are the things I've been talking that regionally, but I think I won't consume much more time because I have other colleagues who have to also say their part. So we are thinking locally what we can do, also regionally what we can do. We have some points that we can discuss together and reach Friday to a common ground on this. Thank you.
So much, Minister. And I really applaud what Curaçao has been doing the last couple of years in terms of trying to build closer relations with the CARICOM community. I know you're building closer relations with Trinidad. You've approached the CARICOM Secretariat to regularize the relationship, and I think that's really important. And the issue you mentioned about the need to improve the procedures at the port, especially to digitalize, I want to point out someone in the audience, and I am a big believer in South-South cooperation, who you really should speak to, Patricia Francis from Jamaica, who, if you want to know about how to improve trade facilitation procedures, this is the lady you should speak to. So please.
Thank you for your effort that you are doing for us as Curaçao to get a seat in the World Trade Organization. Thank you.
To turn the floor over to Mr. Juan Edgehill, Minister of Public Works of Guyana. A very warm welcome to you. A warm welcome to the country which has recorded the world's highest real GDP growth in 2022 and 2023. So, Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and let me express thanks to both the UN Conference on Trade and Development and the government of Barbados for hosting us at this time. When we face challenges, we should not become daunted. Obviously, over the last 5 years, 4 or 5 years, if I'm to sit here this afternoon to discuss some of the challenges that we faced as a country, I might be evoking sympathy and empathy from you. We took government in the midst of COVID. We had 2 floods that could have wiped out more than 60% of GDP. We had tremendous challenges with a post-election period where the country was going nowhere. In the midst of all of that, you have to find the courage to turn things around. So heavily, we had to pay attention to policy formulation. Let's deal first with what took place in the world as it relates to logistics. Really, there was no shortage, but the problem was logistics and getting things from one place to the other. We faced the same challenge, like every other country, I guess, here, with the cost of shipping where it went up by 500%, 600%. What we did as a country to ensure that prices remain stable on the market, since duty was charged on cost, insurance, and freight, we worked with the private sector, and the freight charge that was used was the post-COVID freight charge. So we forego billions of dollars in revenue as a state to ensure that the private sector did not have to raise prices to compensate for the cost that they were paying for shipping. And that made a significant difference in the lives of people. The same thing happened with the cost for fuel, because in the midst of all that was happening, we had the world fuel crisis. We also had a world food crisis. And the major challenges of the world today is to ensure that we have energy security, food security, and climate security. So we have to ensure that whatever we do in that context, we maintain a balance that we can have energy security, food security, and climate security. We also ensure the price at the pump for the user never went above the price that it was before the problem. We reduced the excise tax, and then we brought it down to zero. And then to ensure that people did not have to pay excessive costs for electricity, because in Guyana, that's one of our major challenges right now, the cost per kilowatt of electricity. I think we're the highest in the region, and we are working to bring that down. We ensure that the cost that the consumer had to pay did not increase. The government absorbed that, and of course that would have carried on to water supply, because you need electricity to carry the water supply. So those were some of the initiatives that we put in place to manage that. But I also want to indicate that while that is happening, it was a time when Guyana's need for imports grew because of the booming oil and gas sector. Supply chain management became a key and critical situation. As the minister who's also responsible for the maritime affairs of the country, we saw a movement of ships grew by 200% in just a short window of time. And the difficulty with that, because we are 6 feet below the sea, we have to maintain the draft, because boats coming in need a required amount of draft, and the desilting that is taking place as a result of how we are located was a major, major challenge. So we had to also deal with that. Now, I am making this point to say that, one, we have to take note of the reality that what is happening around the world. I mean, with a lot of our Caribbean partners who come to Guyana for goods and supplies, including sand, we ensured that they were coming with aggregates that we needed to complement what we were blasting in the country to keep the construction sector going. We had to ensure that who were coming for rice was also able to bring in other products so that we can be able to compensate, to keep the cost of freight down, and to ensure that our trade become more effective even in the time of crisis. One of the innovations that we applied in the midst of that crisis is that we brought a new level of direct cash transfers to families. We delivered $25,000 to every household during COVID. When people couldn't come out, we went to them to ensure that they had money. Why? We had more than 3,000 small businesses that could have collapsed. Businesses that surrounded schools and places of entertainment, small businesses that provide services in the evening that collapsed because people couldn't move. They still needed to eat. We had to deal with the banks to service and put monitoring on how they deal with that. And I'm happy that right now in Guyana we have one of the smallest percentages of non-performing loans. We were able to bring ourselves out of that challenge. But more particularly in the Caribbean, with the Caribbean's initiative of reducing the CARICOM import bill by 2025, by 25% by 2025, that we had to pay some very special important things to what? One, the biggest challenge to meet supply in the Caribbean is stock feed. So we had to open up new lands to plant corn and soybeans, and I think we're going to become a net exporter of feed and meat in a very short while. I think CARICOM is right now working on the transport logistics to be able to move food between countries. Barbados is opening up a terminal. Guyana, Trinidad, Barbados, and I think Suriname wants to come on board to get a ferry to move among, bringing supplies here. But we also took note of the difficulty because we have said that our prosperity is a prosperity for the entire Caribbean. We don't see Guyana's prosperity as a prosperity for Guyana alone. It's a prosperity for the entire Caribbean. And we realize that one of the challenges that the Caribbean islands are having is the supply to the cruise ships that come to the Caribbean. Every time the cruise ships go on the local market to buy, the price for the locals in the Caribbean would also go up. So we went into our agriculture, providing high volume and high price goods that are required through shade house agriculture. So we've had to move from regular plantation agriculture to shade house agriculture, which has made a significant difference. I think a number of the Caribbean states have come to Guyana to benefit from that. The problem now is ensuring that we get those products to the market in a timely manner, ensure we have the airlift as well as the logistics in terms of shipping. The challenges still remain, and I'm sure none of us in this room could predict if there's another war, there's another crisis that develop, and Guyana's had its own crisis with our neighbors to the west putting us under tremendous pressure with a military buildup and a claim to almost 2/3 of our country. So we've had to deal with that in the context of everything else that is happening. But the one thing I want to say, what we have done is not because we are great. What we have done is because we did it in partnership with our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean. And there was a constant engagement of CARICOM on these matters, and that is something that I would really want to recommend here. We are too small to survive on our own. We are better when we do it together. Thank you for now, sir.
Thank you, Minister. I mean, you are a true regionalist, and I think that that is so, so important. And some of the issues that you just mentioned, I am excited to see where things are going to go in the Caribbean in the next 3 to 4 years with the improved regional transportation system, with the hubs for food and agriculture. So I think all I would say to the non-Caribbean people in the room today is watch this space. Some really exciting things are going to happen in the region with the leadership of countries like Guyana. Now we're going to turn to the Minister for Transport of Seychelles, Mr. Anthony Derjac. Now, Seychelles is another SIDS piloting really innovative tools through, for example, the launch of the Seychelles SDG Investor Map, which serves to attract private capital to investment opportunities aligned with the SDGs, something that was said earlier about attracting private capital. So the floor is yours, sir, to understand a little bit more about the Seychelles reality.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you first to UNCTAD for the invitation, Madam Secretary General, and thank you to the government of Barbados and the Prime Minister. Like all other SIDs, small island developing states, we face the same problems. And I do not wish to labor on those problems because they're so similar. And from now until Friday, we'll be acquainted with the problems. They are common. Seychelles is a small island state in the Western Indian Ocean. We have 115 islands scattered over 1.3 million square kilometers of EEZ. Our population is only 100,000. So we have the common problems with shipping. We have a concentrated economy, which is 57% tourism, then financial services, and commercial fishing, which is based on tuna. We have one of the largest tuna canning factories in the world in Seychelles. We are also a high-income country. So for our purpose, I wish to just mention that from our perspective, looking at middle-income SIDs and high-income SIDs, there is a specific problem in that we do not have access to concessionary funding for development as other developing states. At this point in time, when you look at the questions, is what can the multilateral organizations do? I think that looking and grading countries on GDP per capita, or GNI, gross national income, is singular and does not take into account the vulnerabilities of small island states. We don't only face a problem of transportation, but we have a very low population and therefore market. We are very, very far from major centers, like Seychelles is 1,000 miles from anywhere. Our nearest neighbor is Kenya, which is approximately 1,100 kilometers to the west. We are extremely isolated. But with an MVI, multidimensional vulnerability index, our specificities can be taken into account. That is, we are open and prone to shocks, like COVID. We went through the same experience. With COVID, Seychelles shut down, and no tourists arrive in the country for at least a year. So government similarly paid the wages of every single worker in Seychelles for slightly more than a year. We didn't have the Netherlands to help us. So, so we did it through our own efforts, through our own economy. And when we took over government in 2020, in October, there was practically nothing in the central bank. We only had some, and we had to borrow from our own central bank and pay back as a government. But 1 year through COVID, we got through our friendship, for example, with the UAE, sufficient vaccination, and also from India, sufficient vaccination, and we became, together with Abu Dhabi and the UAE and Israel, one of the fastest vaccinated countries in the world. So we could open our economy. Our policy was to try as fast as possible to open our economy and then to create a bubble from other states that were similarly vaccinated, like the UAE and Israel, and they went to Rwanda in Central Africa and to the Seychelles. So our arrivals from tourism skyrocketed because our country was safe as being fully vaccinated. For cost of living, we worked hard on inflation. We created a basket of goods which were subsidized, and our social welfare index went up by 32%. So it took us about a year to hit again the arrival figures of tourism as compared to 2019, which was the highest in our history. So this is how we tried, and we recovered from COVID. Now at this point in time, we are fully recovered. Seychelles faces the same transportation problems in that we are not on the obvious shipping lanes. So vessels bypass the Seychelles, and our goods often are deposited either in Durban or in Mauritius. And then we have smaller feeder vessels that pick up containers and bring them back to Seychelles. Huge vessels, like the speaker's previous reminded us, that the vessels are getting bigger and slower. So the large vessels are interested in depositing 4,000 or 5,000 containers in Durban and not coming into our waters for 300 containers. It's not worth their while. Also, our infrastructure, for example, our port and airport, was built by the British just before independence in 1974. So what I've done, I've worked hard with my ministry and the port authorities, and we now have issued letters of interest for a tender. So we intend to start the construction of a modern port. Without a modern port, without onshore cranes, vessels will not stop. and vessels with cranes are outmoded and are not being built. So you have to create the infrastructure to attract shipping also, and this is what we intend to do, so that the layover is very short, the infrastructure is there, and in any case, the port was outdated. For the airport, we have almost completed our master plan. Small island developing states face major problems for these infrastructure projects. The cost per unit remains the same. For example, for dredging, it's the same per square meter. For a port of 1,000 meters or one for 400 meters, to build a quay is the same. And for the airport, when you build a terminal, it's the same $3,000 to $4,500 American dollars per square meter of a terminal. So with a small population of 100,000, looking at major projects, it becomes huge capital that is involved. And this is the issue with small island developing states. They are especially vulnerable because of the shipping issues. They are especially vulnerable because of climate change. You all have coral bleaching, which affects tourism. You all have coastal erosion, which takes away the coast and the beaches. You all have road infrastructure erosion, which necessitates the rebuilding at a different area and a different height of your roads. So at the same time that we face these huge problems, the development funds are being repurposed elsewhere because we've reached a high income state. So it's as if because you've reached a point of success, you are now not allowed to go further, you must regress. That's because the formula is wrong. It's based on a pure economic factor, which is GDP per capita, or what we call it GNI. Whereas with the multi-dimensional vulnerability index, you take into account all the factors which affect SIDs and the developing states which are not getting the concessionary funding. A study is being done, and it shows that more and more SIDS has to come together to tackle this issue. This is an issue in common. We cannot build ports, roads, development, education, health for our people if concessionary funding dries up. So my message from this conference at the end of the day is to look at the mode of funding for our states. I thank you very much.
Excellent. And I'd like to just point out something that I've realized here, just listening to all of you. Not only do we all share similar stories, but do you realize that every single small island developing state that has spoken here has said that during the pandemic, they did everything in their power to make sure that their population stayed afloat, that their population could still have an income, that their population was still productive, that their SMEs still survived. That says a lot about the nature of governance and governments in small island developing states. And I want to pick up on that last thing you just said about being able to access finance. And I would like the audience to do something for me. I would like you to repeat loudly after me. GDP per capita does not work. Louder. I want them to hear it up in the World Bank. Perfect. Thank you. So now I'm really quite happy to turn to Mr. Hilton Kendo, the Minister of Transportation, Communication, and Information Technology of the Marshall Islands. Now, the Marshall Islands, if you don't know, it spans 29 coral atolls with coral rims that encircle a lagoon, 5 single islands over a total land area of just 70 square miles, which faces all of the climate-related supply chain disruptions that you can think of. So, Minister, the floor is yours.
You, Mr. Moderator, and I would also like to thank the organizers for putting this event together. Before I go on and give you my answers on the question that came up, I would like to say on behalf of the people of the Marshall Islands and Her Excellency, President Hildasti Aine, I would like to say thank you very much and give you warm greetings from the Marshall Islands. Yahweh to all. I'm really sorry. I'm going to hide my team write down what I'm going to say today because, you know, given the flight from the Marshall Islands down here, I haven't slept. We got in last night at 11 o'clock, and I just couldn't, I just can't sleep. It's always like this, first time I go to a new place. And Barbados is a very nice place, and I like to, on behalf of the people of the Marshall Islands, say thank you to everybody, and thank you to the Barbados government for hosting this special event for the Small Islands Development States, which is a very important event for us to get together and try to solve the problems that we encounter as different countries. I know we have heard from Curacao, Seychelles, and Guyana. We still got Tuvalu and Fiji. But so without further ado, I'm going to read from the paper. I'm the new guy on the block. But anyways, the Marshall Islands has to contend with climate change and extreme weather events. And the Marshall Islands has vast expanse of atolls scattered over a large area of ocean. This makes it, we are also very remote. Our islands are at the end of the maritime routes. This makes importation very costly, and it takes a long time for crucial goods and energy to arrive at our islands. For us, shipping is a lifeline, and it is currently the only effective way of transporting goods. We import all our fuel, most foodstuffs, and all basic goods via shipping. We also have very fragile trade links. COVID taught us we could survive with our airline services. It was difficult and came at a huge financial cost and disruption to our society, but we survived. However, we cannot survive without access to international shipping. The fragility of those trade links are compounded by climate change with an increasing frequency of extreme weather events. In addition to the impacts we already face, the outlook of further climate change impacts on our supply chain is particularly bleak. Since 1993, the surrounding ocean has risen by more than 12 centimeters. Today, it regularly floods some neighborhoods, fields, roads, and even graveyards. Climate-induced sea level rise threatens our major infrastructure, including ports and storage facilities, which are clustered around low-lying areas of Major Atoll, which is the capital atoll of the Marshall Islands. As sea level rise continues to rise, the Marshall Islands face escalating costs related to adapting and protecting essential infrastructures, which impacts the efficiency and viability of our trade routes. Of course, as a maritime nation and our communities separated by hundreds of miles of open ocean, we are totally dependent on our domestic shipping to connect our country. These vast international distances, coupled with the small size for our island communities, make our domestic shipping one of our greatest costs and constraints. This is more than just enabling our own economy. Shipping is an essential public good necessary for delivering of all government services, health, education, justice, administration, etc. Every fluctuation in shipping and fuel costs impacts our government ability to provide the most basic services to our island. Additionally, we have to contend with the shocks arising out of wars that are currently happening. My country has not been immune to the increase in costs created by global conflicts. In fact, this impact has been exponential for us, including all SIDS who are remote from their markets. We have seen a marked increase in cost of fuel and food prices. Two vital goods which are essential for our economy. The increase in fuel price has also increased the cost by electricity, and this additional cost comes on top of already high domestic energy prices. In terms of solutions that the government took, the Marshall Islands has implemented the following measures and policies to strengthen our domestic economy against future shocks. On the energy side, in the long term, we seek to increase our renewable capacity to both reduce our reliance on diesel and reduce our domestic emissions. We have laid out our electricity roadmap back in 2018, where we aim to have our diesel use reduced to 50%, below 2010 levels by 2025, and 65% reduction by 2030. We have submitted our national framework for transportation decarbonization, REBLIP 2015, to IMO back in 2015, where it is still the only national plan action for it. We have set emission reduction targets for our own shipping of 40% by 2030 and 100% by 2015 in our updated NDCs. We have also implemented strategies to increase efficiency measures on our domestic routes. Firstly, by centralizing loading and unloading points for islands, and secondly, using small vessels to decrease stops on larger vessel routes. Mr. Moderator, that's what I have for you for the first question. So thank you all.
Thank you, Minister. And again, thank you so much for making the trek to be here. Now, we don't have that much time left, so I'll ask my other panelists if they can be even more focused going forward. And now we're going to turn to Mr. Simon Kofe, the Minister of Transport, Energy, Communication, and Innovation of Tuvalu, a beautiful island located in the Pacific, midway between Hawaii and Australia, but very deeply affected by the global supply chain movements, especially the rapid increase in food prices. So, Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Matthew, and honorable ministers, panelists, Her Excellency Secretary General, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon to you all. It's a pleasure to be here to share some insights on our experience in Tuvalu. Like my colleague from the Marshall Islands, my body clock is also still tuned to Tuvalu time, so forgive me for the low energy levels this afternoon. But nevertheless, thank you to the organizers. Thank also the government and the people of Barbados for the excellent arrangements and making us feel very welcome in your country. Tuvalu is one of the smallest countries in the world in terms of land area, and I think the smallest on this panel. We have a population of 10,000 people. So I'm hearing one of the ministers saying they have a small population of 100,000 people. And I'm thinking that's 10 times our population in Tuvalu. So maybe we should have a special category for really small island developing states. But having said that, it is very rare for you to meet a Tuvaluan in your lifetime, so make the most of your opportunity to see us. But, I didn't want to repeat again, because many of the challenges that have already been shared are the same across the board for all small island developing states. But I just wanted to take I guess just a broader look at the vulnerabilities of the global economic order that we are all a part of. And many of us have referred to experiences during the COVID-19 period. And I think if we look back in the past few decades, we've spent a lot of effort in integrating our economies, improving trade routes, removing trade barriers, and we've become so interconnected, and the motivation behind all this, the benefits that have come with globalization, we've all embraced that. We've seen the modernization of our countries, access to products and goods that are coming from different countries. But the motivation and the drive behind globalization has been the drive to put products in the markets. And often, well, I think most of it is driven by commercial interest to get these products to the bigger markets. And given that small island developing states, we have small populations, small volumes that come to our islands, there's very little incentive for big companies and corporations and shipping routes to serve our islands. And I think it's important for us to look at the global context that we now find ourselves in, because we've embraced the benefits, but we're also finding that we're becoming more vulnerable to each other's actions. And COVID-19 is a perfect example of that. Climate change is another example of that, where actions by countries in different parts of the world is affecting countries like Tuvalu and small island developing states. And so that's the global context that we now find ourselves in. And in an interconnected world, it's important that we look at the values and the principles that underpins the economic order. Because living in an interconnected world, you need to be more responsible. You need to be more conscious of your actions and its impact on others. And Tuvalu is traditionally a community-based society, in that we live in very close-knit communities. We live with our families, extended families. We emphasize the importance of obligations and responsibility to the maintaining of the community order. One example is our land tenure system. Land is not owned by an individual, but is owned by families, clans. And so there is always a focus on the collective well-being, the collective interest, the collective ownership of assets and properties. And because we live in that kind of society, there are certain values, mindsets that we need to have in order to maintain that order. And I think these are becoming very relevant to the global community that now exists, because we're so interconnected. We've embraced the benefits of being interconnected, but we're not focusing on the values that maintains this connectivity, these connections, and networking that now exists. Countries are still driven by their national interest, immediate economic interest, at the expense of the environment, the impact on other countries. And so I just wanted to have a look, to emphasize the global context that we now find ourselves in, and why we are always at the disadvantage when it comes to global trade routes, is because there's very little incentives, and the values that drives that system, although it's beneficial to the world, it has its limits. And I think we are now finding out the limits when we are focusing purely on those values and not focusing on the responsibility and obligations of countries. And you know, this one example, as I said, is climate change. Countries like Tuvalu are facing the full brunt of the impacts of climate change for a problem that we did not create. And it's important that we continue to advocate for countries to take stronger climate action, because we think it's a problem only to small and developing states, but it's not. It takes different forms for different countries, and it also impacts the supply chain. I mean, we saw bushfires some years back in Australia, and that had a huge impact on the supply and of wheat to the global market. And I think things are just going to get worse from here if countries are not taking action and not acting. And I think the window of opportunity for us to really change the course that we're on is closing very, very quickly. And I just hope that we can get our act together in time before it's too late. So without going over the issues again, I just wanted to state that as just some general comments on our discussions this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And I very much appreciate you highlighting this issue of a value-based approach to international trade, which is something that I don't think we think about enough. And if in a couple of years you start to use the vernacular, really, small island developing states, remember, it started here in Barbados. So now we're going to turn to Mr. George Tavo, the Deputy Secretary for the Ministry of Public Works, Meteorological Services and Transport in Fiji. Barbados and Fiji, we have collaborated in a number of areas on the global scene, including on trade, on health, and on climate change. And those of you here in the room who attended the climate change, NCDs, and mental health event that we had here in Barbados last year would recall that the declaration was a joint piece of work from Barbados and Fiji. So we work very closely together. So Deputy Secretary, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Big Bulavinaga to you all. Thank you for receiving us this afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the Government of Barbados for hosting this event, and I believe there's a lot to come out in the next few days. When we look into the challenges that we face in the Pacific, I think I'll just give a broader overview of what the situation is like in Fiji. First, I would like to just give you a dive into the compositions of where things are in Fiji. We are in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. We have a landmass of around 18,000 square kilometers. We have about 300 small islands and a third actually inhabited. We have about $5 billion GDP. In terms of our infrastructure, we have about 7,000 plus kilometers of road, 1,300 of bridges, and about 50 jetties. So that sort of like gives an overview of the situation there in Fiji. So you will see that we are actually surrounded by the ocean. So Fiji, in terms of the challenges, lies in the tail end of the supply chain. So you can imagine pushing a container across to Fiji would cost about 50% more than what it would cost to send it across to Australia and New Zealand, which are our nearest neighbors. And for us to push that further to our further remote islands like in the Kiribati, it could be up as about 600% more. So if you look into the costs, that's where things are at the moment. We don't have the luxury to support an operations or the movement of cargoes that is so expensive. We have limited resources. So in terms of the other challenge that we have, the economic challenges, we have our tourism sector. The two main export commodities in Fiji are sugar and, of course, our tourism. But very recently, we have remittance as part of joining up the big boys at the top. Through the Vovale partnership with Australia, there's a lot of temporary work permits, work contracts for Fiji labor market to supply the labor to the Australian market. And that, again, is creating a lot of challenges as well, as it's sort of like moving the able population into Australia. And then if you move into our remote islands, you can almost see the elderly and the children. So in terms of the economic benefits of what can come out of these islands, it's very low at the moment. So those are some of the challenges we are facing. Of course, the fuel escalating fuel prices is something that we have to bear with, as we rely a lot on the shipping sector to provide the movement of cargoes across the Fiji. Unfortunately, for your information, the aviation doesn't fall under our ministry, so I wouldn't be able to give you snapshots of what it is like over there. But I can recall that there were some complications when we bought International Airlines with a series of Airbuses, and then the pandemic struck, and then we had some real issues into picking up our loan concessions and all that arrangements. But we are actually recovering. We are not there yet, about negative 0.6% of contributions from the transport sector into our GDP. So we are actually moving towards full recovery in the near future. The challenges that we face is in regard to our infrastructures. I believe particularly the jetties in the remote maritime islands. When we cannot access the jetties under deplorable conditions, get damages, you will understand that climate change, as my colleague from Tuvalu has mentioned, do affect us, and it creates a lot of problems. So if there's a cutoff in terms of the supply chain in that respect, the people are affected. They can wait for months before the supplies are replenished. So that's, again, another big challenge. So the way around it, we have to look into our policies. We need to look into, we are working with MFAT at the moment to develop our national transport strategy moving forward. We're also working with MFAT in regard to a decarbonization policy. There has been some discussions around green shipping ports and shipping corridors. That is an area that we are also in discussions with our fellow Pacific Island countries. So there has been a lot of developments in that space, but we're hopeful that what comes out of the discussions in the next few days would help us address some of the pressing issues that we face in the Pacific Islands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tavo. And with the Pacific Island Forum being in Fiji, I hope that you will be able to take back home some of what you've heard here so that it can be disseminated throughout the Pacific region. So now we turn to Ms. Sandra Casanova, Présidente de la Commission Stratégique Logistique du Territoire de Martinique. Bienvenue. Vous préférez parler français ou anglais? Anglais peut-être? Yeah.
We can try in English, because I suppose in the room not so many people speak and understand French. Thank you. Thank you for UNCTAD for the invitation, and Minister, Ambassador, Excellencies, dear friends. I'm very happy to be there with you. I would like to start my speech, a short speech, don't worry, because time is up. But I am the only woman on the stage, so I will, I will try to. Thank you. First, I think we have to know each other. Martinique, it's a French Caribbean island, but as Curaçao, Martinique, it is a EU outermost region. So we have to know in the Greater Caribbean, we have 4 languages, and I would like to say 5. You have French, English, Spanish, Dutch, but also Brazilian. So it's a huge market. And someone said, maritime lines follow volume. We have the volume within the Greater Caribbean. But some people believe because we live on a small island, so small island means low economy. I can tell you it's wrong, because you can live on a small island and become an innovate country, and also be able to open your economy, your market. So you are a kind of bridge between your economy and the other islands, but also between your economy and when, as Martinique, you are part of European Union, you become a bridge with the European Union market. I don't want to talk too long about difficulty or issues we had during pandemic COVID or with different crises we have in the world, because I think we have to be solution makers. We have to be doers, just that. And we need to address the issue of logistic and supply chain with a holistic and integrated approach. It's very important. I think if we continue to just reflect about, okay, what we can produce and who want to buy our production, it's a mistake. So we need more data, and I will tell you what we are doing, because we work a lot about supply chain in Martinique. Martinique, it's, I have to tell you, Martinique, it's a region, a territory, but with more and more autonomy from France. So we are working on a different strategy to be able to increase our GDP and also to be more connected with the rest of the world. And we created in the strategy, the Commission, strategic logistic strategy. It's a commission, but it's a part of the Assembly of Martinique. And the collectivity of Martinique have two parts, Assembly of Martinique and Executive Council. Thank you. So just to tell you, we understand, we know we can have politics or diplomatic agreements between different countries, but really what connects two countries, it's about supply chain. So we have to work on this part, this aspect. Supply chain, it's the how can you say, it's a materialization of the flow, and it's very important for us. So we have a project of a free zone, but we call it customs zone in Martinique. We have a port, a deep water port. We are working on another port to facilitate inter-regional trade. We have an international airport, but we are working on the customs aspect and all about trade facilitation. And I don't know if I said everything. Maybe I would like to say more, but we don't have so much time. But again, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Casanova. And we have a lot of time. We have 3 days for you to discuss these issues with everyone here, because what I hear for you is a call to action to the Caribbean in particular to see Martinique as a real economic partner. So I really hope that you're going to use these 3 days to make those connections with our CARICOM colleagues here in the room. So colleagues, what I would now like to do is to call up to the podium. We have 2 more things before we end. Call up to the podium Ms. Tricia Tanis, who is the chairperson of the Barbados Private Sector Association. And we have asked Ms. Tanis to listen carefully to everything that the ministers have said this afternoon and to give her reflections. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Tricia, the floor is yours.
A rousing good afternoon. Can everyone hear me? Excellent. Fantastic. Well, I'm staring at a screen that says time's up. So I'm going to be very succinct. First of all, thank you so much to the Barbados government and to Secretary General for having the foresight to host this very impacting and profoundly timed session and conference this week. So as I told Matthew earlier, he gave me the hardest task of everyone today. And it was my duty to listen very, very keenly to these extremely interesting and riveting and compelling stories about people, ultimately, that are being impacted across the globe in small island developing states. What was very clear is that we are all sharing a very similar experience. What was also very interesting was that a lot of the stories went back to survival during the pandemic. And I thought that was a very, very interesting observation because we all had a shared experience, and it's almost as if we set the clock back and we start essentially our stories from the pandemic. It's very interesting that we've all coalesced around food security. That was a very compelling point. We coalesced around concessionary financing, the definition of high-income countries, the fact that high income does not translate into a lack of vulnerability. We coalesced around economic resilience, lots of plans to invest in trade infrastructure. Clearly, in essence, we did not waste the crisis. The crisis became a wake-up call, a clarion call to us in the region and with our colleagues across the world that certainly we could not do things the same way. What I love about what's happened already today is that the private sector has had an opportunity to tell their stories, and I'm going to do a similar thing in a minute. During COVID, I was also the chairman or the president of the Barbados Chamber of Commerce. And for those of you who don't live in small island developing states, you may still at this point be wondering, what's the big deal? Why is there such a preoccupation with vulnerability, resilience, those sorts of themes? When the Barbados government took several actions, and you heard Minister Simmons outline several of them, but there were a couple of things even before we had to neutralize the vulnerable in our society against existential shocks. The Barbados government decided that it was going to waive port charges during the period of the pandemic. And the private sector reached out to the Florida Shipping Association for consideration and relief from the freight rates. And I have to say, very, very quickly, they agreed because of the precedent that was set by the Barbados government, quote unquote. They said, if the Barbados government is willing to forego the revenue, we're going to do the same thing. We attempted to reach out to the shipping companies, the deep sea shipping companies, with zero impact. Zero impact. Now, you would have heard this morning our Prime Minister quote the fact that 80% of global trade is on the sea. For SIDS, that could get as high as 95% of our global trade. A little-known fact is that that trade is concentrated in the hands of 5 global companies. 5 global companies essentially control half of global trade. And what essentially happened was nothing short of a humanitarian crisis. When you live in a small island developing state and you cannot get access to food or to affordable food, essentially you create a humanitarian crisis. If it wasn't for our trading partners, like the African collaboration with our vaccines, you could have easily seen the 7 million persons, the death rate from COVID, rise even higher as a result of additional deaths. This is not a global supply chain forum. This is a forum about people. It's a forum about vulnerable populations across the globe. I'll leave on 3 points. One, you heard Minister Simmons speak about a local social compact. It's a collaboration between the private sector, the trade unions, and the government under something that we call a social partnership. It's a construct that's heavily promoted by the ILO. I'm sure you'll hear more about that over the next few days. That construct allowed us to sit down together in very hard negotiations, as you could imagine, and to come up with something that ultimately redounded to the benefit of vulnerable economies. What does that matter to the private sector? Because we all understand that we cannot survive in a bubble. We need to feed our societies and have a symbiotic relationship with our communities around us. We therefore make a call then for a global version of the local Barbadian Social Compact. What was clear was that there was no mechanism to stop the increase in freight rates. They could go as high as they could. We have governments who are here and who we agree took very, very strong positions where they would cap the impact on their population, and that helped, but it was not sustainable. It was a short-term measure. We do need for the UN to implement mechanisms such that, Lord forbid, we bought this way again. There needs to be some sort of moral capacity, moral suasion, understanding, a global social compact, if you will, with the large global companies, that in the interest of humanitarianism, there should be some cessation on how far those freight rates can go. As we speak today, I can read a note that I got from my own company. This is not something that happened 2 years ago. This is not something that we future-proof against. This is happening again as we speak. As we speak, container availability in China is drying up. As we speak, there are choke points in Mexico, in the ports. As we speak, the Panama Canal still has not been hydrocarbonized, and we have floods in Brazil. It is easy to say diversify and your supply chains, but when you have these geopolitical shocks literally all over the world, and when you have 3 or 4 major trading routes essentially subject to some sort of challenge, you run out of places to diversify. We also call, therefore, upon the UN system to use whatever influence they have to try to quell the geopolitical tensions. It used to be wars used to end very quickly. We now have a war in Ukraine that's going into 2 years. We have a war in Israel and Hamas going on into 6, 7, 8 months. These things lead to other things, and the rest of us, essentially in the small island developing states, essentially feel everything. I want to quote Gerd Muller. He said, "Everything affects everything." That could not be more true. Everything does affect everything. One final point, the global economic order. We completely agree with Minister, I think it was Kofi, also echoed by Seychelles Minister. And I would point you to the Barbados and British Initiative, because the Prime Minister, Bia Motley, has done phenomenal things in terms of elevating the right to access concessionary financing for small island developing states. And she's been a global voice and has successfully been able to inspire the Resilient Sustainability Trust mechanism of the IMF, which allows at least climate resilience to be built into concessionary funding. And that essentially gives small island developing states a little bit of breathing room to recover after, climate catastrophes. In summary, we do stand with our ministers. We are extremely proud as a private sector. The strides that you're all making to make your countries resilient. Clearly there's more that binds us together than separates us, notwithstanding our vast ocean spaces. It sounds to me, Minister Simmons, that maybe we need to rope in our fellow colleagues in the Pacific into our British Initiative and to expand our influence on that initiative to other countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you so much for the opportunity to bring the private sector's opinion from the Barbados side to you, and I wish you an enjoyable 2 or 3 days. Congratulations.
Tricia, please stay on stage, and I would also like Mr. Hall to come on stage with us, please. And of course, our UN Trade and Development Secretary General, Rebecca Greenspan, because today we are officially launching the Ministerial Statement for Enhancing Transport and Logistics in Small Island Developing States, which will be a key outcome of this Global Supply Chain Forum, and will also be a key input into SIDS4. So can I ask all ministers and the SG and our private sector friends to join us on the stage for a photo op.
I take this opportunity to say thank you so much to our moderator, Ambassador Matthew Wilson, and we also acknowledge each panelist, Minister the Honorable Kerry Simmons, Charles Cooper of Curacao, Jobeth Lillian Coleman Davis of the Bahamas, Juan Edgel from Guyana, Anthony DeJacque from Seychelles, Hilton Kendall from the Marshall Islands, Simon Kofi, Tuvalu, George Tavo from Fiji. Thank you all so very much. And of course, we also acknowledge Ms. Tricia Tanis as well. Thank you to our panelists as we get ready for the next session. Is Miss Melissa K. Loreen in the room? Melissa K. Loreen? If you're hearing this message, can you please come to us? Melissa K. Loreen, who hails from Jamaica. As we get ready for the next section, ladies and gentlemen, if anyone has lost their passport, your passport has been found and turned in at the front desk here at the Lord Erskine Sandiford Center. We will be happy to issue you a welcome stamp so you can work here in Barbados, but I know you will still need your passport. So if you have misplaced your passport, please check at the front desk here at the Lord Erskine Sandiford Center. We found your passport and it is secure. That's one of our attendees who's from Jamaica. Your passport has been found and is at the front desk. Ladies and gentlemen, we get ready for our final session of the evening before we head to Illawarra Court, which is the official residence of the Prime Minister and is next door to us here at the Lord Erskine Sandiford Center. For our next session, we call to the stage Ms. Liza Castillo, Senior Director, Partnership on Sustainable Low Carbon Transport from SLOCAT. Mr. Abdullah Munif Al-Munifi, Vice President of the Commercial Business Mawani Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Mr. Bud Dar, Executive Vice President, Maritime Policy and Government Affairs. Mr. Maximo Kibranza Mejia, President of the World Maritime University. Mr. Anthony Alt, Chief Executive Officer, Goddard Enterprises Limited Executive Committee, CARICOM Private Sector Organization. And Ms. Joanna Christensen, Chief Executive Officer, Global Maritime Forum. Can you please join us on the stage? This session will be moderated by Mr. Leo Knott, Deputy Executive Director, Caribbean Export Development Agency. As we stand by to begin the next session, ladies and gentlemen, I'll remind you that immediately after things wrap up here at the Lord Erskine Standiford Center for day one of the Global Supply Chain Forum, we will be heading next door to the official residence of the Prime Minister at Ilaro Court for the official reception, which begins immediately after this. It will be a wonderful occasion to continue to interact with your peers and perhaps meet those whom you have not met as yet, and of course, get the opportunity to experience some of the wonderful talent that Barbados has to offer in terms of our musical talent and cultural showcase. I also want to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Patrick Antoine, CEO of CPSO. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now hand over to the moderator, Mr. Leo Knott, Deputy Executive Director, Caribbean Export Development Agency.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm glad to be part of this panel. Really want to thank UNCTAD and the government of Barbados for enabling this participation. We're definitely honored to moderate this supply chain solutions and public-private partnerships cooperation. Again, my name is Leo Knott. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of the Caribbean Export Development Agency, and where we focus is on championing business growth through trade and development with our head office here in Barbados and a sub-regional office in the Dominican Republic. As part of the work that we do in Caribbean Export, we've definitely witnessed firsthand the pivotal role that collaboration across sectors and stakeholders can have in navigating the complexities of supply chain challenges that mostly affect the private sector and specifically affect MSMEs. Today we're going to gather and hear from the private sector, which includes academia, NGOs, multinational corporations, and regional stakeholders, to really discuss and see what are their perspectives in overcoming supply chain challenges. Each perspective is crucial, offering nuanced approaches or solutions, and definitely their own take on how do we move forward and carve out a path towards development. In the last panel, we saw how interconnected our world is and how the challenges we face are not just isolated. It is imperative that we craft a comprehensive approach that, yes, tackles our immediate needs, but also builds a resilient future. And with that, we're going to start our first question. I would like to first introduce Ms. Joanna Christensen, Chief Executive Officer of the Global Maritime Forum, an international non-for-profit organization committed to shaping the future of global seaborne trade to increase sustainable long-term economic and economic development and human well-being. Joanna, from the perspective of the Global Maritime Forum, what action-oriented solutions are you proposing to address challenges in the global supply chain? And what do you feel is needed, or what is your approach for implementing these solutions while promoting a sustainable and resilient supply chain?
Thank you so much. Is this on? I can't tell. Okay, great. Thank you. Well, thank you so much for your question, Leo. And I'm going to actually spitball it a little bit on that question, if that's okay.
That's what we're here for.
I was partially inspired by the intervention of Arsenio this morning, the Secretary General of the IMO, who really talked about the opportunities that are inherent in the transition of the maritime sector to a zero-emission future, which is one of the topics on the agenda today, and the potential benefits for increased resilience that are part of this transition as well. I think what the starting point for this was, this is going to be a costly transition, but as in many sort of potentially disruptive, or in sort of periods of disruption, there are both big risks, big costs, but there are also big opportunities. And there are two opportunities in particular that I'd like to highlight. So the first opportunity is that many countries around the world, including a lot of developing countries, have an enormous opportunity to produce the zero-emission fuels that shipping will need in the future. So for shipping to transition to a zero-emission future, which is maritime shipping to transition to a zero-emission future, which is sort of the goal that has been set by the IMO in its revised greenhouse gas strategy, it will depend on the development and production of large quantities, and Bud can give me the exact figures, of zero-emission fuels over a period of the next very big amount of zero-emission fuels that will be needed over the coming decades. And the vast majority of these will be based on renewable energy of these fuels. And so this presents the single greatest opportunities for countries that have renewable energy potential, which many, many developing countries have. And so there are countries such as Morocco, Mauritania, Namibia, Mexico, Colombia, many, many countries from the least developed to middle-income countries around the world that have this potential that needs to be unlocked. Of course, there are barriers to realizing this potential, and some of it has been touched upon already today. The cost of capital in countries like this, in some countries even the size of the projects outweigh the national economies effectively, making it very difficult to price risk. But I trust there's going to be a panel subsequent to this one that's going to be talking about climate finance and financing in resilience, so I hope they will touch upon this. But one area that we've looked at specifically is working with industry to try and find ways to unlock this opportunity by signaling demand effectively. And the way we've approached it is by looking at green shipping corridors as a vehicle. It was touched upon by the minister from Fiji as well in the previous panel. And it's one way of looking at a more confined system, if you will, of looking at specific demand in a specific trade lane, for example, and using that as a mechanism to figuring out, okay, how do we match supply and demand? How do we make this opportunity bankable so that private investment can flow in and realize some of these projects? The other major opportunity, and that's really also related to the work at the International Maritime Organization, really is related to policy. And there I would really implore countries that are represented at the IMO to use their voice, to advocate for policy measures at the IMO to support this transition. I mean, for me, it really resonated, the comments from Prime Minister Motley this morning about the cost to everyday goods here in Barbados, and the way that the costs went up over the course of COVID, and the impact that has on an economy and on people, everyday people's lives here in Barbados. But those costs can be mitigated. And any economic measures that Arsenio also touched upon can potentially raise funds that can be used to mitigate some of those negative impacts. And so we need to understand them, we need to work together to understand what are those impacts, how can they be mitigated, but it's an opportunity also to use revenue to make other investments into infrastructure, into ports, into energy infrastructure, into logistics, into the capacity, the capabilities that are needed. So there's just abundant opportunity in that sense. I know there are many challenges as well, but there are opportunities as well. So I really hope we can use some of our time to talk about those.
Definitely. Well, at this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Patrick Antoine, who serves as the Chief Executive Officer and Technical Director of the CARICOM Private Sector Organization Secretariat. Dr. Antoine, from the perspective of the CPSO, what action-oriented solutions are you looking to address in global supply chains? And with the opportunities that Johanna talked about, where do you see that placing in the Caribbean private sector?
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. I want to say it's a pleasure to be here with the panel and particularly to touch on the very important issues of the opportunities that have come out of the experiences from COVID. I think for me, there's been a lot said in the forum so far, but I want to talk about economic incentives. And I think the lesson that the private sector learned, was able to demonstrate, and the things I want to talk about really highlight the importance of economic incentives. The question is, how do we create them where they don't exist? How do we use economic incentives to bring the private sector on board with the public sector in many instances? The second thing I want to say is that the Caribbean private sector did extremely well during COVID. The private sector, because of economic incentives, they were able to source differently, and that's the issue of sourcing from outside of the region by diversifying their sources of purchasing. But they were also able to learn and to work with their CARICOM partners to source internally. It's not a popular message, but there are very many industries in CARICOM which, coming out of COVID, recognized that economic incentives did exist, and as a result, intra-regional production and, by extension, exports have increased for those. We also learned the importance of understanding the markets that we operate in. And I think the third thing, again, because of economic incentives, is that we recognized that it was not always the case that transferring or purchasing from point A to point B, though supported by the trade, was necessarily the best lesson from the logistics side. And I think that touches with a point that we heard earlier, where I think Jeffrey Hall made the point that we needed to look at the ways in which we were able to expand our regional space, to enlarge the space in which we operate and thrive by looking at the policies that create economic incentives. And I want to touch on that one a little deeper because in CARICOM, many of our rules in our common market do not allow what we call production integration. And I want to explain that for many industries, this has in fact been difficult to expand intra-regional production for extra-regional trade. We do not have rules, for instance, that talks to outside of Jamaica, free zones, special economic zones, and as a result, we've lost many opportunities from nearshoring. The economic incentives are there. What needs to follow is now, in fact, government policies and government actions. What has the CPSO done? The CPSO, at the invitation of heads, begun this initiative of 25 by 25 just before COVID. We've worked on investment business cases, and we've achieved quite a bit of success in many instances. One industry born from that, though not agriculture, but feeding into agriculture, is the expansion of chlorine. We were able, coming out of COVID, to learn that the region needed to safeguard its own supplies of critical inputs such as chlorine. And as a result, what has happened is that we've been able to work with this private sector entity in putting new arrangements in place that now allows this entity to supply all of CARICOM's markets. And today they are looking at exporting. What have we learned? We've learned that if the incentive is there, governments now need to make some space for the private sector to work with them. And I'm talking about ports, and I'm also talking about the issue of how we deal with working in the spaces, not replacing the private sector, but working with the private sector, which takes me to shipping. We have a mandate from the heads to work on maritime transportation. We need to understand what that mandate is. That mandate is not to displace the players that are in the market. That mandate is to work in the spaces that exist. How does that relate to where we're coming from as SIDS? During COVID, many of the liners, such as Tropical, actually worked with many of the small operators and schooners in CARICOM in making connections to the small countries, which are remote and would not have been supplied. What does that teach us? If we're able to work in the spaces by creating public-private partnerships, and in many instances financing them, what we're going to have is, in fact, a value chain and a supply chain that is more robust and more resilient. Why do I say that? Because by working with these small producers in the small countries to and from, we were able to assist in CARICOM what are small and micro producers. Who are they? In CARICOM, they comprise between 70 and 80% of all enterprises. They account for between 60 and 70% of GDP, and they account for 50% of employment. In short, again, supply chains can become a lot more resilient if we work in the spaces, because by doing that and connecting players who otherwise would be disconnected, what we do is in fact leading to what we all want to see on our development of our strategic development goals.
Thank you very Thank you very much, Dr. Antoine. And when looking, particularly when looking at that expansion of the space, we can think of CARICOM, but we had Curacao here, and we had Martinique, we had the Dominican Republic. We look at this vision of the greater Caribbean, and those are where we line those opportunities in that end. And I would like to take this now particularly to Charles Budd-Dar, who is the Executive Vice President for Maritime Policy and Government Affairs of MSC Group. As the large shipping and logistics company here in the panel, I did want to pick your brain on those solutions, particularly for supply chain challenges and overcoming them, and also thinking with the opportunities that Johanna mentioned.
Great. Thank you. And it's really a pleasure to be here today. And we're not bad people. We actually are really good people. We serve the world's trade needs. I mean, we exist to be a conduit for world trade. And our networks will do what world trade needs us to do, whether it's on a micro level or a macro level. But when it comes to smaller population sort of regions, or regions where the ports are a long ways apart from each other, it a lot of times doesn't suit itself so well to the large carriers, and it ends up being smaller carriers that serve that niche. But before I talk about supply chains, I just want to make a couple comments about decarbonization, because it's incredibly important, and it's going to impact all of us. I believe we will decarbonize. We will meet the target. I know my company's fully committed. We'll make net zero by 2050. I believe the industry will. We do need, though, the proper regulatory framework to allow the flexibility we need to have a variety of fuel choices available to do that, and also to help keep us on the trajectory so that we will have the right timing to get there. And that's the big role that regulations could play. Joanna said some things I thought were quite insightful, one of which is the opportunity that lies for many developing countries to actually kind of turn the world upside down as far as fortunes go with energy, because some of the conditions that are required for the renewable energy to produce these fuels we're going to need lie in developing countries. It's a tremendous opportunity, and I think it's a tremendous opportunity to band together within a region to do that. And maybe you don't ship all of it out of all the ports. You pick hubs, and maybe you work together collaboratively on projects and leverage the best that you can bring together as individuals and be stronger as a group. Honestly, that's the way we kind of have to run our businesses, because to survive the down cycles in the market, you have to have scale and collaboration in order to survive that, or you're not around to see the next upcycle. And that's one of the reasons you saw so much consolidation, particularly after the markets crashed in 2008, and there was very little demand for our services, a big credit crunch, and we have a very capital-intensive business. One other thing I'll say is all of the major proposals in front of IMO right now include an economic measure that takes into account that there needs to be some allocation to developing countries. I mean, it's reasonable, it's rational. How much that is, I don't know. That's going to be a decision for governments, not for the industry to make for sure, but you do have to keep in mind that one way or another, the end user of the services, whether it's our customer directly or whether it's their customer that may be a consumer, is ultimately going to see some increased pricing over that is ultimately going to fund that. So there's a limitation to how far I think governments want to go, because one way or another, that money isn't going to come out of thin air. It's going to come from the market, and the market ultimately affects prices that consumers and business customers and governments see over time. So I do think there needs to be part of that as a solution. How much it is, I'm not sure. That's really a political decision, but it is rational. Let me just talk briefly about supply chains. I don't want to take up too much of the time. If you gave me all day, Joanna's right, I would take it. But a couple of things that I think you need to keep in mind, and we've heard some themes about this already. Don't think about a single ship or a single service loop. When you think about liner shipping, which is boxes basically for the most part, you have to think of it as a network, a holistic network of services that work together. And when there's a failure in one part, whether that's severe weather disruption or congestion disruption in China, or whether it's a group of non-state actors have taken over completely a vital seaway and shut it off to the rest of the world, or whether it's a global pandemic, we have to have the flexibility that it takes to modify those networks. And if I take a ship out of one loop, well, that loop suffers. I've got to figure out what to do with it. So you can't pull, one brick out of the stack without affecting the rest of the bricks. So you have to think about it being interconnected. We're seeing it right now. We saw it during the pandemic, and for a miracle I still almost can't conceive, the global economy kept working during the pandemic despite all the difficulty and congestion and the spot rates going as high as they did. Everything that needed to move ultimately did move. And I think I want to take a minute to thank our seafarers for that, because God bless them. They did amazing work under terrible conditions, sometimes I think treated horribly by governments, including my own. But they did the job. They did it every single day. They did it well, and we all benefited from that, came out on the other side, and we never saw the global market crash that we all expected. So we can be nimble. We're being nimble right now with the Red Sea. We'll continue to do that over time, but that takes extra investments. It's a very capital intensive business, as I said. Another thing I'd like to tell you about supply chains is it's not a game that somebody wins and somebody loses at. One way or another, it's got to all be kept in balance. It's a very competitive business. So yes, there has been a lot of consolidation after 2008 in the marketplace, but they're fierce competitors in the marketplace, and you can't overcharge for very long because somebody else will come along and charge a market price to do it. So there's a lot of benefit from the market dynamic. The downside to that is those that aren't operating on service agreements, so they're subject to the fluctuations in the market, do feel the heat very badly when these transitions come for events that are episodic, such as the pandemic or the Red Sea or Panama Canal in some cases. And so one last comment I'll make on that is there are some that think that operating collaboratively in our business is bad for the customers, bad for the consumers. I really argue strongly to be very, very cautious about that approach. Whether or not you like the idea that alliances work together, and they cannot work together on pricing, and they do not, to my observation. They are not allowed to. But what they do is they optimize the use of the resources that are available so that they operate as efficiently as possible and can provide more services to more places than there would otherwise be. So those that want to say, don't allow alliances, don't allow vessel sharing agreements, don't allow slot sharing agreements, need to be really careful because it's hard to serve particularly developing countries if you can't collaborate with others and maximize the use of the pooled resources that you have together. It's not unlike the concept of small countries working together. So, thank you, I'll stop
and
there.
having dynamic hubs, you know, and if we're going to have hubs, like, you know, when one hub is crunched up, jumping to another, and that collaboration between countries, which is also key for keeping the flows of trade moving forward as well.
Absolutely, and you can tie it to flow of goods, but you also can tie it to the movement of future energy that we're going to need.
Exactly.
Because the points of production at scale are not necessarily going to be the points of production, or of consumption, sorry. So, you know, you're going to need to move that by sea, and if you can identify 2 clean energy marine hubs, for example, where one produces and one consumes in large volume, you've got a very natural green corridor that would establish itself there, because guess what? Shipping's also going to be able to decarbonize off a little bit of that. So there's a lot of opportunity that's untapped out there, and I think my fellow panelists have already brought out some of the best ideas.
Thank you very much. I also wanted, and a perfect segue for this is for us to introduce Mr. Ramon Cruz, who is the special advisor for the partnership on, it's a very long name, so that's why I need to read it. The Partnership on Sustainable Low Carbon Transport. Ramon, can you share with us a little bit of the work that you've been doing, and particularly working with companies on this initiative, and the importance of this multi-stakeholder initiative that you guys are working on?
Sure. Well, thanks so much, Leo. For those, it's a very long name. It's the acronym is not necessarily better. It's SLOCAT, but that is the way that it's known in many UN circles. But thanks a lot. Thanks to the government of Barbados and UNCTAD as well for inviting SLOCAT to be here. I must say that I'm replacing our Secretary General Marusha Kardama, who had a medical problem and couldn't come. Then the Deputy Secretary General Lisa Castillo was stranded on the way here, so she couldn't make it. So now you got me, But I say so because, of course, it affects the gender balance in this panel, and you know, and I'm not saying that just for the sake of gender balance, which is also needed, but you know, just as a reflection of how our institutions and our organizations are changing slowly, but changing, and we see more women. It was great to see this morning. You know, a panel which was not a panel. It was only woman Prime Minister, Deputy Secretary General, Secretary General of UNCTAD here, and so it's great to see you know, very strong, inspirational leaders you know, in this stage. So now that, but well. But what I came to speak about, it's accelerating, you know, the transformation. And I think there's some slides. I don't know if, do you have some slides? Yeah. Well, you know, accelerating the transformation of freight, transport, and logistics is among the most impactful steps that the global community can take to enable overall positive socioeconomic transformation by mid-century. Freight transport and logistics, of course, connect goods, markets, consumers, and drives socioeconomic development. And they can significantly enhance people's quality of life, plays a key role in accelerating the transition to a low-carbon economy, creating green jobs, scaling up low-carbon technologies, and enabling low-carbon value chains. However, as it has been mentioned today, recent challenges are exposing the increased vulnerabilities of freight system and their workforce. And while freight transport demand is expected to more than double by 2050, without a paradigm shift, the negative climate and sustainability impacts will continue to rise. And resilience is also crucial. The negative impacts of transport disruptions on a country's connectivity and development are even greater than the huge financial losses in transport assets, as I saw in my native Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria, or the Prime Minister pointed out in Barbados in recent years. So to accelerate the needed transformation, SLOCAT and the CUNE Foundation, I don't know if, did you go through the whole present slides or no? Okay, so the second slide or the third slide after that. So SLOCAT, CUNE Foundation, together with Concito, IDRI, the International Transport Workers Federation, Smart Freight Center, and the UIC, the International Union of Railways, have co-initiated a manifesto for intermodal, low-carbon, efficient, and resilient freight and transport and logistics. And the manifesto calls on governments and businesses to prioritize systems that efficiently and resiliently combine low-carbon services from the first to the last mile. And it also calls for urgent action on transitioning to zero-emission fuels and renewable energy, optimizing logistics systems, and creating local and circular value chains. It has been already have over 20 signatories representing a wide range of stakeholders. So, our economies, societies must transform to remain competitive and equitable and resilient, while of course keeping, to the goal of 1.5, and transforming freight and transport and logistics is key in that transformation. And so we call on government and businesses to join as well. And pretty soon, in another, we can change to the next slide, and then you will be able to scan the manifesto. But yeah, so while each country will adopt its own pathway under this manifesto, there are critical enablers to intermodal, low-carbon, efficient, and resilient freight transport and logistics systems. So, these actions are here, from setting ambitious science-based targets, regulations, policy standards, to enabling economics, finance, developing integrated planning and operations, improving data, research, technology. So, yeah, in interest of time, I'll stop there, but in the next slide, you can scan this, sign the manifesto, join us. My colleague, Stephanie here, will have, and I have copies of the manifesto. If you're interested in it, please join this movement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ramon, and we definitely encourage all here, particularly these stakeholders in this Global Supply Chain Forum, to reach out to Ramon and his team for more information on the manifesto. I do want to take the opportunity to introduce Mr. Máximo Quibranza Mejia, the president of the World Maritime University. Máximo, could you emphasize the key role of research and capacity building that has enabled the transition to a resilient and sustainable supply chain?
Thank you, Leo. For that, I'd like to thank the government of Barbados and also UNCTAD for congratulate both of these entities for a marvelous forum, and to thank them for inviting the World Maritime University to participate. The World Maritime University is one of the education and training institutions of the International Maritime Organization. So as such, our sort of action-oriented efforts are targeted towards facilitating action, because we are a university, and we know that resilience and sustainability are highly dependent on the achievement globally of the highest practicable standards relating to maritime safety, security, the protection of the marine environment, efficiency of shipping, and all other maritime and oceans-related issues. Now, we all know that shipping is a critical element in the green transition. And shipping, as we all know, is global. And shipping works in an interconnected world. And we are connected by our oceans, or we can even argue that there is only one ocean. So because of this interconnectedness, any efforts in terms of pursuing resilience and sustainability of the global supply chain has to be global. And in other words, the effectiveness or the success of any efforts are only as good as the implementation in each and every country or economy in the world. So in order to emphasize this more at the university, I guess I should modify my early statement. It's not only to facilitate action, but specifically facilitate action that relates to leveling the playing field and ensuring the uniform implementation of the international maritime legal and regulatory framework that is being administered by the International Maritime Organization. Now, the World Maritime University contributes to this through a comprehensive program of capacity development activities. The flagship program at the World Maritime University is the Master of Science in Maritime Affairs program, where our students go through an intensive 14-month curriculum that focuses on different areas in maritime affairs, maritime and oceans affairs, from maritime law and policy to maritime safety, maritime education and training, shipping and port management, ocean sustainability, and maritime energy management. For those who are more inclined to undertake even deeper research, we have a PhD program that we offer. For those who are unable to take time out of their careers to be in Malmo, where we are based, to take up the Master of Science program, we also offer a postgraduate diploma programs that you can follow online. These are in executive maritime management, maritime energy, as well as marine insurance. We also actually have a PGDIP and LLM in international maritime law. Aside from the education part, we are engaged in a robust program of research. And just to give you an example of some of the research work that we have done, we look at the future of work, looking at how new technologies, socio-political patterns, and climate change are shifting the nature of work, the effects of COVID on seafarers and shipping, the education that is required for greener fuels and energy in ports, cyber preparedness for maritime logistics supply chains, capacity building for the implementation of international instruments to combat IUU fishing, and a few more. We also run some shorter outreach programs, anywhere from a number of days to a week, that we deliver on site according to the requirements of the organization. We also run summer schools that normally run for a week. Again, the whole range of subjects from decarbonization to introduction to maritime administration. But the World Maritime University doesn't only conduct blue sky research or sort of ivory tower teaching. We deliver education and research for implementation. So as far as the approach, what we need in terms of ensuring that this approach is successful, well, what we most need is really support from all stakeholders. To be totally candid, the university is self-funded, meaning to say its annual budget is totally reliant on donor funding on an annual basis. So every support, every bit of support counts. But the university is, if I may say so, a success. Our network of graduates make a real and important difference in the maritime world. Over 6,000 graduates now occupy senior positions in policy making and decision making in different countries, in maritime administrations, shipping companies, and other maritime and oceans related agencies. And they are an integral part of the global effort in pursuing supply chains, resilience, and sustainability. And you'll see a much higher level of participation at IMO meetings because of the education that they receive at the WMU. World Maritime University alumni are involved in every stage of the maritime policy cycle, from agenda setting to formulation of policy implementation and also evaluation. So just to give a 15-second sort of, summary, the transition to a resilient and sustainable supply chain requires global capacity for the implementation of agreed standards. And developing that capacity is what we do, and we appreciate all the effort that you can do to help us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think Charles said it here, we could stay the whole day speaking about the approaches and the solutions that are being put forth, also exploring the opportunities. What is at key is that collaboration, multi-stakeholder collaboration, like the ones that we're having in this forum, are key, making sure that the private sector really puts forward innovative solutions that enable us, all countries, to be able to move forward into a more into a more sustainable and resilient development. Considering that time is up, I want to thank all of our panelists for their perspectives, and I think we're going to transition immediately to the next panel. Thank you all very much, and have a great day.
Thank you to our panelists. Thank you so much to our moderator, Mr. Leo Knott. And I also acknowledge all of our panelists, Joanna Christensen, Anthony Alf, Maximo Kiranzo Mejia, Bud Dar, Abdullah Monif Al-Munifi, and Lisa Costello. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for the final session of the evening, which focuses on finance solutions, I'll remind you that the first day, day one of the Global Supply Chain Forum will culminate with an official reception being hosted by Prime Minister Motley at her official residence, which is next door to us. At the end of this session, once you return to the entrance of the Lord Erskine Sandiford Center, you will be directed and or escorted next door to the official residence of the Prime Minister. I take this opportunity to call our next panelist to the stage. Head of Transport Sector, South Asia, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific region. Please come to the stage, Andres Pizarro. I'll also call to the stage Okechuwu Ihe Jirika, the Acting Chief Operating Officer, Caribbean Office at the African Export-Import Bank, Afrestin Bank. Also calling to the stage, Stacy Richards Kennedy, Regional Manager for the Caribbean Development Bank of Latin America. Also like to call Lisa Harding, the Head Acting Private Sector Division, Caribbean Development Bank. And this panel also includes Alicia Taylor, IDB Invest, Inter-American Development Bank. And I will hand over to our moderator, Mr. Jan Hoffman, Head Trade Logistics Branch, Division on Technology and Logistics with UNCTAD. Jan Hoffman, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Really so happy to be here. Last but not least, a panel on what really makes the difference at the end of the day, money. Yeah. We started out with global challenges, we went to regional challenges, we looked at private sector, the Ministerial with the, again, private sector. And in this last session, we have put together different financing banks, development banks, institutions, who want to support these different reforms, all the issues we discussed about. And I'm really happy we have here the Caribbean, we have Latin America, we have Latin America and the Caribbean, the IDB covers both, then we have Africa and we have Asia. So what I had hoped with this panel and the question I had shared with the only first question with the 5 panelists, to see like what are the specific solutions that you are providing that you think make a difference in your region. And without preempting what they will say, because we have not played the game, I don't know what you will say, but knowing that in Asia there's a lot of shipping industry, maybe in Asia you want to also fund actual ships, while maybe in the Caribbean the SIDS situation is different, while in Africa maybe you want to support the African Free Trade Area. I don't know, I'm just guessing, and I'm now curious to see what answers you will give. I would suggest by sequence, I would start with the region here, if you don't mind. So I would start with Lisa, if that's okay. And then after Lisa would go to CAF, after CAF IDB, then we go to Africa, then we go to Asia. So that's my proposed sequence. But all of you have the same questions. Look at your region, see all the challenges that we discussed, all the things we have learned, and now you provide the answers, the solutions. You pay for them. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. And again, thanks for inviting me. The Caribbean Development Bank is certainly very pleased to be here and to be a partner in this, as I think has been said many times over, very timely conference in Barbados. So, at the rate of, I think a lot of what I had planned to say has been said today. That is a bit of a danger of coming at the end of the day. But just to say that, in terms of, 2020 for us within the Caribbean also, really pointed to the fact that our supply chains were not reliable and sustainable. I think that was the key message. And further, we recognize that to optimize our supply chains, it was really not just also about cost, but really about resilience. So I think that is, again, a common characteristic for us in the region as well. In terms of the vulnerabilities, I think we spent a lot of time as well today focusing on climate change, our geographical issues, and so on. I think just to contextualize it as well, I mean, what we've also recognized in terms of vulnerabilities is the stagnation of foreign direct investment, which also helps to finance our supply chains in the region. And that is an important characteristic, which I'm going to speak about when we speak about financing supply chains, because without that, with that heavy reliance on FDI and that stagnation, that has created a crisis in the region. So in terms of what the private sector can do, we recognize that the private sector really is a partner in development. That is the new ethos of the CDB, and not only as a beneficiary, and therefore we are really looking to the private sector and recognize the private sector as key in facilitating and investing in the supply chains. So when we look at it from a point of view in terms of investments, we all know that in recent times, the private sector has been playing an increasing role in terms of investment, in terms of infrastructure, CDB as well. But we've also seen, and particularly in areas like solar, wind, et cetera, we've been seeing that surge in investment activity. But we also recognize that there's a role for the private sector in areas such as technology, blockchain platforms, which help to increase traceability and transparency within supply chains as well, supply chains analytics, et cetera. So I think that is where a key role for the private sector can come in there as well as risk management. We recognize that this is an important area in terms of risk assessment and really helping the private sector to be able to predict and to really mitigate against risk coming. In terms of financing, of course, this is the key area. And at CDB, we have been working a lot with private financial players in terms of financing. How do you get affordable financing to the sector? There are a number of innovative mechanisms and financing instruments, such as credit guarantees that we have also been trying to support, supply trade financing, and supporting FIs with product development for new lines. There's also, in terms of working with private capital, in terms of impact investors and so on, to get that mobilized capital within the region. And of course, the much needed insurance, and I think we heard a lot about that earlier today. We need to have more insurance mechanisms, especially in areas such as agriculture, which is, again, very susceptible to a lot of risk as well. So there's also I think, a focus on PPPs, of course, where we're speaking about blended financing. And that is a key role that CDB has been playing in terms of trying to promote PPPs. And we've seen some fairly good successes across the region. I think this morning there was a discussion around the ports in Jamaica, for example, as well as Bahamas. We've also been doing a lot of work with Compete Caribbean in terms of value chains and clusters. And that also speaks to certification. And that is one of the other areas that I think is really, really important when we speak about quality infrastructure. I think many of you may not be aware that Jamaica, for example, their conch fishery was the first in the world to be certified with the Marine Steward Council. And again, those are some of the areas that are important because that helps to facilitate market access. So just kind of bring it all together, I think our role has really been obviously direct financial support, actually funding of infrastructure, providing technical assistance in terms of not only to build and strengthen SMEs, because again, we heard this mentioned a lot today. Supply chains are very complex and are becoming more multi-layered, and SMEs are at the root of it. And we therefore need to build and strengthen SMEs because they are key players in the supply chain. It's just not about a port, it's about the SME and getting them competitive to be able to use the systems. Also in terms of, as you mentioned, the enabling environment. You have to have the enabling environment for it all to happen, the ease of doing business. The business climate reforms, the legal and regulatory work, that is what is really the engine behind what we're doing here. And of course, finally, partnerships. We can't do it alone. While we recognize that the supply chain as well as a network, we as MDBs also need to work together, recognize our unique strengths, and partner with others. I mean, we have all of our partners here that we work continuously with, but to recognize where we have our unique advantages and pool our resources and knowledge base to really be able to make the impact that we're looking for. I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A quite wide portfolio, and still I have the feeling one could realize it was for the Caribbean. Some of these things may be less relevant for landlocked countries or for other situations. Let us move to CAF. So I give the floor to Stacy and see what would you do the same and what would you do, or are you doing different in Latin America?
Mic check. Wonderful. Good afternoon, everyone, and let me start off by extending my sincere thanks to the organizers, to UNCTAD, the government of Barbados, and all of the various sponsors and partners for the invitation to be here and to participate in this panel. I'd like to start where I perhaps just take off from where Lisa ended by saying that yes, all of the banks are quite similar, but also quite different. And I know there are a number of acronyms, so I'll just also explain that CAF is the Spanish acronym for Corporación Andina de Fomento, which is the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. And over the last year and a half, we have been intensifying our efforts to expand the range of development finance options to the Caribbean. We set up a regional office based in Port of Spain that is serving all of CARICOM, but also engaging in conversations with many of the other islands that are keen to have additional sources of development financing. CAF is a homegrown development bank, which means that it was established by Latin America and the Caribbean for Latin America and the Caribbean. And we operate with a slightly different business model or operational modality, which is we are set up as a cooperative bank, and we attend to the development priorities of the countries that are shareholders of CAF. Having said that, however, we do have a really innovative instrument that was approved by our board last year, which has allowed CAF to provide technical assistance and different types of support to countries that are not yet members of CAF. And through this, we really see it as a mechanism to get closer to the countries, to really understand the development priorities, and to help them understand how CAF works, what is our value added, what are the core areas of expertise that we bring to the table based on our 54 years of experience doing operations in Latin America, and then to share that, to really serve as a bridge between Latin America, the Caribbean, Europe, Africa, and Asia. And I'm really proud to be on this panel alongside my colleague managers for the different institutions, because just as Lisa said, partnerships is really what is going to help us to achieve the level of financing that we need in the region to unlock the opportunities. No one institution can do it alone. The needs are much greater, and therefore I'm really keen to see how we continue to pool our efforts, join forces, combine resources so that we can attend to the needs of the region and to act with the pace that we need to act and at the scale that we need to invest in the region. Now, moving a little bit more towards the issues for this panel, I wanted to share that the approach that CAF has been using to strengthen global value chains focuses on three key areas. One has to do with the different types of interventions and mechanisms through which we make an impact on value chains, but also, secondly, the specific interventions. I'd like to share some examples of those types of interventions we've undertaken in the region, and then also a couple key reflections on how we strengthen the enabling environment, which was also mentioned, as well as support knowledge generation and knowledge transfer to improve value chain productivity and expand impact. Now, just very briefly regarding intervention modalities, given that we're a development bank, we do utilize some of the key instruments that are available to sovereign as well as non-sovereign clients, financial products such as loans and investments, but also credit lines, guarantees, partial guarantees, and other forms of structured and blended financing. But then we also are very eager to put some technical assistance to work and grant financing to ensure that we can complement investment with different forms of grant financing, innovative instruments, as well as different formats for de-risking some of the initiatives and projects that are brought to the table. And then alongside that, of course, or I should say at the core of that really is the work that we do on knowledge, knowledge products that gather the data and support the critical analysis that is needed to better inform and tailor our interventions in our shareholder countries. And of course, this includes things like our open courses, online courses, publications, studies, etc. So just to touch on a couple examples to give a bit of context and flavor to the work that we've done. We have had, for example, sovereign guaranteed credit operations for the expansion of the Panama Canal, which has impacted global logistics and benefited multiple regional connections. Another example relates to, for instance, non-sovereign guaranteed investment through CAFAM, which is CAF's asset management company. And this has gone towards many projects in Latin America. For instance, the Central Railroad of Uruguay, which has influenced the cellulose chain development in that country. Now, CAFAM is a really interesting modality, which is a subsidiary of CAF and operates as an investment vehicle specializing in non-sovereign guaranteed private investment across Latin America and the Caribbean. And it partners specifically with private sector companies and through a specific funding modality that allows CAF to mobilize capital and expertise to support projects, foster innovation, and increase the competitiveness of the region. So this is one of the modalities that we would like to explore more in the Caribbean and certainly put at the service of how we can boost the resources that are available for these types of supply chain projects in the region. And I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go to the IDB, a core partner of this forum, and I want to thank the IDB, also colleagues who were working on this. Alicia, your specific programs to help supply chains.
Okay, thank you. So just to, I know people's attentions are beginning to wane, so to try to zero in on the point, IDB Invest is the private sector arm of the IDB Group. We have been very actively involved in providing innovative financial solutions to address challenges in supply chains across our region. Our region's focus is Latin America and the Caribbean, and we have a very high priority on the Caribbean. We have a cadre of financial products that we offer to clients. It starts from import financing, pre-export financing, export financing. We do accounts receivable financing, accounts payable financing. We provide standby letter of credits, credit guarantees. We also provide forfeiting, and there are a host of other products that we offer. What our focus is on, especially now, is our motto of originate to share. It was so great to hear in other panels that we recognize or are recognizing more and more in the region that we require collaboration. And we see that as central as well. What we want to do as a multilateral development bank is to make a greater impact in the region where we are operating. And in order to do that, we actually have to take smaller size positions in transactions and open it out to other financial institutions to work with us on the projects. So whereas we maybe in the past have looked at doing a $100 million ticket on our own, we're looking at scaling back, perhaps doing 30, maybe 50 million, and bringing in the other financial institutions. Our role is not to disenfranchise the financial sector. There's a very active financial market here. The banks are very active in the market, both locally and regionally, and we are working with them. Currently, on all of my transactions, I have other financial institutions working with us on the particular transaction. And this spans across transport-related transactions, renewable energy that also feeds into transport projects as well. So there are a lot of cross-cutting themes. We're very focused on digital transformation, climate change, mitigation and adaptation. We're focused very much as well as gender, so very glad to see a more balanced panel here, because it's not just tokenism when it comes to gender and diversity. These are very strong and real issues that have to be addressed, and I think that for far too long, it has been sort of on the back burner, but we're definitely introducing it to the foreground. We're looking at the challenges that have come out because of the Ukraine-Russia war, what's happening there, and I think part of what we're doing as well is trying to educate businesses to understand that there are these trade finance solutions available. There are some banks that are not using it because it is probably more revenue-based and advantageous for them to let businesses just use an overdraft facility. However, that is not the best solution if you are in the trade business. If you are importing, if you are exporting, you have to look at trade-specific financial solutions to help your business. I think one of the key things that certain businesses are not fully aware of is, for example, if it is that you are now starting into exports and you want to begin the business, there is financing available that will provide you money on the orders. So based on the orders, you can get financing. The bank, of course, has to assess the risk involved, but based on that, you can get financing. There's also financing when you actually have gotten the orders and maybe they're repeat clients, and you are looking now to grow your business. An exporting business helps your internal business grow because you're beginning to get foreign exchange revenue streams, and that comes back into the business for you to develop the business more, expand more. So whereas you may give in exports terms, you may give 60, 90, 180 days. Instead of waiting the 60, 90, 180 days, you come to the bank and you say, can you discount my receivables? And so the way that IDB Invest is working on that is that we work very closely with the financial institutions. So being a very large multilateral development bank and one of the most active development banks in the region, we are lending to financial institutions. So your local bank, we will provide them with a trade line. One of our products is called Trade Finance Facilitation Program, where we give a line of credit to the financial institution in order to lend to various businesses in their markets, in their region. So I think that this is how we are catalyzing and trying to stimulate the trade business, because we cannot only stay local as well. In order to grow, you have to export. And I would dare say, not just export in the Caribbean, because that's also a finite market. You have to look at exporting outside of the Caribbean and to grow.
Excellent. You gave applause to the others as well. Excellent. So we now move to the east, but actually not, because African Export-Import Bank, you have an office in Barbados. What are your solutions? Yes,
so, thank you very much for the opportunity. So, first of all, let me start also by extending our gratitude to the organizers for giving us opportunity to speak on this very important topic. Yeah, you're right, African institution in the Caribbean. So probably I'll also start by making that introduction of Afreximbank. We are the Trade Finance Bank for Africa. That's what the name says. And by extension now, the Caribbean. So with 52 member countries in Africa, we are poised, to support development of trade finance in the country, in the continent. So first of all, focusing on enhancement of intra-African trade, and of course, Africa-South trade. So now that has been extended to the Caribbean with the setting up of the Caribbean office last year. The idea, of course, is that some of the solutions that we've actually tested and found to be working very well in Africa can also be extended into the Caribbean, given huge similarities, between what happens between the two regions. We actually physically, face the same issues. So it means that whatever has worked in Africa effectively can work here. And it also points me to one successful use case, which was the acquisition of the vaccine, which the Prime Minister talked about earlier on. We facilitated that through that pooled resource system, where all the countries in Africa, all the countries within the Caribbean were able to pool their resources, and Afreximbank put down a $2 billion guarantee to Johnson & Johnson, which facilitated the prompt delivery of vaccine to the countries within the region, in the both regions. So that means fostering relationship between the two regions is something that can work effectively. Solutions that has been effective in one can also significantly work in the other. Now, coming specific to the subject of the day, which is about supply chain finance, I believe first and foremost it's important to try and break down what constitutes the supply chain. But that might be a huge conversation for another day, because why it is so is that every component of the supply chain requires different level of financing support. So that means you having that supply chain mindset should also be able to come in and say, what can I do to this specific sector? Because of course, why it is a chain is that if any of the facet is broken, it's definitely going to have a ripple effect. And what happened during the COVID and lessons learned, which is to build on resilience to ensure that certain things that has happened, which had negative impacts, definitely has something built around it to make sure that it doesn't happen next. It means that partnership can be fostered. I'm happy with what Dr. Stacy said. Partnership is actually what is required to be able to surmount the huge gap that exists in terms of the financing need. In Africa alone, I think the estimate is about $100 billion of trade finance gap alone. So that means qualifying transactions, people who genuinely need support, who approach the banks, and who are unable to get the required support. So what that means is that conventional banking may not be the solution. It means banks needed to now come up with solutions, tailor-made solutions that can also fit into situations. And this is what we at Afreximbank definitely are doing to make sure that we surmount those challenges as they come up, to make sure that also we come in and get to the area, to the root cause of the problem, and make sure that our solution gets to not just the periphery, but down to the people that will actually need it. And a case in hand will be the SMEs. Of course, they will be the key beneficiaries of certain financing solutions that will be available under any significant supply chain financing arrangement. And this is because we've all said, it's been re-echoed several times here, that these SMEs, the private sector, are the key engine room of any economy. So once you get them working very well, definitely countries will begin to function well. Definitely, one reference where that Mrs. Trisha Tan is made, where she talked about dominance within the maritime sector, where only 5 companies or so control over a certain percentage of the marine sector, will be something that poses a huge risk, but with support to SMEs, it's something that now it means more people can have more power, have more say within the supply chain, and that concentration risk will significantly be mitigated. So for us, one of the solutions we put out is what we call a Phrasing Bank Trade Link. And what that is a supply chain finance solution whereby we, first of all, recognizing the significant challenge that SMEs will face with accessing financing from conventional financing institutions. Leverage will be on their ability to borrow. Most of them are new institutions. They don't have adequate history in terms of financing abilities or the financial clout that is required to qualify for lending through conventional means. The next will be even KYC issues. We know recently a lot of global banks pulled out of certain markets. Africa and the Caribbean were actually hardly hit by these two phenomena. So that means specific solution that now recognizes the effect on SMEs is something that might be necessary. And how will the trade link address that? So that would be significantly the focusing on the SME and then focusing on the bigger institution who they are supporting. So that would mean we would take the risk of the bigger institution who's giving them the PO to work on, who's giving them one contract or the other to do, and they've done it instead of having them wait for 90 days to get paid through the trade link. Once this is approved for payment by the bigger institution, then we'll be able to lend money and then advance part of the funds to the SME. That way, instead of having to do one supply and do the next in 90 days when they get paid, they can actually go back into the market and do more, then turn it over time, and that becomes value. And that way, they can also build capacity over time and begin to become, and be on the pathway to get into becoming a big institution that may be. The next solution, of course, also is around facilitation. We believe there's a lot of advocacy arrangement that is required also to make sure that the financing support that is desired for this specific sector actually gets to them. So in Africa, we recognize the fact that factoring, for instance, was critical to facilitate intra-regional trade financing. But we found out that there are not enough enabling regulation within the continent to support factoring, for instance. So we took that up and were able to do all the lobbying that's required, do all the engagement at ministerial and parliamentary level, and got model laws set up within certain jurisdictions in the continent. And now that is working. Now we're having quite a lot of factoring companies coming up. So we are also trying to do the same here in the Caribbean, where we recognize there's a huge potential. So if you go to Guyana, for instance, you will see the big oil company on top having invoices that need to be supported by the certain SMEs that form their supply chain. So if there's no clear-cut way to support them and create a structure that can create this, that can make sure that this thing happens, then the issue will continue to linger. So we will try to see how we can also encourage factoring within the region. Maybe it's important I use this opportunity to announce that the Phrasing Bank annual meeting is going to happen in Bahamas, 12th to 15th of June. And it's going to also double as the Afro-Caribbean, the third edition of the Afro-Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum, which aims to bring together key players from within the region to come in find a way to interact, and find a way to also see how we can begin to boost the numbers of the trade relationship between the two regions, which, by the way, as at now, is next to nothing. So, on the sidelines of that engagement, we will be having a factoring roundtable, which we will hope also to see how we get views locally and see how we can take that back. I would have loved to talk more, but of course, cognizant of the fact that looking at the screen is turning red, it's saying time up. I'll have to stop here, but we think it is important that financing institutions, especially the development finance institutions, get to partner more, get to also be nimble in terms of their solutioning approach, to ensure that whatever solution they're bringing gets to the destination that is required. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And yes, time is up, but we do want to give the floor to our last panelist, Andres, who came all the way from Singapore, relatively young. You came from Beijing. Okay, so you personally came from Beijing, but the bank's headquarters is in Beijing. Okay. So I wouldn't want to get this one wrong. I shouldn't. It's the AIIB, but it is a relatively young development bank. So that one I got right. And you focus, of course, on Asia and infrastructure. Andres.
Exactly. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you to UNCTAD and the government of Barbados for organizing this timely and important forum, and to yourself for inviting AIB to participate. So I'll give you a quick overview because I imagine the majority of you have never heard of AIB, and then quickly what we do. So AIB is based in Beijing. It's 8 years old. It's the newest multilateral development bank in the world. Our mandate is the economic prosperity and integration of Asia. And we do this through infrastructure financing. We're specialized in infrastructure and obviously the associated services. And in infrastructure, we're financing transport, water, urban, digital, energy. Essentially, we have a small incipient activity in what we call social infrastructure, which means schools and hospitals. Our governance is very similar to any other MDB. What is unique is that we have 109 member countries, so we go beyond the Asia member countries. This is the largest membership of any MDB aside from the World Bank. But what is interesting and will surprise, I think, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs of Barbados, is that the majority voting rights in our bank come from the Global South. 75% of the voting rights are Asian countries. We finance private sector, sovereign, and intermediaries, FIs. We have this similar products as was described by ADB, and obviously sovereign financing. We do this within the same team, within the same institution, so we might, in a particular project, be financing viability gap financing with concession and the concessionaire themselves. From the outset of the creation of the bank, we relied on co-financing, but it's become a way of doing things. We believe in cooperation and not competition between the banks, and we are co-financing in Asia with the Asian Development Bank, with the European Investment Bank, in Africa with the African Development Bank, in Latin America with CAF. And we think this is the way forward. We will continue this way, and we will continue to finance in this manner. The way we select projects is global. We don't have country strategies. We're not limited by country-related ceilings. And we have 4 pillars or 4 priorities. One is green infrastructure. The other one is cross-border connectivity and connectivity in general. Technology enabling infrastructure, and private capital mobilization. So I say the 4 pillars globally cover maritime subsector and supply chains in general. So within the infrastructure that we're financing, in transport, roads, railways, ports, airports, and the associated services, And aside from these thematic priorities, what guides us now is the bank's commitment to the Paris Agreement alignment. All of our investments have to be Paris aligned since July 2023. This means we have a screening criteria that determines which project, infrastructure, or mobile asset is automatically aligned and which needs additional assessment. So additional assessment in infrastructure, roads and airports, ports are automatically aligned, railways, metros, and mass transit automatically aligned. And when we're looking at mobile assets, again, railways, metros, mass transit, e-vehicles automatically aligned, and we need additional assessments for vessels and aircraft. What's interesting in what we've been doing, if I take it now to the maritime subsector, we're financing ports. For instance, Tianjin Port, which is the port that serves Beijing, we've done a project in the digitization of Tianjin Port. We finance ports in the Middle East. And in airports, we finance 3 airports. We have 2 airports in the pipeline. And what's interesting is we finance vessels. We finance 3 7,000 TEU container vessels for a Singaporean firm. And we've been asked very recently to assess the financing of aircraft for a firm in India. These 2 last subjects require for us additional work on the methodology of how to screen these projects so that they are really Paris aligned and we comply with our commitments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's also give the applause here. Yes, it said time's up for quite some time, and we have a reception, cocktail reception upcoming, which is for every participant. And also we have very important closing remarks. Our good old friend Avinash, originally from Barbados, now with our partner IDB, working on common interests, like from Paris to issues. So actually, no, I had agreed with Bell that Bell would announce Avinash. It wasn't me, sorry. So Bell, you have to announce Avinash, and we conclude this panel. One applause to all the panelists, please. Thank you all.
Thank you so much to the panelists. Thank you to our moderator, Jan Hoffman. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our closing remarks will be delivered by Mr. Avinash Prasad, Special Advisor on Climate Change to the President of the IDB. Please give Mr. Avinash Prasad a warm welcome to the stage.
Thank you, Belle. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, a great pleasure to be back at home. Let me thank UNCTAD, let me thank the government of Barbados. It makes me remember, I think it was about 2 years ago when I wrote a very short paragraph to the Prime Minister on WhatsApp, we're a WhatsApp government, on why it would be great for Barbados to be president of UNCTAD, and partly for raising some of the critical issues around supply chains, small island development states, and climate change, which you can play a role as chairman of the conference. It's been an exciting, interesting day. Lots of very interesting stories, a great commitment I'm hearing on collaboration across different sectors, from business and governments, private sector, and all of our key sectors. I'm hearing a lot of shared perspectives across today. I think we understand where we are, we understand the huge opportunities. And yet, I feel a little bit like we're in a parallel universe, because there's some big problems out there that we're not solving. There's some big issues and challenges on supply chains and challenges that impact development that we're not solving and we're not getting very close to solving. And it's all the more important because of the great opportunity. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in front of us. We are facing the next biggest industrial revolution, the green transformation. Within a handful of years, we have to make a massive transformation of the entire global economy. We can do that well, in a way that enfranchises people, reduces poverty and inequality, that has a massive redistribution of wealth, of income, of opportunity in our world. Or we could do it badly, reinforcing all of those iniquities. And I would say we're heading to the latter, because we're not really making major progress. And let me focus on three things and three potential solutions of how we can respond to them. And I'll be as quick as possible because I know you've had a long day, you must be very tired, and I'm competing with drinks at Ilara Court. CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. You all know it by heart, right? I hope so, because they are proliferating. They are the future. All of our big markets, developed country markets, are imposing carbon border adjustment mechanisms. This means that when you export a product to Europe, they're going to put a tax on that product to reflect the fact that you may not have had an equivalent carbon tax in your country, or your supply chain locally has not faced the same environmental standards. What is that doing to supply chains and development? But you know what? It may be anti-development, but it's here to stay. They're proliferating. We have to find a strategy for dealing with them. In fact, CBAMs are not as bad as they could be. The alternative, often touted, is a singular global carbon tax. That actually makes little economic sense because all of our countries, all of the different development stages people are at, mean that that price will have a different impact on all of us. It'll probably be a burden on poor countries where the costs of transition are high. So CBAM is better because at least with a CBAM, you can do whatever you want to do in your country. It's just when you export, you've got to export to those similar taxation and levies and environmental standards of the country you're exporting to. What's our solution? Do we have a strategy? Do we have a national, regional strategy? Is there a Latin American and Caribbean strategy for dealing with CBAM? And CBAMs are proliferating in other sectors too. Try exporting forestry products to Europe today. And you're going to face the European environmental standards on forestry. And that's Europe's right to do that. They will argue that if they have high standards and all that happens is their industry goes out abroad to places with low standards, they've not solved anything. So they're going to do it. They're justified to do it for themselves. It has an impact on us. And we need to work out our response. Critical materials. Indonesia has slapped on a ban on exporting nickel. Other countries are going to do the same. Why? Because the idea of free and long global supply chains, of free trade, it doesn't seem to have worked for developing countries. It doesn't seem to have worked for commodity exporters. Commodity exporters always seemed to be disadvantaged in this free trade, global long supply chains. It's interesting why that should be. If you think about producing something with a global supply chain, you've got critical materials, you've got capital, you've got labor. Each of those things are essential. You can't make a lithium battery without lithium. So why is it that the value added is not in our commodity exporting countries? Because each one of those things are critical. And yet the value added is somewhere else. I think Indonesia is onto something, but is not going to be it's not WTO compliant, right, Matthew? So we're going to need to have some other approach for which developing countries can support the value added. Maybe it's an export tax, a reverse tax, that falls the more value added is done in your country. Encouraging, therefore, if you do that, you have to encourage FDI into the country to develop product, develop value added, and export from your country, and you'll have a less of a tax than if they exported the raw material. We need a strategy to make sure that in global supply chains, the value added is not always done abroad. And finally, in a world of CBAMs, in a world of critical materials, value-added products, hopefully more at home, we need investment. And you know what? We've talked about it. Opportunities are great. Opportunities in developing countries, Africa, Latin America, we have tremendous opportunities to be the generators of solar and wind, of biodiversity. The investment is not flowing. The investment is not flowing. Net transfers, the developing world needs $2.4 trillion a year just for climate finance. And net transfers of money is not even positive. It's negative. More money is going out of developing world to pay interest and repay debt than is coming in. So we're not even near the beginning of that transfer of finance. One of the biggest problems is that capital is in developed countries, and capital does not wish to come abroad faced with a number of risks. And when we say that, we think of many of the development banks work hard on what we call micro risks, rule of law, technology certainty, contractual certainty. But the biggest risk in many developing countries is foreign exchange risk. Because we are in an international financial system that draws a very sharp dividing line between countries that export international reserve currencies, developed countries, the US, Europe, the UK to some extent, and countries who import their international reserve currencies. When you are in a developing country and you import someone else's safe currency for your safety, when the world catches fright and money flies, your currency weakens sharply. You try to defend it by raising interest rates, cutting fiscal policy. You tighten policy, making the crisis of the currency falling even worse. In rich countries, faced with capital flight back into their countries, they are able to act in a counter-cyclical way. They can cut interest rates, they can expand fiscal policy, they can do quantitative easing. So we have this world of this tremendous imbalance international financial system, and that is why investors want a huge premium before they go to invest long-term investments in developing countries. We need new hubs of FX liquidity, new mechanisms that will give investors reassurance that long-term investments are not going to suffer from this volatility and cyclicality. There's some ideas out there. I won't spend time today talking about it, but these are three critical things that are challenging supply chains, challenging development that we do not have solutions for or a strategy for. How do we deal with the proliferation of CBAM? How do we deal with value added in the supply chains? And how do we deal with foreign exchange risk and getting investors to our countries? And I think we have to crack these things if we want to have an international system that is big enough and reflective enough for the massive green transformation, the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a green transformation that transforms our world to a better place. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Avinash Prasad, and I want to say thank you so much to all of our speakers today, and of course to you. Now, as is customary in Barbados, we can't have you come join us on our shores and not share with you some of the fun and engaging aspects of our culture as well. So, The rest of the evening will be spent at the official residence of the Prime Minister, which conveniently happens to be located right next door. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can stretch your legs, and once you exit and go back to the main entrance of the LESC, which is the Lord Erskine Standiford Center here, you will be directed or escorted next door. Literally, the properties are joined by a gate. So you will be escorted next door to the official residence of the Prime Minister, known as Ilaro Court. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. That was day one of the Global Supply Chain Forum. We look forward to you enjoying tonight's proceedings and, of course, joining us for day two tomorrow, 9 a.m. here at the Lord Erskine Standiford Center of the Global Supply Chain Forum. Thank you so much. See you next door.